I was woken by my alarm at 7 o'clock in the morning. I groaned loudly as I fumbled to turn the annoying sound off. Since I was not quite familiarized with the furniture setup in this room just yet, at last, I had to give up and get out of bed. The alarm was balanced on an unpacked box near the outlet, not within reach of my searching hand. I groaned again. First day of school. First day in the new house? How could I forget? Although my very pleasant dreams about sunny white beaches and the small house my mom and I had lived in might have had something to do with that. It had been 3 years now since I had had to move in with my father, the man I'd never seen before until then. My mind shied away from the reason I had to live with my father. Getting out of bed, I hurriedly dressed in jeans and a black top, adding my mom's silver hanger on top. It was an angel's wing, designed so beautifully that you could see every feather to the very smallest detail. It was one of the few things of her I had left. Almost everything else she'd owned had been sold. My father hadn't cared one bit about any of it. At 15, at the time I had been too unsure of myself and mostly to overcome with grief to do anything about it. Downstairs, I hurriedly made breakfast in the huge fancy kitchen. It was empty and cold. The nanny would be here soon to prepare breakfast for my little brother and to drive him to school after that. After all, one couldn't expect my flashing new young stepmom to take care of him. She had way better things to do, like doing her nails, shopping, and most importantly, screwing around. I didn't get how their relationship worked. My dad was a workaholic and almost never around, but I was sure he knew his new wife was anything but faithful to him. I mean, how could he not miss it? Sometimes the guy was barely out the door when he came home. My father had a very well-paid-for job. But actually, I didn't know exactly what he did. It involved traveling a lot for him, and it had resulted in moving altogether 4 times already in the 3 years since I started living with him. That was very hard on my little brother. He was really shy for an 8-year-old boy. It seemed like every time he'd finally managed to make friends, we had to move. On top of that, no one but the long procession of nannies and me seemed to take any interest in him at all. I hurried down to the garage where I knew a driver would be waiting with a shiny black BMW, ready to drive me and my stepsister to school. Yes, I had a stepsister, the daughter of my stepmother from her former marriage. The two of them were so alike, both in character and looks. Although Jennifer's long blonde hair was real, unlike her mother who dyed it, the reason I hadn't run into her yet was because she always took her own sweet time getting ready, especially on the first day of school. Jennifer loved first days of school. She didn't mind moving either. She claimed that after a year she was sick and tired of all the boys anyway and looked forward to some new treats. I shivered at that thought, even though I knew that was her true thought. She always managed to make herself the most popular girl in school in a matter of hours and then proceeded to work her way around all the hot guys in the next year. At our last school, it didn't even take her an entire year. And that was not for lack of hot guys. I knew because Jennifer loved to gloat about all her conquests to me. So after our first day, I was always forced to ride with Jennifer, something she hated almost as much as I did. If I had gotten on her bad side, which was often, it meant I had to walk or catch the bus. It was getting late and I fidgeted in the leather seat. I sat in the back because I knew Jennifer would give a fit if she didn't get shotgun. That had happened last year and we'd nearly been late because of it. "Don't worry, miss, we'll be right on time," said the driver suddenly. He was new. That's why he didn't know my name. I blushed when I realized I hadn't even looked at him or said hello when I got into the car. Looking up, I met a pair of arresting blue eyes and a slightly tanned face. Messy blonde hair framed his features in soft curls, and I realized with a start that he was at the most 25 years old and stunningly handsome. Oh, I know, Jennifer doesn't want to be late on her first day. I just hate waiting. Don't get why it takes her so long to get ready. She's mostly plastic anyway. The words rushed from my mouth and shocked I slapped my hand over it. Treacherous voice. The driver laughed in a very masculine tone. Don't you know? Barbies need to get their daily dose of admiring themselves in the mirror. I smiled back at him hesitantly. He was nice. Too bad it wouldn't last very long. Either my stepmother or sister would sleep with him, or maybe both. Eventually, and he'd turn to hating me just as much as they did, or get fired by my dad. I'm Brittany. I introduced myself to him, sticking my hand out to him in a formal handshake, although it was a bit weird since he was twisted around in the driver's seat to face me. He took my hand and surprised me with a soft kiss on the top instead of shaking it. "My name is Dennis," he said with a smirk. He hurriedly let go off my hand and twisted to the front when Jennifer opened the door to the passenger seat and flung herself in it. She still managed to make that look graceful and sexy, of course. "Chauffeur drive," was all she said though, and by her harsh tone of voice, I knew she hadn't actually looked at the driver yet. Dennis raised his hand to his head in mock salute, even though it looked rather real with the gray cap on his soft blonde curls and the gray uniform. "Yes, ma'am," he said as he pulled out of the garage with ease. I leaned back in my own seat and started counting. I wondered how far I would get until she'd start flirting with Dennis. It couldn't be that long. Sure enough, just as I reached 13, I heard Jennifer purr. "So what's your name, handsome?" I suppressed a groan, but still I saw Dennis's eyes dart to mine in the rearview mirror. He didn't look pleased at all. It's Dennis William, ma'am," he said politely. Another look in the rearview mirror told me he was anxious and didn't like the way she was running her hands over his arm at all. The look was almost pleading, as if he hoped I would get him out of that mess. Well, that was new. As soon as Jennifer pulled out her seduction skills, everyone always fell for her. Sooner or later, and usually sooner. I shrugged at him, indicating that I was used to this, but I still said, "Hey Jennifer, you looking forward to school? Think there will be lots of hot guys?" I was sure that was the only topic that would get her mind off seducing poor Dennis. It worked because she chirped happily, "Oh yeah, can't wait to see." I tuned out the rest of what she was saying, having already heard it a few times in the past few days. I smirked at Dennis, mouthing, "You owe me." He nodded though, obviously relieved. When we reached the school, I looked the building over carefully. It was red brick and sprawled out wide, trees scattered around it. In golden letters above the entrance it said, "West Town High." Behind the school building, I could see a large forest spreading out. The parking lot was filled with people milling about, admiring cars, chatting about their holidays after the summer break, in general catching up with friends. Dennis drove the expensive BMW all the way up to the entrance, and with a look at Jennifer hurriedly got out to run around the car and open her door. Everyone was staring at the car, obviously wondering who would have a chauffeur bringing them to school, exactly like Jennifer wanted it. When Dennis opened her door, she glided out gracefully, like a superstar getting out and onto the red carpet. I shook my head wonderingly. It was no wonder she was popular on the first day of school, especially not clad as she was in a dark red summer dress that ended mid-thigh, exposing the long, smooth length of her legs. She waved her long, blonde locks over her shoulders as she reveled in the attention she was getting. In a rush, everyone that mattered was surrounding her. The guys offering to carry her bags and show her around, asking for her name and her number. Girls giving her fake hugs of welcome and air kisses, as they offered her their own names and all the latest gossip. The crowd was already moving away with Jennifer from the car. She always did that to make sure no one would notice my arrival. She didn't do well sharing attention. I was startled when Dennis popped his head in through my door. "You getting out, hun?" he asked with a warm smile. His blue eyes sparkled in amusement. I nodded. "Yeah, just giving the queen some time to get all their attention. Don't need them to notice me." He cocked his head to the side in question as he helped me get out of the car. "Why?" He looked really adorable when he did that. "Don't really like attention," I muttered at him as I straightened. Nobody was looking at us now. Everyone was focused on Jennifer, except maybe that geeky girl on that bench and those gothic-looking girls a little further down next to a car. "Thanks for diverting her attention earlier, by the way," Dennis said as he made his way around back to the driver's side. I shrugged. "No problem. How about I take you out on a date to make up for it?" he said with a grin. I drew in a sharp breath in surprise, and then glared at him. "You're joking, right?" He couldn't seriously be asking me out if he could get Jennifer, and she was obviously interested in him. "Not really," he said with a smile. "You okay with a Friday? I'll pick you up." He winked at the last part, obviously finding that funny since he was the chauffeur. I swallowed. Wow, he really wasn't joking. "No, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be free this Friday. In fact, I don't have an appointment this Friday. It's just that I don't think he's my type." I rejected him then as I waved goodbye. I had to hurry to get my schedule now. "See you after school then, Brittany," he called after me as I hurried inside. The doors closed behind me with an ominous thud, and I knew today was going to be very long. It wouldn't be long before people realized I was new too, and a sister of Jennifer. Then they'd all try to get to know me and ask all about her. For some reason, they always thought that being nice to me would get them closer to her somehow. That only lasted a day or two at the most, usually. After that, they'd realize how much Jennifer hated me and try to get into her good books by being mean to me too. I wasn't sure which behavior I hated most, to be honest. When Jennifer found out I had a date with the hot driver and she hadn't, she'd be really pissed. That usually resulted into her making up something I'd done so that my dad would ground me for her. I couldn't understand why nobody ever listened to my side of the story. Ever. After having collected my schedule and locker combination, I hurried off in that direction. Jennifer had been there as well, followed by a group of people as they all threw themselves at her in an effort to help and impress her. I dumped my bag in my locker and took the schedule and my books for my first period class with me as I searched for the right classroom. The building was large and sprawled out, and I just knew I'd get lost here the first few weeks. The first class was math, and I was glad to realize Jennifer wasn't in it. The teacher was an old, grizzled man, but he seemed nice enough. He waved me to my seat in the back after reading the note telling him I was new. I was really happy I didn't have to introduce myself to the class that stared at me with obvious interest. The people that hadn't seen Jennifer yet, obviously wondering who I was, and the ones that had seen her wondering what my connection to her was. As I sat down, the teacher, Mr. Cook, said, "Sarah, would you please help out Brittany as much as possible? If she's behind on anything, let me know." Then he launched into an explanation about this year's topics he'd discuss with us and the rest of the curriculum. The girl next to me gave me a friendly smile. She wore jeans and a light blue top that matched with her beautiful baby blue eyes. Her brown hair cascaded around her in beautiful wavy locks, and I couldn't help but wonder if she was one of the popular crowd or not. "I'm Sarah, and don't worry. Reynolds is a cool teacher even though he looks scary. I'll show you around if you want," she whispered as she stuck out her hand to me. I shook it carefully. "I'm Brittany, obviously." "Thanks, that would be nice. I'm sure I'm going to get really lost here. It's all so big." She nodded, but we didn't have the chance to talk any further for the rest of that class. I was glad to see that I wasn't behind at all. In fact, I was ahead off the curriculum by a little. That was good, because that meant I didn't have to work harder or struggle with this subject. Even though I hated math, I knew I wasn't bad at it. I ignored all the stares I was getting and meekly handed Sarah my schedule after class was over. She was sad to see she didn't have the next period with me, but offered to walk me to the next class anyway. I happily accepted and found it easy to talk to her as she fended off curious people with just a stare. That definitely meant she was popular, didn't it? But I wasn't so sure as we passed a group clustered around Jennifer. She didn't spare them so much as a glance, and most girls there actually glared at her as we passed. At the door to physics, she wished me fun and said with a mischievous smile, "I'll see you at English next period, if you can find it." Then she darted away through the filled corridors to her own class. With physics, I did have to introduce myself, but it was made easier because Jennifer was in this class too. I got away with hurriedly saying, "I'm Brittany Baker, and I just moved here. I love music and reading." After that, I scurried to a chair in the back and sat down, beside a bored-looking skinny guy with a messy mohawk. He didn't even look up when Jennifer started introducing herself, taking her own sweet time. There were some oohs when they heard she had the same last name as me, but that seemed quickly forgotten as they all stared at her. Completely entranced, it seemed. Even the teacher. "She really your sister?" asked the mohawk guy halfway through class all of a sudden. I shrugged. "Stepsister, actually." "Ah, that explains. You look nothing alike," he said. And then he resumed staring at the chalkboard again, as if it was the most important thing in the world. We didn't exchange any more words, but it didn't take that as a bad thing. After all, he was the only one of the guys in there that didn't stare at Jennifer. That made him score really high in my book. After physics was over, I really didn't have a clue where to go. I had been slow to leave the room, one of the last ones besides the mohawk guy, but he seemed to be absorbed in himself anyway. Jennifer had disappeared with a crowd down one corridor, but I didn't know if she had English with me or some other class. I started off in a different direction, hoping to find someone I could ask for help. 10 minutes later, I stood in front of the classroom door to my English class. I was late. The class had already started. Stupid Sarah, with her prediction, I thought with a slight smile. Then I knocked on the door, hoping that the teacher would forgive me, since this was my first day after all. "Come in," I heard a male voice call, It was low and pleasant, and it sounded like he had a British accent. I opened the door a little hesitantly and stepped into the room. My eyes immediately found Jennifer standing in front of the class. Apparently, she'd been introducing herself. I groaned internally. Great, that meant she'd be pissed off with me for interrupting. "Jennifer, why don't you sit down?" the teacher said, and only then did I notice him. He couldn't be older than 25, just like Danis really. He was tall though, reaching over 6 foot easily. I could tell that even though he was slumped on the edge of his desk, his long legs trailing in front of him clad in ripped jeans. A white button-down dress shirt was stretched across a wide, muscular chest and did nothing to hide how well-built he was. But more importantly, he had beautiful, stormy gray eyes that stared at me as if he could see right through me. Luscious lips slightly parted to show a set of white teeth with dark brown hair hanging messily across his forehead. His nose was flared a little, as if he was breathing in deeply, smelling something he rather liked. I swallowed nervously, suddenly finding it impossible to look away from those stormy eyes. They sparked something in the back of my mind. A feeling? It was spiraling down into my body, making it tingle in the most delicious way possible. The teacher suddenly cleared his throat, and then he said, "You are late. Care to explain why? And while you're at it, introduce yourself too." His voice was beautiful in that British accent, a little husky, and I wondered why that was. I shivered and blushed, finally looking away from him to survey the class. Then I said, "I got lost. I'm new here. My name's Brittany Baker." I swear I saw him shiver as I spoke, but then he nodded and said a little brusquely, "Have a seat, Brittany. Don't let it happen again." I hurriedly took a seat in the back of the class, right next to Sarah, who appeared to have saved me a seat. She looked at me knowingly, winking once before focusing on the teacher. All I could think was, "Oh my God, he's smoking hot. Oh my God, I have a crush on my teacher and I don't even know what he's like." I didn't dare look up at him again during his entire class, but I could tell everyone liked him. Jennifer was doing her very best to seduce him, sitting all the way in the front. Then again, pretty much every girl tried to get his attention one way or another. Except Sarah, she just kept smirking at me and him as if she knew something I didn't. I had to hold back a groan as the girl standing right next to me introduced herself to the class, my class. She did it with such an air that told me she'd done it plenty of times before and reveled in the attention. Little attention seeker she was. The too small red dress she wore said it all. It screamed it at me from a mile away. She was definitely the type of girl I tried to avoid as much as possible during daytime. At night, maybe if I was very desperate for a meal, but even then, I didn't like her scent very much. Too many chemicals from the perfume sprayed on her skin and the soaps and creams she'd used. Currently, she was smiling flirtatiously at me every other word, while still managing to wrap every single male in the classroom around her little finger. Except me, of course. She was skilled, I had to give her that. But that didn't mean I liked her, and definitely not that I was impressed. She probably had a tiny bit of siren blood in her somewhere. The heritage unknown to her, but she definitely took advantage of it. A knock on the door made me smile. Finally, an excuse to get that Jennifer away from me. "Come in," I called, groaning internally when I heard the girl population in my class sigh collectively at my words. Damned accent. I should have just gone for the American accent, even though I hated it with a passion. The door opened and someone stepped into the room. I couldn't see who, seated on the edge of my desk behind Jennifer as I was, but a delicious scent assaulted my nostrils. Jennifer stiffened, and I was sure she was glaring at whoever it was, her shoulders tensed like an angry cat. "Why don't you sit down, Jennifer?" I said smoothly, gesturing towards a seat as I spoke. Jennifer whirled around to me, her blue eyes sparkling, a pout on her full lips. I suspected she thought it looked seductive, but it didn't do anything for me. Disappointment flew across her features, but she masked it quickly, sauntering to a chair in the front, swaying with her hips in such a way that I briefly wondered how she managed to walk at all. It just didn't look natural to me. Still, the boys in the room seemed to like it, all eyes glued to her. I turned to face the newcomer and then wished that I didn't. I must have looked like a fool, my mouth falling open just so I could taste her scent better. It was her that I'd smelled before, so delicious that it was almost mouth-watering. Except that the thought alone of biting her for food felt repulsive. A different kind of delicious. She was small, but her legs were long and clad in very snug black jeans, small feet encased in black, worn-looking all-stars. She wore a black sleeveless shirt and a silver necklace, but I couldn't see what exactly. She had her arms crossed in front of her, clutching books to her chest, as if she thought she could hide behind them. Her skin was golden, like the sun itself was captured behind it. She seemed to almost glow with it, and I felt such a strong urge to reach out and touch her, to run my hand across that perfect skin, to make her moan my name. I had to clutch the desk tightly to keep myself from actually doing so. She had long auburn hair, cascading around her in wide natural curls, more evidence that the sun lived inside her. Her eyes were a golden brown color, and I realized that both summer and autumn were seasons that described how beautiful she looked. She had literally taken my breath away. I had to force myself to restart the unnecessary motion of breathing. I couldn't go around scaring the kids here. Her eyes were just so amazing that I felt like I would never be able to look away. The longer I looked, the more they seemed like endless pools of molten gold, shining with such allure, pulling me in and telling me they would never let me go. The tingling spreading through my body along with the lust uncurling in the pit of my stomach like an angry beast woke me up. "You are late. Care to explain why? And while you're at it, introduce yourself too." I wanted to snap at her for making me lose my cool, but my voice came out husky and strained. I knew what it meant, and it scared me. I got lost. "I'm new here. My name's Brittany Baker." Her voice was like nothing I'd heard before, so melodic and sweet that it sent a shiver down my spine. I hoped nobody saw that. She was uncomfortable with all the attention she was getting, I could tell, the way she glanced around at the classroom. The urge to alleviate her suffering was instant, but I still managed to sound sterner than before. "Have a seat, Brittany. Don't let it happen again." I nodded as I spoke the words, pleased with myself for sounding so collected now. Only then did her words sunk in. Brittany Baker. Oh no. She had the same last name as that Jennifer? They were siblings? Impossible. Brittany, such an old-fashioned name. It suited her in a way. It made her stand out from the rest of the girls these days. I knew I'd never call her Brittany if I didn't have to, though. My tongue already yearning to call her Brit or Brittany. She had walked to a seat in the back, right beside Sarah, and I recognized the mischievous look in my sister's eyes only too well. At her wink, one that told me she knew exactly what I'd been thinking when I first laid eyes on Brittany, I scrambled to a standing position and started class. I couldn't concentrate very well, not with that goddess sitting in the back, spreading that delicious scent. I couldn't understand how none of the other boys seemed affected by it. They still only had eyes for that Jennifer. "Mr. Clitton, can you explain me that assignment again?" asked Jennifer halfway through my class. She was leaning forward on her desk so her breast pushed up, revealing more cleavage than I was sure I was legally allowed to see on a student. I swallowed my annoyance and carefully explained it to the entire class again, not even once stepping closer to the blonde as she flirtatiously batted her eyelashes, enticing me to come closer. I only had eyes for Brittany, though. She didn't look at me, her face constantly flushed as she blushed furiously. It made her even more beautiful. Every now and then it seemed like she'd gathered enough courage to peek up through her long lashes and look at me. Every single time my eyes met those golden orbs of hers and I couldn't look away. I had never been so happy as I was today when I finally dismissed my class for the lunch break. Although it also made me sad because it meant that Angel would be leaving me too. She was one of the last to leave, and before I realized what I'd done, I'd grabbed her wrist. It made her freeze in her tracks. The shock of actually touching her skin was so intense, it nearly had me staggering. It was a good thing the desk was at my back, or I really would have. Lust slammed into me as if the floodgates had been opened. I was almost instantly hard and craving for her body, my eyes surely darkening to black. I knew I had to look away from her golden orbs, but it seemed an impossible task. My mouth felt parched. I wondered what her kiss would taste like. She was trembling, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open to show me the tempting moistness inside. Oh damn, all 7 hells. Someone stop me before I really do kiss her right here on the spot. "Mr. Clitton?" Sarah's voice interrupted us just at that moment. Bless my sister. I let go off Brittany's wrist instantly, stepping back a little. "Don't be late again. Next time we'll land you a detention." Oh, why did I say that? I sounded so harsh and gruff, she was going to hate me for sure. Her eyes had widened further at my words, and I could tell she was shocked. I hurried to ease her mind. Don't worry, I'm sure you won't get lost a second time. I added a wink for good measure, to show her I wasn't all that serious. She nodded slowly, her mouth closing with a snap, as if she only now realized it had been open. It won't happen again, I promise, Mr. Clitton, she said with her melodic voice. Then she hurriedly sped from the room. You are in deep shit, brother, was all Sarah said to me as she followed the angel. She cast me one look over her shoulder that told me we were going to have a very long talk on the way home. I wasn't sure I was going to like it. I wasn't sure I cared though, because all my mind was screaming was, you found your mate, your soulmate. Follow her, get her, make her yours, mark her. It took a lot of effort to remain seated on my desk, like I usually did. It took a hell of a lot of effort. My body yearned to go after Brittany just as much as my mind. I really needed to calm down first though. I sat down heavily in my chair. I found my soulmate, and she's a student, and I'm her teacher. She's a human, and I'm a vampire. All I knew was, she's going to be mine. As alking to the persict, as alking treberding to the persev, as alking to the persevers, ix edding. As alking to the persevering to the perseveration of the persevers, as alking to the perseveration of the perseveration in the distance, and I rather liked that. It didn't appear like Sarah had much friends, but she didn't care much about that. To my surprise, the only one who joined us at our table was the guy with the mohawk. The one that didn't speak all that much and wasn't interested in Jennifer. He cast me a curious glance and then looked at Sarah, but he didn't utter a word. Sarah introduced him as, "This is Bob, don't bother trying to get him to talk. He hates talking." She rolled her eyes at the boy's stupidity or something of the like, then compared my schedule to hers, smiling when it turned out we had 2 more classes together. Even more shockingly, Bob peered over my schedule and then said he had the only other class left with me. He cast me a friendly look before saying, "At least you won't be alone in any of your classes now." Sarah winked at me. "Wow, you're being nice, Bob, since when did that happen?" But the sarcastic comment didn't faze the boy. In fact, he just shrugged and went back to disinterestingly fussing with his food. Wasn't he hungry? I talked with Sarah for the rest of the lunch break until I heard the conversation at the table over getting louder. It was the table Jennifer was sitting at, and she was definitely the center of attention. A large crowd surrounding her. "Nothing is impossible," I heard Jennifer scoff. She still did it beautifully, of course. Nothing she did on purpose would ever make her look anything but that. She made sure of it. "He will be mine. By the end of the month, he won't be able to resist," my stepsister continued, twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger. I wasn't sure who she was talking about, but I had the feeling it was Mr. Clitton, our English teacher. As if to confirm that thought, Jennifer said in response to someone, "No one is able to resist me, girl, not even Mr. C. Clitton." Sarah made a choking sound, and one look at her face told me she was trying to hold back a laugh. Shaking her head, the pretty brunette exchanged a look with Bob, intertwining the fingers of her hands in a curious way while nodding in my direction. Bob stiffened and then looked at me, as if seeing me for the first time. Then he nodded slowly, as if he could see what she meant. "Guys?" I asked them wonderingly. "Nothing, hun," Sarah said with a smile. "I just find it so funny that your stepsister thinks she can get our brother to fall for her." Blood. Is she talking about Mr. Clitton? I nearly spit out my drink as I stared them. I hadn't even realized Bob and Sarah were siblings. "Mr. Clitton is your brother?" I asked, shocked. Bob nodded, a smile on his lips as Sarah said a little crankily, "Yeah, it really sucks, you know, your own brother teaching at your school. I never get a date. All the boys are scared of him." That just had to make me laugh, and Bob joined in. "Can't be that bad, Sarah. At least you don't have a stepsister who steals all the boys away." "True," she smiled at me, but her eyes were twinkling as if she knew something I didn't again. Then she said, "I think we're going to be best friends." The rest of the day passed by in a blur. It was great having either Sarah or Bob around. It meant I didn't get lost again, and that the teachers didn't bother me either. Except one class. The rest of my classes were all without Jennifer. I found my thoughts wandering though, and as I doodled through most of my classes, I realized that I'd been drawing the same thing over and over again. A pair of storming gray eyes. I couldn't be falling for my English teacher. That was wrong. I couldn't be. It was even worse that he was apparently the brother of the 2 people I'd become friends with today. But the tingling sensations I'd felt when I first laid eyes on him, or the shock of electricity going through me when he grabbed my wrist. That was something I'd never experienced before. Or the fact that it was so hard to look away from his eyes once they'd captured mine. He'd been staring at me. I knew he had been. Sarah had definitely noticed something between us. She'd been smirking at her brother and me the whole time. When school was finally over, I waved at Sarah and Bob as they sauntered over to a flashy red car that looked very fast and expensive. They stood waiting next to it, so I knew it belonged to Mr. Clitton. I wasn't surprised. He seemed like the type to like fast cars. Dennis was already there too, waiting with the car, so I made my way over to him, trying my best to ignore the stares and glaring at those who did try to approach me. It seemed like with Sarah and Bob gone, their protection was too. When I reached Dennis, he smiled at me and opened his arms for a hug. It wasn't very professional on his part, but I guess he saw how harried I felt, offering some comfort. As I hugged him, I felt immediately a little more relaxed, and I smiled at him gratefully. The sudden feeling that someone was glaring at me made me whirl around though, only to meet those stormy gray eyes from all the way across the parking lot. Mr. Clitton was standing right next to his car, his fists clenched. I didn't see Sarah or Bob, so they must have already been in the car. Was my English teacher seriously glaring at me because I'd hugged the driver? Dennis suddenly draped his arm around my waist, the gesture a little defiant, as if he was doing it on purpose to vex Mr. Clitton. "Well, that's one teacher who doesn't seem to like you," I heard Dennis say as Mr. Clitton finally turned around and got into his car. He sped off a little recklessly, especially for a teacher. "I was late for his class because I got lost," I offered as an explanation, shrugging out of Dennis's embrace and hurrying into the car. I was glad to be finally out of sight of everyone. I really hated attention. It took a while before Jennifer showed up, but I didn't mind. It was fun talking to Dennis. He was very easygoing and relaxed. He made me laugh at silly jokes, and I felt really at ease around him. So at ease that I even started to forget about Mr. Clitton and his beautiful stormy gray eyes. When she did show up, she still wasn't alone. There was one boy carrying her backpack. He was cute, but certainly not handsome. I guess he only got to carry her backpack because she felt sorry for him. Two more guys flanked her, both buff and handsome. Obviously, they would be part of the football team or something. 3 more girls were with her, and they all looked a little green behind her back. I guess that would be her new besties, as Jennifer called her fake girlfriends. She kissed the 2 football players each on the cheek as she said goodbye, and then turned to hug all 3 girls, giving them air kisses. That was a habit I really didn't get. All those girls hated each other's guts, yet they pretended to love each other. Jennifer slipped into the front seat at long last and imperiously told Dennis to start driving. She barely spared him a glance now, lost in thought. It was unusual behavior for her, but I didn't comment. Instead, both Dennis and I remained quiet, sharing the occasional glance through the rearview mirror. Once he started pulling funny faces, though, it was hard not to laugh. I had to slap my hand across my mouth to keep from making noise. I didn't want to wake the beast. At home, Jennifer left the garage in a hurry, her usual gracefulness disappearing completely. But I took my time, sharing a few more jokes with Dennis, most of them about Jennifer. Then I said goodbye and followed my stepsister into the house. I could not believe my day had gone so well, making 2 friends at school and possibly a friend at home as well. Dennis was extremely nice and funny. Then I remembered the date I had promised to go on with him. Did he want to be more than friends? Immediately, I remembered Mr. Clitton and I felt my cheeks tingle as I blushed. That would never work out. It would be much better if I'd set my eyes on Dennis instead, although he was a little old for me too. As I stepped into the house, I heard yelling. It was clear it was Jennifer. She always screeched at the tops of her lungs to her mother if she was upset with something. I wondered what that was. I hoped it had nothing to do with me. "Brittany Lee," my little brother squealed as he sped around the corner to hug my leg with a death grip. I couldn't help but smile. "Hey, giant," I told him as I affectio-Alexly rubbed his head. His golden brown eyes stared up at mine with such intense happiness that I knew he'd had a horrible day. His nanny came around the corner then, an elderly woman with a stern face this time. She looked a little flustered. I guessed it was from having to chase my impulsive, hyperactive little brother. "Oh, there you are, Andy," the woman panted as she spotted us. I saw him scrunch up his face as he tugged on my shirt, telling me to get down to his level. As I bent down, he whispered in my ear, "I don't like her. She's mean." Of course, he whispered loud enough for the nanny to hear. She scoffed as if she'd heard it a few times before and didn't believe him. I patted his head. Don't worry, hey, it'll be fine, I promise. I won't let anyone hurt you. I wished someone would look out for me as well, but I knew that was just wishful thinking. As if they'd heard me think it, my stepmom suddenly yelled, "Brittany, get over here now." I couldn't help but flinch. I knew Jennifer had been screeching about something I'd done. Sorry, Giant, I gotta go. Talk to you later, Kay? I told my little brother, ruffling his dark hair again. Behave, okay? I'll read you a story tonight. Andy nodded his little head, his face scrunched up. Careful, Am, Stephanie is unhappy, he whispered before following his nanny meekly back into the kitchen. I breathed in deeply and followed the sound of my stepmother's voice into the living room. There, Jennifer was staring smugly at me, her arms crossed in front of her. Stephanie, my stepmom was glaring at me. What the hell are you thinking, Brittany? You can't go around flirting with a teacher. I didn't think even you would sink that low. My stepmother screamed as soon as I entered. Oh, so that's what I've done? Jennifer just totally turned that around. The bitch. I didn't do anything, I said. It was a lame defense, but I knew it was useless anyway. Jennifer had fed her mother so many lies by now, and she'd back them up, that anything I said would only make things worse. She continued on a rant, accusing me of all kinds of slutty things I'd apparently done during Mr. Clitton's class. Worst was that she finished with, "Because it seems I just can't trust you, I'm making sure you get transferred to a different teacher's class." Shocked, I stared at her. You can't do that. I didn't do anything wrong. Jennifer was the one doing all that. Don't you lie to me, Stephanie hissed, slapping me hard across the cheek. Her other hand came up to grab onto my arm tightly, squeezing so hard that her nails dug into my arm, piercing the skin. Go to your room and don't let me see you again, she added as she shoved me towards the staircase. When she let go, she stalked out of the living herself, not checking if I obeyed her or not. Jennifer smirked at me triumphantly from across the room. He's going to be mine. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It didn't take a genius to guess she was talking about Mr. Clitton. You know he'll lose his job, right? If people find out, I told her, feeling angry at the hot jealousy spreading through me. I wasn't going to see Mr. Clitton again, and she would have all the time to sink her hooks into him. It was ridiculous because I would never want anything like that from a teacher anyway. It was, after all, not allowed, Jennifer laughed. I know, Brittany, but I don't care. I could only stare at her in shock for a moment before I hurried up the stairs to my room. I couldn't stand to be near that girl any longer. Behind me, I heard her say, loud enough for me to hear, "He's going to be mine." Remember that? Sprawled on my back, I stared at the white ceiling. At least my bed was comfy. I had finished unpacking all my things and played with Andy for a while. Taking him out of the nanny's hands, she didn't seem to mind, and he definitely didn't. He really didn't like her. It was after dinner, and for me, it had been served up in my room. I was still banned from my stepmother's sight, apparently. I didn't really find that a punishment. I didn't like seeing her either. At 9, exactly, my phone rang. Surprised, I fumbled as I picked up. I wasn't used to being called. I usually didn't have any friends thanks to Jennifer. Of course it was Sarah. Hey, Brittany. She chirped happily when I finally managed to pick up. How's it going? Finished unpacking? The girl hurried to ask. Then suddenly she added, Oh, Bob says hi and Alexander is glaring. You are glaring. I couldn't help but laugh. Sarah was just so happy and impulsive. A lot like Danis, actually. Only then did I realize that Alexander was probably Mr. Clitton's name. I liked it. It was a little old-fashioned, but it suited him. Say hi back to them for me, Sarah, I told my friend, still smiling. And yeah, I'm done packing. I'm grounded though, Brittany says. Hi back, guys, Sarah repeated for me. I could imagine her lying on her back on the couch, her legs dangling of the top. It seemed a very typical position for her. Wait, what? Grounded? Why? I groaned as I threw myself backwards on my bed again. You are not going to believe this, Sarah. Why? What happened? Alex, go away. Sarah's voice became a little annoyed as she was fending off her older brother, obviously. I could hear him talking in the background, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. I was blushing now, even though no one could see me. The object of the reason for my grounding was right there. He might even be able to hear me talk. This was embarrassing. I I got grounded because apparently I was flirting with your brother, I told Sarah as softly as possible in the hope that Alexander couldn't hear. What? You didn't flirt with Bob. What are you talking about? Sarah said loudly though, and I really wanted to hit her on the head. Groaning again, I buried my face in my pillow. Sarah, the other brother? Oh, well, you weren't flirting with him either. In fact, you were the only one not flirting with him today. Much to his disappointment, I might add. Ouch, Alex. That's not nice. Can you believe that Brittany, my own brother and legal guardian, just totally hit me? I would have hit you too for that, Sarah. I don't need your brother to hear all that. It's embarrassing, I told my new friend softly, but I couldn't help but smile a little. Mr. Clitton wanted me to flirt with him? Or was that just a joke? Oh, I'm sorry, Brittany. Let me get outside. But really, I don't understand why you're grounded. There was some muffled noise, then some angry comments towards her brothers, and then finally, the sound of a door slamming shut. There? Now they can't hear a thing. Now, Spill? Sarah sounded a little out of breath. Jennifer told my stepmom that I was flirting with him. That's all, really. She just totally told her mom that I did pretty much everything she was doing. Oh, and I'm not just grounded. My stepmom is going to get my schedule rearranged so I won't have English from Mr. Clitton. I couldn't help but sound sad as I said that. Obviously, Sarah caught on to it. Or maybe she just thought I was sad I wouldn't have that class with her anymore. That bitch. She's not going to get away with that, hun. I promise. I'll take care of it. Then the girl laughed evilly. I'll make Alex take care of it. Sarah, he doesn't need to know. It's no big deal, I hissed at her, mortified at the thought that she'd talked to Mr. Clitton about it. It was already embarrassing enough. We talked a while longer about all kinds of things, but then I had to hang up hurriedly. My stepmom was coming up the stairs. Or maybe it was Jennifer. One or the other, because I could hear the clicking of heels. Shortly after I'd hung up and stuffed my phone underneath my pillow, my door swung open. It was my stepmother. She was smiling smugly. You can pick up your new schedule tomorrow morning. Don't let me hear any more about this. Got it? She slammed the door shut on her way out, swaying her hips as if a man was watching her. Maybe there was. You never knew when she took a dates home with her. After all, my dad was already away on business again. There was the Ningzile. There was the Major's political pastincation. There was the Mage the Vicinglation's apology, despite the fact that it was still nice weather. Stephanie's long nails and bruising grip from the night before had left a dark bruise on my left arm, including a few gauges where her nails had cut the skin. At least you couldn't really see where she hit me in the face. At the most, my right cheek was a little more red than the left. Nothing a little makeup couldn't fix, though. When I came downstairs, my little brother was already in the kitchen, happily eating the pancakes the nanny had made for him. It seemed she'd finally done something right in his book. I smiled at the woman as she handed me a plate of pancakes as well. They were absolutely delicious. I could see why Andy liked her better now. After that, I made my way down to the garage to greet Dennis. He was leaning against the car with a smile on his face. He hugged me good morning enthusiastically. Hey, beautiful. I shook my head. Save that one for Jennifer. She'll like it. Shortly after Jennifer arrived, she seemed in a really good mood, and it wasn't hard to guess why. My rearranged schedule, after all. She would have free reign during English now to get Mr. Clitton to fall for her. She was in too good a mood for me to distract her, much to Dennis's dismay. But it was both sickening and entertaining to watch Jennifer flirt with him. When we arrived at school, I waited for Jennifer to get out and gather the crowd around her. I didn't need to get caught up in that. It would probably result in a fight between me and her. She really liked to make fun of me in public. Dennis said goodbye to me when I got out, wishing me good luck facing the day. It felt like I would need it. As soon as I got out of the car, I was tackled into a hug by Sarah. There you are. You took your own sweet time getting out of that car. You hiding some hot guy in there? She tried peering through the dark tinted windows, but apparently didn't see a thing, as the car was already speeding away. I laughed. As a matter of fact, I am. Dennis, that's the driver. He's pretty cute. But don't ever tell him I said that. Sarah's eyes got the size of tea saucers. Oh my, I didn't expect that answer. You dirty girl. For some reason, my skin was tingling, and when I looked up from Sarah's face, I realized it was because Mr. Clitton was standing right next to her now, a scowl on his handsome face that told me he'd heard what I had said. I was immediately blushing. Oh shit, why did I say something like that? That was more Jennifer's thing to say anyway. They're all assuming I was doing something with Dennis now. Danis and I are just friends, you know? He's the driver. I only see him when he drives us here and when he picks us up. I tried to explain more for Mr. Clitton's benefit than Sarah's. I didn't know why I wanted to make it clear to him that we weren't dating. Mr. Clitton was already brushing past me so he could get inside. I couldn't help but stare after his retreating form. He was so well built, with a perfect butt. Oh, get a grip on yourself, Brittany. Sarah was smiling as she looked at me, that knowing look in her eyes again. Come on, hun, let's get inside and find that new schedule of yours. She pulled me with her by my hand, her grip surprisingly hard and strong for her slight build. Bob followed behind us. It seemed as though he followed his little sister everywhere if he could. I could understand that. Sarah was the type that needed watching over to keep her out of trouble. I hate my stepmom, I told them fervently as we reached the office. It's not fair, I didn't do anything, unlike Jennifer. Sarah was nodding. Don't worry, I told you I fixed it. You had Alex fix it, corrected Bob from behind us gruffly, but a look over my shoulder told me he was smiling in amusement at his sister. It was obvious they got along great. The lady at the desk handed me my new schedule without looking at us twice, and I scanned it over hurriedly, gasping in surprise when I realized I had not only kept my English period with Mr. Clitton, but swapped my last class of the day from Spanish to biology with Mr. Clitton again. I have 2 classes with your brother as teacher now, I asked, utterly surprised. Biology, which before I had before Spanish with Mr. Clitton, instead had been completely boring and horrible. But this was worse. This can't be right. You have to change this. They're going to kill me when they find out, I squeaked, already imagining the explosive reaction from my stepmother and stepsister. It was definitely going to hurt. Why? It's perfect. That last class is without Jennifer, so she can't tell on you if you do flirt with him. See? Perfect, Sarah exclaimed happily. Why does he teach both bio and English? It doesn't make sense, I exclaimed. Who's going to kill you, Brittany? Interrupted Bob, his sister. He at least had picked up on my panic now. My stepmom and sister, of course. They're not gonna like this at all. Oh, don't be such a wuss. It'll be fine eventually. Come on. We're going to be late. Sarah waved my complaints away. I was really dreading 3rd period. It would mean I got to see Mr. Clitton again and that I didn't mind. I was almost dying to get another look at him. But it meant Jennifer would realize her scheming hadn't worked as well. As 2nd period with Bob ended, however, I found myself hopelessly lost again. Because I wanted to postpone Jennifer noticing I still had the same English class I had ducked into another corridor. Stupid, very stupid idea. Now I was running late. AGAN. When I finally found the right room, the door was already closed and I had to knock. I stood in front of the door for a short moment, hesitating. Maybe I should just skip. No, silly Brittany, you've never skipped a class in your life. I knocked softly, hoping that maybe he didn't hear it. No such luck. His voice was low and sexy as he called, "Come in," just like yesterday. I opened the door and stepped into the room, carefully avoiding looking at anyone, especially Jennifer. It didn't stop me from hearing her gasp sharply, and then hiss something angrily at the girl sitting next to her. I kept my eyes on the toes of my Converse, though, afraid to look at Mr. Clitton for fear of being unable to look away again. So you decided to join us at last, Ms. Baker? He said in that sexy British accent, his voice husky. I dared glance up at him through my eyelashes, to see that he was staring at me like a hungry wolf. Those stormy gray eyes darker than they were yesterday. I'm sorry, Mr. Clitton. I got lost again, I stammered, expecting people to laugh at the reason of my lateness. The fact that it was true didn't make it any better. To my surprise, only a few people laughed. One of them obviously Jennifer, the rest her follower girls. Mr. Clitton nodded as he gestured to the empty seat next to Sarah, who was smirking deviously again. Detention this afternoon. I don't tolerate tardiness, especially not twice in a row. He sounded so stern, I couldn't keep myself from flinching at his tone of voice. As I passed him, though, on my way to my seat, I could feel goosebumps rise on my skin. I didn't fail to notice how he shivered either, nor the sharp intake of breath he took. I slid down as low as possible in my seat, hoping nobody would notice me for the rest of the lesson. Sarah just patted my hand softly once and then focused on Mr. Clitton too. He was talking about the book we'd be reading in class. Unlike yesterday, he was seated behind his desk now, He looked tense and uncomfortable, and I wondered what the reason for that was. His eyes constantly strayed towards me. Every time I looked up, he would just be looking away from me, exactly opposite of yesterday. Jennifer's behavior was horrible. She was constantly raising her hand and asking questions, most of them having something to do with how she couldn't find something in her book. It meant he had to go over to her. She took that opportunity to rub against him in any way possible that didn't look like it was on purpose. It made my blood boil. She was just such a dirty bitch, and she didn't even care that Mr. Clitton could totally lose his job. It felt horrible that she was the one touching him when my hands were itching so badly to run my fingers through his dark hair and across his pale skin. When at long last the class was over and nearly everyone had left, Jennifer stayed behind to flirt some more with him, casting angry glares in my direction for still being there. She didn't know that Sarah was the one holding onto my arm tightly so I couldn't leave. Mr. Clitton was running his hands through his hair in obvious annoyance. "Jennifer, ask a classmate if you have so much trouble keeping your place in the book. I can't help you with every single detail." After that, she trailed off a little uncertainly. She obviously didn't understand why her charm wasn't working on him. I could only say that I was ridiculously relieved about that, and for that, I had to scold myself. He's a teacher. Alex, what the hell? Detention? That's just totally unfair and uncalled for. She was lost. "Where's your sense of chivalry?" Sarah exclaimed. She was still holding on tightly to my arm and had dragged me all the way over to his desk, bringing me agonizingly close to him. Close enough that I could feel his body warmth and that I could practically feel how tense he was too. "She was late, Sarah. Now go, all right?" "I need to prepare for my next class," was all he said, sitting down in his chair heavily. "Fine," my friend hissed, and then she pulled me with her out of the class. I cast one quick look over my shoulder and met his stormy gray eyes. They were smoldering, and it made me very warm all over, especially low in my body. During lunch, we chatted idly. That was until Jennifer waltzed past us, glaring daggers at me. Oh yeah, I was so dead when I got home today. I was almost happy I landed a detention. At least it meant I'd be home later than usual. The rest of the day passed by in a blur, until biology, of course. Neither Bob or Sarah had that class with me, so I had to sit in the back, all by myself. I didn't mind that much. I had an unrestricted view on Mr. Clitton and no Jennifer shamelessly flirting with him either. He didn't look all that much at me here. He seemed more at ease as he explained things, gesturing with his hands as he talked animatedly. He was definitely a good teacher because even those that struggled seemed to understand everything by the end of class. He just explained everything in such simple, easy words. It was a pleasure to be with him in the room this way, and I had almost forgiven Sarah for doing this to me. His voice just gave me shivers, and it was so easy to get lost in a daydream where I could date him, in which he was absolutely in love with me, and mostly in which he was running those strong hands over my skin in some way, bringing me pleasure. I was blushing furiously when I realized what I was thinking of. The class was already emptying out, and I started stuffing my things back into my backpack hurriedly. Don't think like that, Brittany. Bad thoughts. Bad girl. Suddenly, he was right next to my desk, looming over me because he was so bloody tall. "Did you forget you had detention with me, Brittany?" He was smirking, and it looked absolutely delicious. I just wanted to kiss his lips. I shook my head as I blushed scarlet. "Bad girl." "No, I didn't forget Mr. Clitton," I muttered softly. The classroom was deserted now, and the door closed. I was sure no one was going to disturb us. That made me swallow convulsively. Why was he so close to me? Didn't he know how badly I just wanted to touch him? As if he heard me, he stepped back a little, sitting down on the desk next to mine. "How come you keep getting lost? It's not that difficult to find your way around here." He trailed off, sounding unsure of how to continue. "I'll tell Bob to escort you tomorrow, he won't mind," he said then. "I'm sure I'll be on time tomorrow, Mr. Clitton." "No need to bother Bob," I said as I shifted in my seat uncomfortably. Was I going to have to do anything? Or were we just going to sit here and talk? That seemed a little unusual. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed my wrist, his other hand yanking my sleeve up. It didn't hurt, but he wasn't particularly gentle either. "Mr. Clitton?" I exclaimed a little shocked. "You're hurt," was all he said, his voice tight, controlled as if he was keeping anger at bay by a small thread. I stared down at my arm, at the bruise and cuts my stepmom had given me. "Oh, yeah, it's nothing," I told him. "It's not nothing to me. Who did this?" he said, still in that tight voice, but his stormy eyes showed concern. It woke that warm feeling inside me again, my stomach fluttering. "No one," I muttered. He didn't need to know that this happened plenty of times. Always small things, of course, but it did happen often enough. "Britt, don't lie," he exclaimed, sounding more frustrated than angry now. His left hand was still holding my wrist while his right hand was running over the bruise, checking the cuts, as if to make sure it wasn't too bad. I shivered at both his touch and the use of that unfamiliar nickname. Only Andy occasionally said that, but he shortened my name to so many things. It felt really nice to have him call me that. "It's none of your business, Mr. Clitton," I forced out. My eyes were trying to close, and my body was already leaning into him, yearning to get as close to him as possible. Suddenly, he let go of my arm and stepped backwards. "Please, don't call me that." "I hate it. Makes me sound old. Just Alexander or Nathan or Alex," he complained. And suddenly, he sounded just like a teenager. Albeit a very hot, very masculine teenager. Okay, Alexander," I said slowly, confused by the sudden change of topic. This time, I was sure I didn't imagine it when I saw him shiver. His eyes closed for a second. "Good," was all he said, but the words sounded husky. He turned around and walked back to his desk. "Take the time to do your homework or something." "Britt," I shivered as he uttered that nickname again. Why did he do that? It wasn't proper. Nor was telling me to call him by his first name. Just Tav. All his Bren's and Mission and H-Tav to stack his back to pick me up when I was finally allowed to go home. I had finished all my homework by then, and the tension in the classroom was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. It wasn't necessarily bad tension, more like sexual tension, and that was just plain wrong. He couldn't be feeling that too, could he? Oh God. What if he thought I wanted to get into his pants like the rest of the female students? As soon as I got home, I remembered in what trouble I was. Stupid. How could I have forgotten? My stepmother was waiting for me in the living, tapping her heel on the floor, hands on her hips. Jennifer stood just behind her, imitating her mother's stance. But all I had eyes for was the phone Stephanie held in her manicured hand. She had called my father. "You're in real trouble, girl," was all Stephanie said, and then she handed me the phone. I took it from her with shaking hands and raised it to my ear slowly. "Hello?" My voice had a slight tremble in it that I hated with a passion. I didn't want to sound weak, certainly not when talking to him, but fear of what he'd say and do had me shivering in my clothes. The lecture my father gave me through the phone was horrible and long. It wasn't as terrifying as when he was actually in the room with you, but it still left me shaking. It compounded to this: you dirty whore, sleeping with your teacher. Sleeping with the principal too, and getting detentions on purpose to fuck the teacher some more. Go to your room, you're not getting dinner, and you're not seeing your car for 2 months. You're grounded for a month too. Oh, and not to forget, don't ever disrespect Stephanie or Jennifer ever again. I was to do exactly as they told me at all times. He also reminded me how much I was like my mother, who was a dirty whore too. He couldn't believe how I spat on his generosity and hospitality with my disgusting behavior. After I hung up, I didn't say anything, but simply trudged up the stairs to my room, closing it behind me and then locking the door. I felt like crying. Nothing was ever fair since my mother died. I only opened the door a little later to let in my little brother. We fell asleep on the big empty bed together. When Dennis drove us to school that morning, he kept casting me concerned looks, and I knew it was because my eyes were a little red and puffy. It hadn't gone away even with the shower I took. After Jennifer had gotten out of the car, I hurriedly told him, "Sorry, Ely. I can't come on that date. I'm very seriously grounded." Then I got out without waiting for his reply. When Sarah saw me that morning, the first thing she did was hug me. Very tightly, I might add. It did make me feel a little better, and I couldn't help but smile when Bob joined in on the hug as well. "Don't worry, kiddo. Whatever it is, it will get taken care of eventually," he muttered softly. I nodded and looked up at my two friends. I know. Sometimes it really felt as if Bob was much older than his age. He seemed to speak only when he had something wise to say. But his words did make me feel stronger. One day I would get my chance. I was 18 after all, and as soon as I finished high school, I'd definitely get my own place and get away from that horrible home. Then I thought of Andy, and I realized I had to do everything in my power to get him away from there. Maybe I could raise him on my own? Most of my classes passed by in a blur again. I paid attention as best as I could, but I was so ahead on most subjects that all I did was doodle and write in my notebook. Then, of course, third period came round, and I had to face Mr. Clitton again, Alexander. This time I knew I was still on time, and I couldn't help but smile proudly at him as he sat behind his desk in all his glory. He nodded with a smile, as if finding it amusing that I was so happy I had finally found the classroom on time. Then he frowned, and immediately one of my hands went to my eyes. Were they still a little red from crying? Was that why he was frowning? I decided to ignore it and sat down beside Sarah to talk a little with her before class started. We still had a few minutes. Jennifer waltzed in at the last minute, smiling flirtatiously at Mr. Clitton and then smirking in satisfaction in my direction. Of course she was happy that I felt miserable. I couldn't care less about being grounded. It was being called a whore, and the fact that my dad had called even my dead mother a whore. I just felt so alone in the world, so unloved. Just to remind myself that at least my mother was watching over me from heaven, I touched the angel wing hanger around my neck. That usually cheered me up a little, but just like last night, it didn't really help. I knew that Andy was very unhappy too. It made everything so much worse. I wanted to see him happy at least, even if I wasn't. I was so lost in thought that I didn't even notice when class finished and people left. I didn't even notice how Sarah had gotten up and left. What shook me from my reverie of dark thoughts was a pair of warm hands as they softly lifted me right out of my chair. Then before I could protest, I was pressed firmly into a hard chest, a pair of arms wrapping around me tightly. I knew it was Alexander, but it felt so incredibly right to be in his arms that I didn't utter a word. I just leaned in and allowed myself to relax. My skin was warm and tingling, and that feeling in my stomach told me I was falling very rapidly for this young, handsome man. Alexander just held me for a while, his arms holding me close, one of his hands tracing patterns on my back. Neither of us spoke. Eventually, he slowly let go. "Britt," his voice was husky again, "go eat your lunch." I left him in that classroom, seated on the edge of a desk. He was staring ahead of him as if he was lost in thought. I didn't look back as I walked, even though I very badly wanted to go back and curl up in his arms again. Neither Sarah or Bob said a word as I joined them at their table for the last 10 minutes of lunch. I had the feeling they knew what had happened though. Sarah was smiling again. During all of biology, I stared at the top of my desk. I was afraid to look up at Alexander. I didn't want to see concern or worry reflected in those stormy eyes of his. I didn't want to imagine things that weren't there, and I certainly didn't want to encourage my heart to fall in love even further. It would hurt all the more when reality hit. I couldn't date my teacher. I was one of the first to leave the classroom that day, but he didn't stop me. I could feel his eyes watching me as I left. It felt a little as if I left half of myself behind when I walked out that door. That was just plain silly. I couldn't have fallen that far already. "So I know you're grounded," chirped Sarah when I met her outside school. "But there's this party on Friday evening. Please tell me you can think of something and come with me." "Fine, I'll try," I muttered, immediately happy. Sarah jumped up and down and then hugged me tightly. "Awesome sauce." That made Bob snort. "You're so stupid, Sarah." The two of them had reached a black car and they got into it, waving goodbye. Bob was driving, so apparently Alexander had come in his own car. The rest of the day I spent playing with Andy and talking with Sarah on the phone again. It was fun to hear her banter with both her brothers in the background occasionally, although it was mostly with Alexander. I fell asleep that night with Andy by my side again. He didn't like the house. His room gave him nightmares, he told me. The nanny was still not nice, according to him as well. She didn't read the bedtime stories the right way. During the rest of the week, I felt increasingly more worried about Andy. He was complaining about school too. How the kids all hated him and never wanted to play. How the nanny wouldn't let him play with the toys he liked. How Stephanie snapped at him every time she saw him. How he hated all the strange men in the house all the time. Jennifer had luckily not paid too much attention to me. She seemed too busy flirting with Alexander or any of the other jocks to notice me. After her revenge through making my dad mad at me, she seemed content to let things be. Stephanie really didn't seem to know my dad had grounded me, because when I asked her if I could sleep over at Sarah at Friday, she agreed in a heartbeat. That went way easier than I thought it would. Then again, maybe she was just glad to get me out of the house. So on Friday morning, I said with a little twinge at my heartstrings, goodbye to my little brother, promising him that I'd return safe and sound for him the next day. I made the nanny promise to allow him to sleep in my room if that was what he preferred. At school, everything seemed the same as it had the past few days. Although Alexander cast me more looks than usual again, a frown on his forehead as if he was worried about something. Was that because I'd be sleeping over at his house tonight? I was a little worried about that myself. When at long last the final bell rang, I got out of my seat slowly, thinking for once that it didn't matter if I stayed a little longer. After all, I'd probably be driving home with Alexander anyway. Sarah was waiting for me at the door to the classroom and made me skip with her all the way to the flashy red car. I knew it made both Bob and Alexander smile as they watched us, and it was enough to bring a smile to my face as well. Looking forward to tonight? I know I am. The girl enthused happily as she squashed into the back seat with me. The Clitton house was huge. It was more like a mansion, really, built in a somewhat Victorian style. It was pretty, I decided, as I followed the siblings into their home. Everything inside was decorated in warm colors, all of it tastefully flowing into each other to make it a pleasant, warm home. I instantly felt at ease. The hallway looked messy with all the shoes and coats scattered about around the coat and shoe rack. There was a wide silver dish on a dark wooden cabinet against the other wall, and Alexander carelessly tossed his keys in it before disappearing deeper into the house. Bob cast Sarah one look, smiled at me, and then said, "If you need anything, I'll be in my room." Then he too darted away, up the stairs and out of sight so quickly that I barely saw it. "Come, I'll show you around," Sarah hurriedly said as we took off our shoes and coats. Then she pulled me into the first room on the left, a wide dining room connected to a large, homey-looking kitchen. On the other side of the entrance was a large living room, with big, comfy couches and an expensive-looking TV set. How could they afford all this? Alexander was the only one who worked, and it seemed like they didn't have any parents. I had heard Sarah say Alexander was their legal guardian. Maybe they had had a big inheritance or something? Because a teacher's salary sure wasn't enough to be able to afford this. After I'd seen all of the ground floor, she took me up the grand stairs and pointed at the doors we passed. "That's Bob's room, bathroom, my room. Down the hall is Alexander's room. There's another bathroom. That's the study. And those two doors are both guest rooms." After that dazzling explanation that I was sure to forget, she tugged me into her own room and set about getting the both of us ready for that party. When at long last she was finally done with me, I stared at myself in the floor-length mirror in her room. My auburn hair had been perfectly styled, falling around my shoulders and face in wide curls. Dark makeup around my eyes to make them look smoky and sexy. All of it finished off with a little lip gloss, just enough to make them look moist, almost as if I'd just been kissing. I was wearing a simple black dress she'd lent me. It was way shorter than anything I chose to wear myself, but somehow she'd forced me into it. I still wasn't sure how she'd managed that. It was snug too, showing a little cleavage. The heels she'd somehow shown up with felt strange on my feet. I never wore heels, and I wasn't sure if I'd be able to wear them all evening, let alone walk on them properly. No matter how uncomfortable I felt in the clothes, it was all worth it as I followed Sarah down the stairs. Both Alexander and Bob were right there in the hall. I wasn't sure if it was a coincidence or if Sarah had told them to wait there for us so they could see us. Bob's eyes raked over my body appreciatively, his mohawk bobbing as he nodded his head. "You look very nice, Brittany," he said warmly. "And so do you, Sarah?" Alexander just stared at me, his eyes following the lines of my body until finally resting on my face, his stormy eyes wide. I saw his Adam's apple bob as he swallowed once, twice. Still his mouth fell open a third time. Did I really look that pretty? I couldn't imagine him doing that on purpose. He looked a bit like a goldfish. A very handsome goldfish, though. At long last, he snapped out of it. "You're going to that party looking like that?" Oh, that didn't sound very friendly. In fact, he sounded rather angry. "Alex?" Sarah snapped at him and he took a step back. "Oh, don't take me wrong. You both look stunning." At both, his eyes lingered on me though. But you know how teenage boys are. They'll be all over you. "Hey, that's kind of the point, brother," Sarah replied as she pulled me with her out the door. I couldn't help but squeak a little nervously. It is? I was looking over my shoulder just so I could see Alexander a little longer. He was clenching his fists at his sides, a frown on his forehead as he stared after us. Was he really worried guys would be all over us? Suddenly I was worried about that too. I didn't need that. Didn't want it. Although maybe it was a good way to find a guy my own age to crush on. I couldn't really call what I was feeling already for Alexander. A crush though. In the car with Sarah, I took a few deep breaths to relax myself. Sarah? Yes, hun? My bubbly friend replied. We're not really going there to hook up with guys, are we? We're just gonna dance and have fun? I hurried to ask her, just to reassure myself. Sarah laughed. Of course. I just said that because I know it would annoy him. That's all. I drew in a relieved breath. Phew. That was one thing less to worry about. Now all I really had to worry about was probably seeing Jennifer at that party. She would definitely rat me out to Stephanie if I did something there that would piss her off. When we reached the house, the party was held and everything was already in full swing. Loud music was pouring out through the brightly lit windows. There were a few people on the front lawn, obviously drunk. The front door was open, so Sarah let us in herself then, confidently pulled me with her through the mass of dancing bodies in the living room. In the kitchen, she handed me a glass and filled it with water from the faucet. Never accept a drink you didn't see being made. Always make sure know exactly what's in it, okay? Loads of pervs around here, Sarah advised me. After we both drank some water, she pulled me back to the room full of dancing people. We joined the mass. Dancing with Sarah was really funny. We did it for at least an hour straight. Then we only stopped to get something to drink again. I spotted Jennifer on one of the couches, surrounded by guys hanging from her every word. When I saw her again, she was pressed against a wall with her tongue down some brown-haired boy's throat. Lucky guy. The third time I saw her, she was dancing too, smack in between two guys, grinding them as if no one was watching at all. Dirty, dirty girl. Sarah saw me looking and sympathetically said, You don't need to see that. Go get some fresh air, hun. You look a little flushed. I nodded in thanks and followed up on her advice, making my way outside into the backyard. There was a pool there and loads of drunk people swimming in it, some not even completely dressed anymore. I stared at it a little repulsed. Yeah, some people have no morals, said a guy suddenly from beside me. A little startled, I jumped away from him. He had somehow gotten very close without me noticing. Although, with all the noise, it was still hard hearing what he said. He smiled and held up his hands to show me they were empty. Didn't mean to scare you. See, I'm unarmed. Then he winked mischievously at me. I'm Fort, by the way. I'm Brittany, I replied with a smile of my own. This guy seemed nice enough. He looked a little familiar too. Probably attended Westtown High, just like me. I know, he said with another wink. Everyone is talking about you and your sister Brittany. Oh, I didn't know that. Why were they talking about me? They're talking about you because of the people you hang out with. I guess, answered Fort. Apparently I had spoken that thought out loud. And also because you're really pretty. You know, you might not have noticed, Brittany, but all the guys in school want you, just as much as they want your sister. I scoffed. Yeah, right. They don't want me, Fort. But it's nice of you to say that. If they all wanted me so bad, then why didn't they even spare me a glance? Or, why didn't even a single one of them come up to me to talk? They all followed Jennifer around like meek little lambs. Fort laughed a charming laugh. He was handsome, with brown short spiky hair and sparkling dark eyes. I'm sure he would have been exactly the right type for Jennifer. I didn't feel impressed, after all. He looked nothing like Alexander. Still, his company was nice. So when he asked if I wanted to go somewhere more quiet, away from all the music, I didn't hesitate to say yes. Always so hard to talk with the music you know, Fort was saying. If we go on like this any longer, I won't have any voice left for tomorrow. I nodded my agreement. He took me back inside the house and led me past the dance floor to the hall, then up the stairs. I didn't see Sarah anywhere, but I saw Jennifer looking at me with a strange look on her face. Upstairs, we passed a few doors. Fort opened each one a crack and then closed them again. At last, he found an empty room, apparently, and pulled me inside. The music wasn't as loud as it was in the garden or downstairs, so we didn't have to yell to talk. He sat me down on the edge of a bed and plopped down next to me, stretching out on his back. You're pretty cool, Brittany. You should be the popular one, not your sister. I shook my head, don't make fun of me, but I smiled at him anyway. He was smiling so warmly at me now, and his laughter was very infecting. We lapsed into an easy conversation again. It was starting to get late. It seemed like I had been talking to Fort for quite a while now. He was openly flirting with me and didn't seem ashamed of it at all. It was both a little disconcerting and flattering at the same time. I think I should go and find Sarah. She's probably looking for me now, I said, as I realized I had totally ditched my friend just to talk to this guy. It felt a bit like I was doing something wrong. In fact, I didn't understand why I had followed him up here in the first place. Sure, his company was nice, but it didn't feel right. Everyone knew going up here usually meant something along the lines of sex. That was probably why he checked all those rooms so carefully, making sure I couldn't see. The bed we were sitting on seemed 10 times smaller than before, and I hurriedly scrambled to my feet. Yeah? I think I ought to go find her. Already? Just when things are getting interesting? Fort said with another devious smile. He grabbed hold of my hand and pulled me back down with him. I was a lot closer to him now than before, and suddenly I realized that I could smell alcohol on him. Fort? I really should go. Sarah is looking for me. I hoped that was true and that at any minute now she'd burst through the door to get me away from there. The boy had lost all his charm from before. It really seemed as if he transformed from easygoing and relaxed to angry. A strange snarl passed his lips, and then suddenly he was on top of me, pushing me down roughly with his body weight and his hands. His lips attached themselves to mine forcefully, and I tried desperately to push him away. Moving my head sideways helped a little. His lips were on my cheek now. It didn't stop him from trailing kissed over the exposed skin all the way to my ear, where he bit down on my earlobe. Let go. Stop it. I yelled, but my hands were trapped uselessly underneath his heavy chest. He was forcing my legs apart with his knees. Somehow my black dress had already ridden up to expose my panties and part of my stomach. Why was he so bloody heavy? Why couldn't I fight him? I had never felt so helpless and so defenseless, and above all, so stupid in my entire life. One hand had roughly taken hold of my breast, and he was squeezing hard enough that I moaned in pain. Please, stop it, I whimpered as desperate tears started forcing their way out from beneath my lashes. I know you want me, baby. You like this, don't you? Fort was saying. No, I don't. Let go of me, you asshole. I screamed as I hit him as hard as I could with my free hand on his head and neck and shoulder. Anywhere I could reach him. He grunted in pain when my fist struck his eye, and then raised himself so he could get a better grip on both my hands. It meant my left leg suddenly had more space to move, and I prayed, please let this work. Please. Drawing back my leg, I brought up my knee as hard as I could, rejoicing when Fort screamed out in pain. He doubled over, grabbing for his crotch, moaning and cursing my name. But I was already pulling down my dress and running out the door. I hoped he couldn't walk for days. I was still crying as I dashed down the stairs, straight through the living with its crowded mass of people. Then finally, I was out the door and pounding down the street as fast as I could. I never ever wanted to go back there, and I certainly never wanted to see that fort ever again. I'd only gone as far as a few streets when I stumbled and twisted my ankle, all due to those stupid heels. I didn't bother getting up, but just brought my knees to my chest, hugging them tightly as I cried. How could I have been so stupid? I walked right into that. What was wrong with me? Shivering, I clutched my arms more tightly around my body. I could still feel his hands on me, his lips, feel him touching me. Oh God, he'd just gone and stolen my first kiss. I had let some idiot steal my very first kiss. The thought made me cry even harder. Stupid, 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 stupid. This was all my own fault. Shh, it's not your fault. Never your fault. You're safe now. It's okay. I promise. You're safe. I'll protect you, always. Nobody is going to harm you, a soothing voice with a British accent whispered into my ear. I would recognize that voice out of a million, and I didn't push him away when he wrapped strong, warm arms around me. Easily, he lifted me off the ground, pressing my face into the crook of his neck tightly. Tears were still pouring from my eyes, soaking his shirt, but he didn't let go when I tried pushing away. He was still whispering an endless stream of soothing words, all delivered in that enchanting accent. I had the feeling of motion, but with my face pressed against his neck, I couldn't see anything. Was he taking me somewhere? Focusing on that stream of words for a moment, I realized he was telling me he was taking me home. It was interspersed between all the, "You're safe, I'll protect you's." Warmth hit my body and I heard a door close. Then I was shifted in his arms as he sat down, holding me in his lap. Only then did he let go enough so that I could pull my face away from the crook of his neck. I almost didn't. It felt nice to hide there. "Bob? Go check on Sarah. I didn't have time for that," Alexander said out loud suddenly. The loud noise made me flinch, and it resulted into him spewing another stream of calming comments. He was stroking my back now, tracing patterns again. My body was still in a panic state, shivering, my fists clutching tightly onto his shirt, my heart beating rapidly in my throat, tears pouring down my cheeks. I tried to focus on his embrace and his calming voice, but it was hard. The memories of what had just happened kept resurfacing. On top of that, my mind kept blaming myself for being so stupid and following that boy upstairs in the first place. I should have noticed what his intentions were. My sight was blurry and I kept my eyes downcast. I was too afraid to see the accusation in Alexander's eyes. He must think I was stupid too, especially because Sarah had made it seem like we both wanted attention. "Shh, Britt, it's okay. I got you, promise," Alexander was saying when at long last I had calmed down enough to stop my sobbing. At the moment, I was still clutching his shirt tightly as I cried into it, but he could tell I'd calmed down somewhat because he'd stopped whispering and was instead just pressing me tightly to him. It felt a little as if he was afraid to let go. I had the strangest feeling that I wasn't alone in my head, my thoughts slowly filling with warmer, more pleasant things, like the white beach I used to spend all my days in the summer at. Whatever presence filled my mind, it touched everything, with gentle caresses making me feel loved and safe above all else. Briefly, I wondered if it was my mother, but at that thought, Alexander chuckled softly. It made his chest vibrate against my cheek, and without my consent, a soft moan escaped my lips. The feeling of his chest moving so warmly against me had sent hot tingles through my body. At the sound, Alexander froze underneath me, and then I heard a groan, soft, almost muted, as if he tried to keep it in. "Britt," his voice whispered silkily after a while, "will you tell me what happened?" His voice was very gentle, but it wasn't hard to hear the underlying anger, barely contained. Curled up against him, warm and feeling safe in his arms, I had almost fallen asleep, comforted by that warm caress on my mind. I stiffened, worried the anger in his voice was meant for me. "Shh, it's all right. You don't have to tell me," he said, rubbing my back soothingly. My mind suddenly felt swollen with all the warmth and love. Love? I was sure that was it, although I had no clue if this was coming from Alexander or if I was just imagining things. It wouldn't surprise me if I was, after all that had happened tonight. "He touched me," I croaked, my voice hoarse from crying so much in such a short time. "Alexander made the strangest sound I'd ever heard a human make," he growled, "like a real animal would, a predator." I shivered and couldn't stop myself from looking up at his face. He looked angry, his eyes so dark they almost appeared black. That had to be a trick of the light. It wasn't possible for eyes to have that color. But his touch was very soft when he ran his fingertips over my cheek, down to my throat. He let them rest on the pulse there. I swallowed and found myself saying, "He stole my first kiss." My first kiss. Shivering, I added, "He stole everything." I kept saying no. I kept pushing and hitting him. Another growl erupted from Alexander's throat, loud enough to make my ears ring. Definitely not a sound a human should be able to make. It sounded like a lion roaring, yet I wasn't scared. His hand on my waist was almost bruisingly tight, but the other one ran across my shoulders and back, checking for injuries. His nostrils flared as if he was smelling something, and it wasn't something he liked. "Everything?" he forced out, his mouth barely opening, his voice distorted. The British accent was gone, replaced by something that sounded a lot more Irish instead. "Impossible. I would have smelled the—" He trailed off, looking shocked to have spoken those words out loud. "Smelled what?" He was confusing the hell out of me. "Continue a gramo kroi," he said when the silence stretched. I was simply staring at him. Did I imagine it, or had his eyes really turned back to a much lighter shade? The same stormy gray I'd seen that first day we met. I feel so stupid. He seemed nice, and I wanted to get my mind off things. I shivered when I could only just refrain myself from saying you instead of things. It was becoming harder every minute not to pay attention to the fact that I was sitting in his lap, being held by his arms. We just talked for at least an hour. I didn't think any of it when he asked me to go somewhere quiet. I trailed off again, looking away from his face as shame colored my cheeks. I was such an idiot. Alexander was still tense, but again I felt a caress across my mind. It told me not to doubt myself. I had been naive, not stupid. Sarah should have warned you. She knew you'd never been to such a party before, Alexander said out loud, adding on to the caress in my head. Sarah shouldn't have to babysit me. We're both 18, I said defensively. I suddenly felt the urge to let him know clearly that I was an adult too. When he chuckled, his chest vibrated against me. I had to bite down hard on my tongue to keep from moaning again. Flushing with embarrassment, I had bit hard enough for the coppery taste of blood to spread through my mouth. I wanted to leave. He just jumped on me. He stole my first kiss. It was supposed to be special, not like that. The words tumbled from my mouth to hide what I was feeling. His vile taste on my lips and his hands on my body, as I remembered, were enough to forget all about my embarrassment. Alexander ran a hand over my back, all the way up to clasp around the back of my neck. You'll receive plenty of special kisses in the future, Britt, that I promise. All my fear, disgust, self-loathing, and anger towards Fort drained away at those words. It felt as if he meant to be the one to give them to me too. His accent as he spoke still sounded more Irish than British, and briefly, I wondered where he really came from. You don't get it, I exclaimed then. I'm a girl. We have all these romantic images about how that first kiss should be. I bet you don't even remember, but I will, for the rest of my life. Shocked at my own outburst, I stared at him, searching for a sign that told me I hadn't offended him. His eyes had darkened again to an almost unnatural black, but he seemed otherwise relaxed now. I realized he wasn't staring at my eyes, but at my lips. Horrified, I realized my mouth was still hanging open. Before I could close it, though, that hand on my neck pulled me towards him as he leaned in, our mouths connecting. His kiss was very soft and gentle, completely opposite to my experience with Fort. Everything seemed to be on fire, my toes curling in those damned heels. Electricity sizzling my nerves. It was the best feeling ever. It felt like coming home, like being loved, and most of all, it felt like finally being whole. When we finally pulled apart, I was panting. His breathing seemed to be all right, but his eyes were still dark and now they were glazed over. With a gentle hand, he carefully smoothed my hair away from my face. There, now I stole your second kiss, he whispered rather huskily. Only then did it sink in that I'd been kissing my teacher and that sitting in his lap was highly inappropriate, no matter how young and handsome he was. Kissing him had been the most amazing thing I'd ever done, and it was wrong. How could something that felt so right be wrong? Still, I scrambled to my feet and smoothed down my dress hurriedly. He followed my every move with hungry eyes. I should shower and go to bed. My own voice sounded anything but steady. Of course, was all Alexander said as he smoothly flowed to his feet. Without another word, he took my hand and pulled me with him towards the stairs, guiding me to the bathroom upstairs. At the door to it, he left me with a few clean towels. Just as I was about to enter so I could at long last calm my rapid beating heart, he called out, "How did you get away?" I kicked him where the sun don't shine, I said, offering him a hesitant smile. Was he hurt that I ran away from him after his kiss? Despite the fact that I'd obviously kissed him back. The look on his face could only be described as proud, though. Was he seriously proud I kicked that guy? I undressed hurriedly and got into the shower without looking at myself in the mirror. I didn't need to see the bruises to know they were there. I turned the water to scalding hot, needing to feel it burn my skin just the slightest bit so I could erase the sensory memories of my ordeal with Fort. I stood under the hot water spray for at least an hour, but I still didn't feel like myself when I stepped onto the cold tile floor. I felt dirty even though I'd never been this clean. I felt vulnerable naked, so I quickly dried off and slipped into my PJs, loose sweats and a too large shirt. Even dressed, I still felt vulnerable and lonely, but I didn't dare go find Alexander to keep me company. Instead, I went to the guest room Sarah had prepared for me earlier that day. The room was large and white, but the curtains were heavy. The large bed in the middle looked like a giant ice cube. I curled up in the middle of it and piled the blankets high up around me. It was cold, and I felt exhausted from all the stress. Pretty soon, I was shaking again. I felt like crying because I was still angry at myself for falling into Fort's trap so blindly. Before the tears could fall, I felt that presence in my mind again. It seemed as if I could almost hear a strange lullaby in my head, the melody soft and beautiful. The words, if there were any, were in a strange language I couldn't understand. It had that Irish sound to it, though. I fell asleep thinking of soft drizzling rain, rugged yet beautiful green nature, and Alexander's kiss. All of it was saturated with a warm feeling of love and complete acceptance. Faintly in the background, I heard the voices of Sarah and Alexander talking. Alexander sounded very angry. The touch on my mind was suddenly gone, but I was so relaxed that I fell asleep very shortly after that. I woke up panting as if someone had been holding me underwater while I struggled to get air into my lungs. Shaking all over, I remembered only too clearly what my nightmare had been about. Fort. Only he wasn't really Fort because somehow, halfway through reliving my memory of the night, he changed into a snarling wolf. Bigger and more menacing than any wolf I'd ever seen. He'd been drooling all over me as he opened his mouth with rows of gleaming white sharp teeth, ready to tear my throat out. Then, out of nowhere, such as only happened in dreams, Alexander had appeared, flinging the wolf off me, attacking it with his bare hands. I wanted to scream and pull Alexander away from the snapping jaws, but someone was holding me back. Alexander was growling while the wolf snarled, and soon all I could see was matted brown fur. Alexander buried underneath the huge creature, blood pooling around the wrestling forms. Alexander's blood. I shook my head to dispel the dream, but fear was racing through my veins. I was both scared for Alexander's life, unreasonable as it was, and terrified of Fort for a whole new reason. I couldn't shake the thought that he really was a wolf. A wolf in sheep's clothes. The large, dark room had shadows looming everywhere, and I couldn't take it anymore. I yanked the blankets that had tangled around me away and nearly fell out off bed in my hurry to get to the door. I'll just go to Sarah, I thought. She'll understand. Even though a small part of me thought, wouldn't you rather go to Alexander instead? I nearly screamed at the shadow in the hall, but it was only Bob. I didn't mean to scare you, he mumbled apologetically, his blue eyes gleaming silver in the sparse light. It reminded me of the eyes of a cat. My heart was hammering in my chest, and it seemed he was looking straight at it instead of my face. That's the room you were looking for, Bob said, one long arm stretching out gracefully to point at a door a little ways down. Thank you, I mumbled, already rushing towards it. His strange behavior was only spurring my panic on. I didn't really have a clear idea of what to do when I reached Sarah, but I was sure she would calm me down. I stumbled through the door ungracefully, closing it behind me with a click that sounded louder in the silence next to my heavy breathing. This room was even darker then. The guest room, but I could faintly make out the bed. I hurried towards it. I was lucky there was nothing in my path. Are you awake? I asked softly, trying desperately to calm my breathing and heartbeat. Sarah didn't need to know how shaken I was. Of course, a grand mot. What's wrong? The suave voice that spoke from the dark was distinctly male, and I knew from the furious blush and the tingling spreading over my body that it was Alexander. Oh, Bob sent me to the wrong room. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, making it hard for me to speak. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the house. It had me nearly jumping out of my skin. Nightmare, I squeaked, the shock helping me speak. I was chanting in my head, please don't send me away. I don't want to be alone. Please. A warm hand gently grabbed mine and pulled me closer to the bed. Rustling told me he'd pulled back the blanket. Come here then. He quickly pulled me into the bed with him. Although memories of my ordeal and the dream had me rushing into his arms as soon as the words left his mouth, my haste causing me to fall down rather than lay down. The blanket was deliciously warm, and so was his body, as I buried my face in his chest. He wrapped his arms around me tightly so that there was hardly any space between us. Even through my panic, I could feel he wasn't wearing a shirt. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I'd never send you away, he whispered softly in my ear, his warm breath blowing across my face. Go to sleep, a grand mot. I resisted the silly urge to run my hands over his skin to check if he wasn't hurt. It was just a dream. There was no such thing as Fort changing into a wolf and killing Alexander. A feather-light touch on my mind, just the strong sense of love this time, steadied my heartbeat. Alexander softly started humming, a lullaby, the melody familiar, although I recognized no words. The steady movement of his chest going up and down as he breathed right underneath my head was very comforting. The panic of mere moments before seemed but a faint memory, and soon I was asleep again. When I woke up, I felt like I was floating. I was warm and incredibly comfortable. I felt more refreshed than I had in a very long time. I felt whole and new. As I opened my eyes, I realized I was lying on top of someone, more specifically, Alexander. I was immediately blushing and wanted to get up before he woke, or before Sarah found out. I didn't want her to think I'd just gone and slept with her brother, although technically I had. I was lying flush, right on top of him, both his arms wrapped around my waist, my face in the crook of his neck and our legs entangled. I felt a little fuzzy on the whole falling asleep thing. I knew I'd had a nightmare, although I couldn't remember what it was about. The panic it had caused me gave me the shivers even now, though. Okay, how to get him to let go. I carefully touched his arm to see if I could push it off me. It was hard not to sigh and wonder at the hard muscle in his bare chest. His grip didn't seem that tight, so I started pushing softly, shivering at the loss of warmth when his arm fell to the side. I was so comfortable I would have much rather stayed put, but he was my teacher and the older brother of my friends. It was wrong. I had managed to free myself from his arm and was focusing on freeing my leg now. That was a little more tricky, because I couldn't just push him away and I couldn't put too much weight on his chest. That would surely wake him. "What are you doing?" His husky voice made me freeze in my movements. So much for not waking him up. Blushing crimson, I darted my eyes towards his face. He looked like a god with his hands folded beneath his head, his dark hair all messy from sleeping, his eyes hooded as he smirked at me, revealing a set of straight white teeth. Getting up?" I said softly. My voice sounded normal for once. "Why?" he said, a frown creasing his forehead shortly. He moved his arms again, wrapping them around my waist as if to physically keep me from getting up. I shook my head, trying to break eye contact, but his stormy eyes seemed to draw me in. Up close, I could see the darker flecks like gold floating in them, mixed in with lighter shades of gray and soft streaks of violet. "Because it's time to get up," I muttered. "It's 7 a.m. on a Saturday, agro mokroi," he said, raising one eyebrow questioningly. His accent was thickly Irish now, almost as if he wasn't bothering to talk properly. The accent was so thick that I couldn't even make out the last words, although that almost sounded more like a foreign language. I quickly looked to the beside table where an old-fashioned analog alarm stood. Shit, he wasn't kidding. It really was 7 a.m. Oh, I thought it was later. Surely Sarah wouldn't be up until at least 10. I could stay a little longer. "Good," Alexander said, as if I'd spoken the last words out loud. He was tightening his arms around me, his head dipping forward into my hair where he breathed in deeply. Then he relaxed backwards into the pillows again, thick waves of contentment and happiness rolling off him. Was he really so happy to hold me like this? To wake up with me? We lay quietly for a while, but I wasn't tired anymore. Alexander's breathing was very deep and even, but every time I moved, he'd shift his arms to make sure I was comfortable. Every now and then, he'd be softly stroking my back or play with a strand of hair. Alexander? While we were like this, he probably wouldn't mind answering a few questions for me. I was dying to find out what was up with his accents. I couldn't believe he really had two. "Yes, gramo kroye," he replied. I could hear it clearly now. The last words were definitely a different language. "Where are you really from?" I asked, daring to look up to his face again. I wanted to see to make sure I didn't miss anything. I wanted to know if he was honest with me. It seemed like the Irish accent was something he hid. His face was very open though. He looked pleased, in fact. "Ireland, we all are," he replied, smiling fondly as if remembering pleasant things. "Then why do you talk with a British accent at school? And if Bob and Sarah are Irish too, then why do they talk American?" The questions tumbled from my lips, now that my curiosity was getting the chance. He chuckled, his chest vibrating like last night, but I was so focused on his face that the wave of pleasure that ran through me went unnoticed enough. I wriggled around a bit though, my skin feeling as if I'd just been tickled. "I really don't like the sound of American. Don't ask me why. I don't really know," he smirked, all traces of accent suddenly gone. His voice sounded strange, now that he talked properly American all of a sudden. See? I have a knack for languages and accents, but the Irish is harder to understand for most people. He interrupted himself to laugh. If I talk Irish too much, it's hard not to slip into Gaelic for me. I lived a long time in London. British is almost natural to me as well. Bob and Sarah. They want to fit in a little more at school. That's why you can't hear their accent. Maybe they think people won't notice we're related either that way. He laughed again as he finished explaining. It was very clear that he was in a good mood now. I smiled at him. Oh, so that lullaby and those words you keep saying. They're Gaelic? What do they mean? He nodded slowly, smiling warmly at me. It sent butterflies flapping around in my stomach. Yes, the lullaby was something my mother used to sing to me when I was little. It's too long to translate, but it's about the moon and a human falling in love with a Baoban Sith. I wondered what that was. Baoban Sith, he pronounced it like Bavanshi, and that reminded me of the name Banshee. My mother had told me a story about that creature, a spirit woman, luring men and killing them. I wondered if they were the same. And the words you said? Alexander cast me a lazy smile. Agramokroi. Yes, those. You said them last night a few times and twice this morning, I said, nodding. The way he said them made me think they meant something sweet, an endearment. Someday I will tell you. With a laugh, he added, Agramokwayi Brittany. I frowned. But I want to know now. Who knew if I'd ever be in the position again to ask? We might not even talk again after this. It would be better if we didn't. He could lose his job after all, if the school found out he'd slept with me. That sounded wrong in my head. It made me blush. Alexander chuckled. I promise I will tell you one day. This time, I couldn't prevent the sigh escaping my lips at the vibration of his chest. My eyes closing as I shivered. Unwanted thoughts of running my hands across his skin and kissing his amazingly soft lips again shooting through my mind. It didn't help that he suddenly ran his hands over my shoulders down to my waist, his fingertips skimming across the exposed skin at the bottom, where my shirt had ridden up just a little. Any more questions? He asked softly. Aren't you afraid you'll lose your job? I asked, equally as soft. It really worried me. He had his 2 siblings to take care of. I didn't want to cause problems. Wait, what was I thinking? We wouldn't start a relationship anyway. He was just being nice because of last night. Why would I lose my job? He wondered, one of his hands back in my hair, running soft fingers through it to disentangle the knots. It's against school policy, I mumbled, feeling my face heat up again. I meant just the fact that he was holding me in his arms right now, with me lying on top of him, in his bed. Not anything more serious, but still, I don't care about that. Agramokoi, he was smiling, his eyes twinkling in amusement. He knew exactly what I was thinking. But, I spluttered, don't you need the money? A run one. I work at the school because I like to teach, not because I need to. He tucked the strand of hair he'd been playing with behind my ear. Oh, that was a new word. I own several restaurants and shops. I own several successful companies. If I didn't want to, I wouldn't have to work a single day in my life. There's no reason to worry about that job. You're more important than that. The last he added completely serious, his hand tilting my chin upwards so he could look me in the eye. Flustered, I said, will you at least tell me what a ruin means? I knew I screwed up on the pronunciation. He laughed. A run? It means something like my dear. There was a soft knock at the door and then Sarah's muted voice said, Are you two decent? Blushing scarlet, I sat up straight. Oh, she already knew I was here. And she thought we were doing something. Of course, dear Fear Og, come in, Alexander said, his hands grabbing my hips to hold me still. I was straddling him now, the blanket falling down around me to reveal that I was still fully dressed and that he only wore sweats, riding low on his hips. His chest was a vision in the early morning light, although looking at the alarm told me it was now nearly 10 a.m. Chiseled planes and shades that defined the muscles even more made it hard to peel my eyes away from him, and I knotted my hands into fists on my knees to keep them still. Morning, Sarah chirped happily as she stepped into the room. She was already dressed in a flowing white and blue summer dress, looking every bit like a supermodel. She held a phone in her hand that she stuck out to Alexander. Master Bharati on the phone for you. Alexander took the phone with his left hand, his right still holding my hip. It felt a little as if he was making sure I wouldn't get up. Within seconds, he was talking low and quickly into the mouthpiece. What he spoke sounded very much like Italian. God, how many languages and accents did this man speak? Sarah's voice pulled me away from staring at him. I'm sorry. I should have gone looking for you sooner last night. Her blue-eyed gaze showed nothing but sincerity. I squirmed a little uneasily. It's all right. It wasn't your fault. Besides, you shouldn't have to babysit me. I repeated the words from last night, but I didn't feel the urge to add that we were both the same age this time. I know, but still, I should have, I don't know, done something right? Sarah exclaimed. It was obvious she was feeling very guilty about it for some reason. Sarah, I told her, trying to keep my voice as light as possible. It was hard because of the awkward position I was in, on top of her brother who wouldn't let me go. I really don't blame you. I know you would have helped me if you could have. Besides, it was very satisfying to kick him and get away myself. I hope he had trouble walking straight after that. Sarah smiled and then giggled. Oh yeah, he was limping badly when he came down the stairs. Think your sister went to take care of him though? Stepsister. I corrected her, squirming again, when Alexander's thumb started rubbing circles through my t-shirt. Yeah, stepsister, you two are nothing alike. Don't worry, everyone knows that, Sarah agreed. She winked and then nodded towards Alexander. He was still on the phone and seemed oblivious to our conversation. Tell him breakfast is in 10, okay? With those words, she spun around and darted back out the door closing softly behind her without making as much as a sound. Great. She didn't seem surprised at all to see me there. It almost seemed as if she was expecting it, or as if she was used to this kind of thing. I cast one look at Alexander to see that he was still on the phone, not looking at me but at something on the ceiling. Now, to get up quickly. I shifted a little to the side, but his hand kept me from moving more than an inch. The other direction yielded the same result, and pushing up with my knees didn't help at all. I didn't even see the muscles in his arms tense as I moved, even though he must have been using quite a lot of strength. Despite that, his grip on my hip felt soft and didn't hurt. In fact, it was nice how warm his hand was, and that thumb was still rubbing circles. It sent tingles through my body that I didn't really want to be feeling right now. I tried grabbing his hand and moving it away, but even pulling at his little finger didn't yield any results. Was I that weak, or was he just unbelievably strong? I could see he was muscular, but he couldn't be that strong now, could he? A little fed up, I contemplated hitting him, wriggling around impatiently. What are you doing? Alexander suddenly asked, the Irish accent sounding heavy again. He was still holding the phone in one hand, but it appeared he was done. His eyes were a smoldering black again. Trying to get up, I exclaimed, showing him how frustrated I was by now. Why didn't he just let me go? To add power to my words, I took my fist and went to punch his stomach. I seriously doubted it would hurt him, but it could at least help vent some of my frustration. Before I could hit him, though, he caught my fist in his hand, the phone suddenly precariously balancing on the nightstand. Shocked by how fast he'd moved, I stared at his face. What? Don't do that, you could hurt yourself. Koramu kwai, he said rather huskily. Sitting up so I was balanced on his lap, still straddling him, but his chest was pressing against me. Feeling angry for some reason, I huffed. Can you at least let me up? Breakfast is ready. I knew I sounded annoyed, but I didn't care. What's wrong? Did Sarah say something or run? He wondered, his expression confused and a little worried, although his eyes were still dark. Both hands were on my hips now, still preventing me from getting up. Why was Sarah not surprised I was here? Is she used to finding her friends or other students in your bed or something? I clasped both my hands over my own mouth in shock at the words that had just tumbled out. Where the hell did that come from? Alexander still looked confused, but then suddenly his expression cleared to make place for amusement. Agramo Crowy, are you jealous? This time he didn't stop me from hitting his chest. I winced slightly at the hard impact. Even from this close, it felt like hitting stone. Of course not. I assure you, there's never been a student in my bed before. You are the only one. He was still smiling as he said it, but something in his eyes told me he was deadly serious. Especially his last words. They seemed to mean so much more. Then why wasn't Sarah surprised? I muttered, still determined to get all my questions answered. I was still blushing, and I felt almost embarrassed about what I was asking now. After all, This didn't mean anything. He was just being nice because of Fort. Sarah doesn't get surprised easily. She always seems to know everything, Alexander said, shuddering at the thought as if he was a little creeped out about that. Seriously, that girl has ears and eyes everywhere. I nodded slowly. I had noticed all those looks and knowing smiles she'd been giving me and Alexander too, come to think of it. Wait, what did that mean? Did she think we had feelings for each other or something? We need to get up. Breakfast is nearly ready, I told him. He nodded. Did I answer all your questions a gramo quaje? But his hands had finally let go off my hips so I could get up. I frowned at him as I hurriedly got up, nearly tumbling to the floor in my haste. Not really. I felt cold now that I wasn't touching him anymore and a little less holes, but that didn't make any sense. I'm gonna get dressed. Bye. With that, I was darting out the door, his laughter chasing me all the way to my room. What he was finding amusing, I didn't know. Probably my hasty and ungraceful exit. Great. I just made a fool out of myself. After I got dressed and made my way to the kitchen, I could already hear voices drifting up. Was that Bob talking? Since when did he talk so much? When I reached the kitchen, they were all sitting there already, all of them looking like the picture of perfection. Bob's mohawk for once not messy but straight, and of course Alexander wearing loose jeans and a tight black tee. I sat down hesitantly. All three of them were looking at me. Sarah with an incredibly happy expression on her face, while Bob looked more serious, but a smile was tugging at his eyes. He had a tinge of concern mixed in there, though. Alexander looked the picture of satisfaction. He seemed to practically glow, and his eyes, when they met mine, seemed to hold a spark. "Morning, Bob," I said, trying to ignore how uncomfortable I felt, disguising my unease by starting to eat. It seemed they were all already done. Was I that late? They picked up their conversation easily. It was about something they'd done last weekend, a hunt they'd all enjoyed quite a lot. I wondered about the fact that they went hunting. I didn't think Sarah was the type for that at all. Hunting boys. Now that I would understand coming from her. The doorbell rang and Sarah was already halfway out the door. "That's probably your chauffeur, Brittany." "My chauffeur?" I hadn't arranged for anyone to pick me up. So, what was Danis doing here? I was hurrying after her. My breakfast forgotten. "Danis? I didn't ask you to get me. How did you know I was here?" I called out, but I stopped in my tracks when I reached the front door, shocked by the sight before me. Sarah was pressed against the door jamb, her arms wrapped tightly around Danis's neck, one hand in his blonde curls. Her legs she'd wrapped around his waist, pulling him even closer, and I didn't want to know where the hell his hands were. Most importantly, they were kissing like their lives depended on it. My mouth hanging open, I just stared. What had gotten into them? This was just the weirdest thing ever. Sarah hadn't tried anything with a guy last night as far as I'd seen, but now she was making out with Danis, whom she hadn't met until just now. "Come, I'll drive you home. They'll be busy for quite some time," Alexander said, appearing by my side and pulling me with him out the door. He picked up his keys from that silver dish along the way. One last look as the door closed behind us told me they were, still kissing, making their way up the stairs now. I cringed. I didn't want to see that. We didn't talk in the car as he drove me home, and the silence was comfortable despite of this morning and last night. I guessed our shared shock of seeing Sarah and Danis like that had something to do with it. After a while, I ventured to ask, "What was that?" Alexander didn't immediately answer but said then, "A reunion." It sounded like he had to think about what he said. There hung more to that single word than just a simple reunion. I didn't think they'd met before anyway. I had talked to Sarah about Danis, and she had shown no sign of recognition after all. When the big, cold house that I was supposed to call home came into view, I couldn't suppress the sigh from escaping my lips. He pulled up into the driveway effortlessly and left the engine idling. "Hand me your phone," he said, preventing me from getting out of the car. Shocked, I stared at him for a moment. My phone? What did he want with that? I pulled it out of my pocket and handed it to him though when he held out his hand and looked at me. It was a look that said, "You better obey me." I'd only seen him look at a few people like that before, kids in class that were disrupting the lesson. I dropped my old crappy phone in his hand and shrugged. "Why?" He was already typing something into my phone. "I'm giving you my number." He glanced at me as he handed me the phone back, his face completely serious and tinged with worry. "Do not hesitate to call me, okay? If there's something wrong, anything at all, or if you just want to hear a friendly voice." As he spoke, a soft caress touched my mind, easing some of my anxiety and worry. It didn't take away the sense of foreboding, though. Dennis being sent to pick me up? Did that mean my father was home? Okay, I blushed again. I wanted to stay in his car and go back home with him. I didn't want to go back to this house ever again. Nothing but unhappy memories so far, and being with this family was anything but nice, ever. I felt a little like Cinderella sometimes. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door to get out. A hand on my arm stopped me. I mean it, Britt. Call me if there's something going on. If you want to get away, I'll come to pick you up again. His eyes were large and stormy as always, but now also filled to overflowing with concern. I nodded and forced a smile to show him I was fine. He didn't seem to buy it. One last thing. Britt, will you tell me his name? His voice sounded remote and controlled again, steel covered with silk. I shivered. I knew exactly who he meant. Fort? That's all I know. Alexander nodded and let go of my arm at last. I hurried out of the car and to the front door. Rubbing my arm where he'd touched me, the skin was tingling. I waited at the front door to watch him drive away, waving half-heartedly. When the flashy red car was gone, I turned and knocked on the door. I didn't have my keys on me. They were still in my bag in the guest room in Alexander's house. With Sarah and Dennis's shocking surprise, I'd completely forgotten about my bag. I took a very deep breath and squared my shoulders as I stepped into the house. The maid, who'd opened the door, smiled sympathetically at me and pointed towards the living. Your father is in there. I knew he was home. As I stepped into the living room, my father didn't waste time and started yelling at me right away. Occasionally helped by my stepmother, with Jennifer piling on lies about my bad behavior. There was just one thing keeping me standing all that time. Andy. His nanny was nowhere to be seen, but Stephanie held his hand in a bruisingly tight grip. If he tried to get away, either my dad or she would snap at him that he should stand still, that he had to know what his big sister was doing wrong. It made my blood boil. The poor kid was crying relentlessly. He knew it was all lies, but it hurt him to know they were hurting me. It was very hard to drive away. I knew she was hurting, although I didn't know why. The urge was very strong to barge into that house and kill everything and anyone that was causing it. I knew that she wouldn't appreciate it. If I did, she was a gentle soul. I knew she wouldn't be happy if I went and killed that Fort either, but I wasn't going to let him get away with assaulting my mate. Grabbing my phone, I snapped it open, dialing a number from my contact list. I didn't bother restraining the growl that ripped from my throat as the phone was picked up. Thomas, I demand repayment. Your son assaulted my mate. The words were pulled together in a long snarl, and my mouth twisted around the word son. I didn't hold my fangs back as they pushed through my gums, fueled by my anger. The man on the other side of the line growled as well before saying, "Change your tone, vampire." As the alpha of the pack of werewolves in town, he was one of the few that wasn't scared of me. In a fight, I would still win easily, but his rank allowed him more privileges. I'll be damned if I will. Your son tried to rape my mate last night. I have a right to rip his fucking head off. Be happy that I haven't done so yet and went to you instead. To anyone human, my words would have been unrecognizable, but Thomas had no trouble understanding. Since when do you have a mate? Nobody knows about that, Thomas said, his voice calm now, although I could tell he was offended by my way of talking. He was letting his alpha side show, trying to redirect conflict. I found her this week, Thomas. She doesn't even know yet, but that doesn't change anything. He still tried to rape her last night, I explained, my initial anger having burned away now. I pinched the bridge of my nose. That means Fort didn't know she was yours, though. You can't expect him to stay away if she's not marked, Thomas said, defending his son and future alpha. It was his very own pride I was laying accusations to as well. Thomas? I growled his name again. That doesn't take away the fact that he tried to rape someone, whether she's my mate or not. That's against the rules. It's wrong. He needs to be punished. It was quiet for a moment before I heard Thomas sigh. Will you allow me to punish him? Or do you demand your right of repayment? The monster inside me wanted nothing more than to get the chance to pound Fort's face to mush. But my rational side said, fine, but if there's another incident, I won't be so nice. Be glad I came to you first. You know I didn't have to do that. I knew that if Fort showed up at school on Monday all battered and bruised, Britt would know I was responsible for it. She must have seen the anger on my face when she told me the name. She probably thought I didn't know who he was, though. Nathan. I will deal with this. No pack member of mine gets away with attempted rape. I just want to know one thing. What? The angry beast inside me roared. After this, I knew I had to go out to feed. The anger had made me hungry, and I needed to stay in control. Are you certain it was Fort? And that he really tried to rape her? Do you have proof? Thomas's voice was completely reasonable, and I knew he had to ask to make sure the punishment he would hand out was just. I smelled him on her. Jer. I saw her memories. They were very clear, I said, my voice no longer distorting into growls and snarls but tight and controlled. I was fighting a war with the hunger and the desire to protect her, and also the desire to go to her and make her mine. Your bond is coming along fast then. Very well. I will make sure Fort knows his place in the future. Do you wish to be there when I punish him? Thomas sounded resigned now. I had known when I called him that I would get my way. No, I will leave it to you. If I catch him again, though, I won't be so lenient. With that, I snapped the phone shut. As I got out of my car and hurried back into my house, I sighed regretfully. I was going to miss her, and I knew I wouldn't be seeing her again until Monday in school. It didn't help that Sarah had just found her own mate, a witch. One that knew about the bond and recognized it just as she had. It wasn't fair that they got to be with each other right away, and that I had to tread so carefully to make sure I didn't scare her. I so badly wanted to just hold her and smother her in kisses and take away all her pain. Thinking of her made me aware of her mind, so far away from me now that it felt like an elastic band pulled way too tightly. She was hurting, and she was mad too. The anger was making her blood boil hot. It made me sad that all of her feelings were tinged with resignation. It felt as though she was giving up the fight, just waiting for the storm to pass. Inside the house, I could still smell her scent. It lingered on the chair she'd sat in and hung in the corridor upstairs. My acute vampire hearing easily picked up the sounds of sex coming from Sarah's room. I groaned at the unfairness of it all as I slumped down on the couch. Don't worry, Alex. You've come a long way to earning her trust this weekend. Besides, at least you have a mate, Bob said as he sat down in a chair opposite me. I gave him a sympathetic look and nodded. I suppose you're right. It's just getting harder each time to restrain myself. I'm fighting to keep my fangs retracted all the time around her. Amongst other things, I added the last softly, knowing he'd hear. Bob laughed. Just a week, or maybe 2 more. She already loves you. I nodded. Yeah, I know. I don't want to overwhelm her. I just want to. I broke off, feeling embarrassed suddenly. I was starting to sound like this really stupid, love-struck idiot. Bob cast me a knowing look and then got up. Go out and feed, okay? It'll make you feel better and it'll help you control yourself if you're full. I'll join you if you want, but I'm guessing you prefer to be alone. You're not much fun to be around anyway. You're all lovey-dovey. I shook my head at my brother, again realizing how much older he really was. I was the undecided leader of our group. I was simply stronger, faster, and had more vampiric talents than either of my siblings. But Bob was 3 years older, and the way he looked at me now told me he hadn't forgotten how it was to be the older brother. The only talent Bob really possessed was sensing moods. He couldn't influence them whatsoever, but he often knew exactly how people felt. Sarah was strongly telepathic. It was something she often combined with Bob, whenever they wanted to avoid something I'd told them to do. I hurried up the stairs, reaching my own bedroom in a flash. There, I realized my bed still smelled very strongly after her, the scent so delicious that I just had to lie down and smell my pillow, breathing in deeply. After a while, too shortly, I became aware of the sounds emitting from Sarah's bedroom. I couldn't stand hearing that for very long. So with a reluctant sigh, I got changed and then hurried out the door. Time to hunt then. Although I was sure nothing would really appeal to me now. Not when I hadn't yet marched Britt and made her well and truly mine. She was crying now, so I was guessing she was alone in her room. Every fiber in my being was yelling at me to go to her and make her feel better. Yet, I couldn't just go there and climb in through her window. I saw some me relating to dressed, I saw some me relating to jest, I saw me forth, I saw me really probbers. Did I really have ugly, dull eyes and plain features? I knew my hair was always tangled because of the slight curls. I suppose Stephanie and Jennifer were right. I really wasn't very pretty. I had never considered myself to be beautiful, but I never thought I was ugly either. Now, I shook my head at my silliness. Just because Jennifer had been pointing out all my flaws yesterday for hours on end didn't mean it was true. Still, I opted for wearing loose, more concealing jeans and a hoodie to go over my sleeveless shirt. I covered my figure, and it was, after all, getting colder outside, now that summer was over. There was no sense in dressing prettily. My families would only take it as more incentive to call me a whore. When I got downstairs, I spotted my baby brother in the kitchen. Just as he saw me too, apparently because he jumped from his chair, nearly knocking it over, and rushed towards me to hug my legs as tightly as he could. His face was a little pale and drawn, and there was a red blotch on his left cheek. I felt angry all over again and picked his little frame up from the floor, hugging him tightly. No matter that he was getting a little too heavy for it. "Giant, are you okay?" I asked him softly, stroking my hands over his pretty auburn curls. After I'd gotten home on Saturday and my father had been done yelling and lecturing me, I'd been sent to my room and locked in there. I hadn't seen Andy since, but I knew he'd been trying to get to me, even daring throwing a tantrum at Stephanie when my dad wasn't around. It's when he'd earned the red blotch, I guessed. Stephanie must have hit him. "I miss Mommy and home," he whispered, and I could feel him starting to cry again. His sobs muffled against my shoulder. Behind him at the kitchen counter stood his nanny, and for once she didn't look stern. Her face softened by a look of compassion. I shot her a grateful smile as I softly rocked my baby brother to and fro. "It's okay, Giant, I miss her too. But you remember our dreams, right, honey? About getting our own place? Eating ice cream all the time?" I told him gently. Usually that would cheer him up, and then we'd spend hours fantasizing about all the things we'd do and have. Today, my baby brother just kept on crying, shaking his head and balling his little fists. "Those are just silly dreams, Brittany Lee," Stephanie says. "You can't take me away when you leave." She says it's against the law. The tone of his voice, so solemn, told me he believed that now and that I should too. No, Andy. Don't listen to her. I will find a way. Oh, I promise. I'm not going to abandon you. Got it? Oh, boo-hoo, how touching. Jennifer snapped from behind me all of a sudden. I stiffened and clutched Andy a little more tightly to me. Then I sat him down in his chair again. When I turned around to cast a look at Jennifer, she quickly looked away. Was that sympathy I saw in her eyes for a moment? I wasn't sure. "Be strong for me, okay, Giant?" I whispered as I ruffled his hair. He nodded and, albeit still sniffling a little, he squared his little shoulders and smiled at me. The sad look didn't leave his pretty golden eyes, though. "Let's go, slut." "Come on, I don't want to be late." Jennifer sashayed out of the kitchen towards the garage. I must have been mistaken about that look. She was once again dressed in a short, revealing dress. Black this time, her hair and makeup done like a model. I kissed Andy on top of his head and followed her. For some reason, Dennis had just quit his job, right when my father wanted to fire him instead for not being there when he called him on Sunday. But with Dennis gone, it meant I had to ride with Jennifer to school. That was something she definitely didn't like. When we were nearly there, she suddenly stopped and said, "Get out, you're walking the last bit." I didn't hesitate getting out, even though I knew it meant I'd be late. If I didn't, she'd tell her mother another lie about something I'd done. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let them yell like that at me anymore in front of Andy. It was killing him. When I reached school, I wasn't as late as I thought I'd be. Anger at my so-called family for hurting little Hay had given my feet speed, it seemed. Jennifer, of course, was right at the center of attention with everyone staring at her expensive car. I slipped inside unnoticed when I saw neither Bob or Sarah were there yet. In fact, Sarah didn't show up for her entire first period, but I was glad to see that Bob was there in second period. He cast me a gentle smile and patted my hand as if to tell me everything was okay. When I asked him where Sarah was, he said, "Still at home? Probably doing something dirty with Dennis." "What? She's skipping to be with Dennis? Does Alexander know?" I whispered loudly. Luckily, the teacher didn't seem to hear. Bob nodded. Of course, he told the principal she's sick. Why the hell does he help her skip school so she can be with her boyfriend? Weren't brothers usually all protective about that sort of thing? Surely he knew she'd be having sex or something. Wouldn't he want to prevent that? Bob smiled a close-mouthed smile. Trust me, he couldn't keep them apart even if he wanted to. We're just hoping that they get all of this lust out of their systems during the day so that we can at least sleep at night without having to hear them. I felt myself flushing scarlet. Wow, was it that bad? I thought Sarah had more sense in her than that. From Dennis, at least I could understand. He was a guy after all. Although he had been nice enough to send me a text on Sunday, apologizing about not picking me up, explaining that he'd quit his job and that obviously he didn't want to go on a date anymore, but that he'd still make it up to me for saving him from my sister. When class was over, Bob pulled me aside in the corridor. "Bob, I'm going to be late if you don't let me go." I told him seriously, but still, I didn't walk away as he looked around, obviously waiting for the hall to empty somewhat. "Listen, Brittany, I really like you, and so does Sarah," Bob started. "In fact, I think we've become good friends in such a short time, and I'm glad." I frowned. "Okay, what was this all about?" "Now, my brother, he really likes you, okay? Give him a chance. He's a good guy, and he deserves a girl like you." Bob said those words in such serious tones that I could only stare and gape at him. Did Bob just seriously tell me to go out with his brother, who was in fact at least 5 years older than me and also my teacher, and therefore it was totally against the rules? It wasn't illegal, we were both legal adults, but it was still against school policy and he could lose his job. Bob was already gone, off to his next class when I finally started moving. I kept thinking, to hell with the rules. Alexander had said himself that he didn't care about the job. My feet had led me to the right classroom all by themselves, and I was already knocking on the door before I realized I was late. Again, he wasn't going to give me yet. Another detention, was he? But as I opened the door, Alexander glanced at me from the corner of his eyes and then said, "Detention after school. Ms. Baker, take a seat." Flushing crimson, both from embarrassment because everyone was staring at me, and from anger because it was unfair that he kept giving me detentions for things that weren't my fault. I sat down in the back next to the empty seat where Sarah usually sat. During the entire class, Alexander didn't look at me once, but he kept seated behind his desk the whole time, his free hand holding the desk in a tight grip. I was constantly assaulted by waves of desire, all of them focusing on Alexander and how badly I just wanted to be as near to him as possible, touching his skin, running my fingers through his silky hair and breathing in the scent of him. The tension between us was so thick that my skin was tingling with it and my cheeks felt constantly on fire. I couldn't understand how no one seemed to pick up on it, nor why it was so strong now when it seemed all right during the weekend. I was concentrating so hard on staying in my seat that I didn't realize the bell had rang, signaling the end of the period. It was very lucky that Alexander hadn't called on me during class. I wouldn't have heard him if he had. His body beside my desk all of a sudden made the tingling on my skin even worse. As I looked up at him and met his stormy gray eyes, it almost felt as if I could tell what he was feeling, happy and worried, and something else barely kept in check. I blushed when I realized I could identify that last bit as lust. At least now I knew it wasn't just me. Wait, what was I thinking? I didn't know that was what he was feeling. I was starting to imagine things. "You didn't call," was all he said, his voice gentle and solemn. I shook my head. Of course I hadn't called him. First of all, because either my stepmother, dad, or Jennifer would have heard me talking probably, and then they'd have taken away my phone. Secondly, because he was still my teacher, despite what had happened, and I wasn't ready to share stories about my family with him. I doubted he wanted to hear anyway. "Ooh, I should go get lunch," I stammered, hating myself for being so nervous suddenly. I hadn't felt like this on Saturday around him. I had been really comfortable, in fact. He seemed to know just how to put my mind at ease. "Britt, wait," Alexander said as I got up and moved past him. Can I just hold you for a minute?" I stared at him in surprise, already nodding because I wanted nothing more than to be in his arms. Still, my more rational mind spluttered. "Why?" His arms enfolded me and he pulled me flush against his chest, his head coming to rest on top of mine. Warmth spread through my body, and the tingling on my skin stopped, to make place for a slow burning that could only be described as incredibly pleasant. It felt like I could finally breathe again, and a sudden tension drained from my body, like an elastic band suddenly released from overstretching. I wrapped my own arms tightly around his waist, snuggling even closer and breathing in his amazing scent deeply. I didn't even care about the answer anymore. My rational mind had shut up and was reveling in the contact just as much. After a while, Alexander said softly, "It'll make it easier to get through the day, especially last period." I didn't know what that meant, but I knew he was right. I couldn't see the clock, but I knew he held me longer than a minute. I could care less about that. In fact, when he did let go at last, I couldn't seem to make my own arms release their grip on his waist. He chuckled softly. Clay, lunch is almost over. In not too long, this classroom will be filling up with students again. Shocked, I unburied my face from his chest to look up at his face. No way. It's only been a few minutes. It's been nearly 30 a run, he smiled gently, one hand coming back to rub my back softly. The other one stroked my cheek, tugging a strand of hair behind my ear. I shook my head in disbelief. No, now. His hands were tugging on my arms, prying them loose and embarrassed. I stepped back. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll just go to my next class. I turned to hurry out the door. No, I am sorry, agramo kroi. Because of me, you missed lunch. I will see you last period, he said, his voice sincere, his eyes stormy and warm. I felt that soft touch on my mind again, just as I smiled at him one last time as I darted out the door. Warmth and love filling my head. It was a good thing the halls were still deserted and nobody saw me leave. I felt a little sorry for Bob for letting him eat lunch all by himself, but just having spent those last 30 minutes with Alexander had made me feel really good. I could handle whatever the day decided to dish out now. I was making my way over to the biology classroom and I couldn't keep the bounce out of my step. I was hurrying just so I could see Alexander sooner. I really had decided to hell with the consequences, it seemed, although I couldn't entirely understand what was going on between us. Did he really like me, the way Bob had implied, or was that in my head and was he just being nice? It didn't feel that way though. He seemed just as reluctant to let me go on my way during lunch as I had been to leave. Thinking about lunch made my stomach growl hungrily though, and I patted it a little guiltily. I wasn't watching where I was going exactly because suddenly I slammed into something solid and I knew it wasn't a wall. Whatever it was had just moved into my path. Hello there, sweetheart. It's nice seeing you again, said a suave voice, one that sends shivers down my spine. Fort. I stepped back immediately, bringing my books up in front of me protectively. Get lost. I don't want anything to do with you. My voice contained so much venom that I was surprised he didn't flinch. Jennifer stood right beside him, one hand on his arm as she smiled evilly at me. Don't talk to him like that, you little slut. Fort cast her a sideways glance that told me he wanted her to shut up and get away from him. He wasn't interested in her. It was me he had his eyes set on. He stepped in closer just to prove it, backing me into a wall. We had fun, didn't we? Let's hook up again tonight? He said, one hand reaching out to touch me. I slapped it away as hard as I could and he hissed angrily. Jennifer seemed not to have heard his last words because she pushed in beside me and said, You're such an idiot. You can't even satisfy one man. Good thing I was around, isn't that right, baby? She ran her hands up his arm and pressed herself against him a little now. Fort responded a little distracted, his eyes still focused tightly on me, although he was running them up and down my body. Those clothes don't suit you at all, he said. Jennifer nodded in agreement, but I knew Fort meant he wanted me to wear something more revealing, whereas Jennifer just thought any clothes I wore looked ugly on me. Come on, hun, we're gonna be late for class if we don't leave now, Jennifer cooed. Fort was nodding and smiled at my stepsister. Let's ditch class. Go, I'll meet you at your car. He wiggled his eyes suggestively at her. She squealed and immediately started walking, leaving me more or less alone with Fort. She was so stupid. He turned to me again as soon as she was out of sight and prevented me from sneaking away. You can run, but you can't hide Brittany, he said, his voice low as he backed me into the wall again. Something in his eyes looked a lot like a caged animal. It was trying to claw. It's way out. You're going to be mine soon enough. His hand came up to wrap around my throat, rubbing the bare skin there roughly. I swallowed nervously, readying my leg to kick him again. Panic was surging through me as I remembered Friday evening, immobilizing me. Fort was suddenly pulled away from me and a low and angry voice said, What do you think you're doing? The voice sounded so angry, in fact, that it was nearly a growl. The impact it had on Fort was very satisfying. He whirled around, his shoulders slumped, and he shook his head. Nothing, Mr. Clitton. I'm gonna class now. His voice was very demure, but as he all but ran away, he cast one look over his shoulder, hate-filled. Alexander didn't seem to be impressed in the least as he watched the guy leave, his shoulders shaking with suppressed rage. Then he turned around to look at me. Are you all right, Brittany? I nodded, but at the use of my full name, I realized the hallway was anything but deserted. Students, mostly from the biology class, were all staring. I shivered and nodded. Yes, Mr. Clitton, thank you. We all filed into the classroom and I hurried to the back, glad that I could sit down because my legs felt a little wobbly. So I had been mistaken. Just a hug, albeit a long one, wasn't enough to make me strong enough to face anything for the rest of the day. It was of course silly of me to forget that he attended school here as well, and that I didn't have the chance to run into him. But I really had forgotten with all the worrying about Danis and the fact that my father had been home this weekend. Alexander started class, handing out assignments. His voice sounded normal to anyone but the most observant. To me, he still sounded angry. But when I met his stormy eyes, I felt a wave of love and concern wash over me. I nodded slowly, breathing in deeply to show him I was fine. During the entire lesson, he kept walking around the room, from person to person as he explained and helped people. Every time he was near me, he'd brush his fingers across exposed skin on my arm, and twice even across the back of my neck. It helped to keep my mind of things. Well, bad things at least. By the end of class, I was thinking mostly about him again, and that tension was back, differently. It wasn't as heavily there as that morning, but it still made my skin tingle. When Alexander at last dismissed the class, he reminded me loudly that I did have a detention again. I hadn't moved anyway, but I guessed he said it for the benefit of the other students, so that they knew I had a legit reason to stay behind. When the last one was out the door, he held up a hand. Stay here, I'll be right back, okay? He was out the door before I could reply. With a shrug, I pulled out my homework and started on that, only a little disappointed that he hadn't come over to hold me again. I was really confused now. I knew I wanted to be with him. The way he made me feel said enough, despite what I had been thinking before. I had found myself falling harder for him every time I saw him. But it just wasn't clear to me what he felt and wanted from me. Did he feel like I did? Did he really think being with me was worth risking losing his job? Or was he still just being nice because I was friends with his sister? A package was dropped in front of me. Here, you must be hungry. You missed lunch because of me. I looked up to find Alexander standing in front of me, leaning forward on my desk to peer into my face. He was smiling and nodded encouragingly at the food in front of me. It was just a simple sandwich and a bottle of orange juice. I dug in hungrily. It tasted absolutely amazing, and was nearly done when I realized he had missed lunch too. Oh, I blushed madly at him and he grinned. I already ate a girl motroy. I finished the last bit hurriedly and took a few sips of the drink before bending back over my homework. I had just stuffed myself like a pig in front of him. How embarrassing. As if he read my mind though, he said, I should not have kept you from your lunch. You were very hungry. I forget sometimes. You need more food than I do. He sounded genuinely remorseful, as if he had done something horrible. He had moved back a little to sit down on the edge of the desk in front of mine, and as I looked up, his stormy gray eyes were focused intently on my face. Tell me about yourself, he demanded then. What? I stuttered out, surprised by the request. I want to get to know you. Will you tell me about yourself? He asked gently. A soft smile was curving his lips, and I wanted nothing more than to kiss them. Blushing again, I shrugged. What do you want to know? Everything, he replied. The look in his eyes told me he was deadly serious. He really wanted to know everything about me. Well, I have a little brother that I absolutely love to death, I told him honestly. Thinking about Andy made me a little sad again, and I could tell he noticed because he hurried to say, Is he well? I nodded, and then I did something I didn't expect at all. The urge to tell him everything was just too strong. The words rolled from my lips on their own accord. He's as well as can be. He misses Mom a lot, and our old home. Nothing is the same anymore now that we live with my dad. Stephanie, our stepmother, has no time for him whatsoever, and the nanny is really firm with him. He has so much trouble adjusting. He's really shy around strangers, you know. He doesn't make friends easily. He's always worrying about me too, because Jennifer always gets me in trouble. This morning, he was crying, and not even reminding him about our dreams could cheer him up. I took a deep breath and realized that tears had formed in my eyes, forcing their way out. Alexander was already on my side of the desk, pulling me swiftly into his embrace. He didn't say anything as he held me. After a while, he pushed me back a little to look at my face. What would you wish to happen? To make him happy? Can you go back to your mother? I shook my head. Our mom's dead. She got really sick one day, pneumonia. Alexander changed his hold on me, so that one arm was tightly wrapped around my waist while the other softly stroked my hair. His eyes were filled with compassion, but he didn't say anything like the hated words, "I'm sorry." Instead, he said, "Then what would you like to happen?" "I guess you would like to leave your father's home?" Meeting his eyes, I nodded. Yes. He doesn't like either of us anyway. No one seems to like us. I wish I could just take Andy with me and raise him myself. He deserves a good home where he feels safe and loved. And so do you, Britt, Alexander added. I heard a scraping sound, and then suddenly Alexander was sitting down, pulling me with him into his lap. Now, let's talk about lighter things, shall we? He murmured into my hair. It felt so amazing how I fit right in there, with my head tucked underneath his chin and his arms around me. The hard planes of his chest felt soft and warm as I leaned into him. The rest of the hour flew by as Alexander asked me question after question about my likes and dislikes. But he didn't mind when I started asking him my own questions. Sometimes, it felt like I already knew the answer to a question before he replied. I had just known, for example, that his favorite color was topaz before he even said so. Although it still made me blush when he explained that was because it was the color of my eyes. He was such a charmer. At exactly 5 p.m., he unfurled his arms and helped me get up. He gracefully flowed to his feet and smiled. "Seems like it's time to go home." I nodded and frowned at myself for feeling so sad about that fact. I would get to see him again tomorrow. Besides, I really needed to spend time with Andy and cheer him up. I had to show him I wasn't going to give up. Alexander followed me out of school, a comfortable silence stretching around us. The school was deserted, and so was the parking lot. Obviously, everyone already left. No wonder he hadn't been worried about anyone walking in on us. I stared a little morosely at the empty parking lot, knowing Jennifer had left without me and that I'd have to walk home. Dennis had, after all, quit his job, so I couldn't expect him to come and pick me up. Alexander followed my look and smirked suddenly. "Seems like I get to take you home, Grandma Croy?" He took hold of my hand and tugged me towards his flashy red car. I couldn't help but feel a little happy about that. It meant more time together with him. The car ride was quiet, and I found myself thinking about us's again. Did he really feel the same about me as I did about him? The way he acted really showed that he didn't care. He could lose his job if it was found out. "Alexander?" I asked, determined suddenly to find out where we were standing at. I didn't want to go home and worry about it all night. "Yes, quoi?" he replied, raising an eyebrow to show me he wanted to know what was on my mind. "What, eh? Where? What's going on between us?" I cringed when I said us. Because it implied there was an us, and I didn't know that, it was what I was trying to find out. Alexander stared at me for a moment and then said seriously, "I'm sorry, Grandma Croy. I've been going about this all backwards." I felt my heart sink to the pit of my stomach. See? There was no us, he was just being a good friend, like his siblings. But what about that kiss then? Blushing and feeling hurt and upset even though it wasn't his fault, but my own stupid mind that had fooled myself. I turned away to look out the window, hoping the rest of the ride wouldn't be awkward now that I had ruined things. "What?" He took one hand of the wheel and gently folded it around mine. "I want to be with you," he said. My eyes automatically shot to his face, thinking that I must have heard him wrong or that he was joking. There was just no way this insanely handsome man, at least 5 years older than me, would want to be with me. "I want to be with you, Brittany," he repeated, smiling softly at the disbelief on my face. "Would you go out with me on a date? Wednesday, perhaps?" A little numb, I nodded my head. "Yes!" My voice sounded breathless, and I mentally scolded myself for sounding like such a dumb, love-struck ninny all of a sudden. He suddenly brought my hand up and pressed a kiss on the top, like an old-fashioned gentleman. His lips were soft, and I could only just suppress a shiver of delight. "We have arrived at Grandma Croy," he said, letting go of my hand. I wrenched my eyes away from him to see that he'd parked his car right in front of the big empty house. I took a deep breath, savoring his scent before opening the door. "Be strong, but call me if you need anything at all," he said, and I nodded. Squaring my shoulders, I marched up to the front door. I had to knock because my keys were still in that bag at the Clitton residence. The maid opened and she smiled at me. That was a good sign, probably. Turning, I watched Alexander drive away, ignoring the strange pulling feeling on my heart. Stephanie was apparently gone, out with friends according to the maid, but the rolling of her eyes told me she didn't believe that. Jennifer was out too, on a date with some guy probably, or maybe hanging out with her new besties. Since my father had left this morning again for work, it meant I had the house pretty much to myself with Andy. Good, time to do some major cheering up then. I went to LK, I went to Halpaz. I went to Halbaz bropt off bra. Being full definitely seemed to help, if only a little. I wondered how Bob had known that fact. He hadn't met his soulmate yet. Although Bob never talked much about those first 10 years he'd been a vampire, neither Sarah or I had been there by his side then. When I got home, Sarah and Dennis had finally decided to be social, it seemed. Or maybe they were simply downstairs because Dennis's body was definitely human and he needed sustenance. "Evening, Mr. Clitton," the guy said hesitantly, and I growled in annoyance. "So now you suddenly remember your manners, do you?" I said. I could still vividly remember that afternoon when he'd openly defied me, touching MY Britt while staring me down. Pity Sarah had already been in the car and hadn't seen him at that time. Dennis visibly shrunk into himself, but he bravely said, "I'm sorry, I did not mean to offend you in any way, and I will do anything to get your approval." Sarah is the most amazing girl I've ever laid eyes on. Sarah, who was sitting beside him, smiled widely at his words and then returned to glaring at me. I shook my head a little confused, and then laughed as realization dawned on me. "I'm fine with you and Sarah being together, you're soulmates. I know you would never do anything to harm her." Relief flashed across the young witch's features. Despite his brave words, it was obvious he didn't want to fight me. He knew he'd lose. His magic wasn't enough to do serious damage to me, and the spells that could took too long to be useful in an open fight. I'm referring to that day in the parking lot, Dennis, when you defied me and touched MY mate. I explained, but I didn't feel angry about that anymore. I was just grumpy because I was still yearning so strongly to go to Britt. It was hard focusing on anything other than the link between her mind and mine. After today, it seemed to have gotten much stronger again. I suspected strong enough even for Britt to realize the connection was there. "Dennis," Sarah exclaimed, slapping his shoulder playfully, "you flirted with Brittany?" The blonde-haired witch looked a lot like a little angel, a cherub. Although his body was all hard planes and angles, showing clearly that he was a man and not a boy. He shook his blonde curls from his eyes and said, "Brittany needed a friend. That family of hers is horrible. They're all so mean to her, she gets the blame of everything." I nodded. "Sarah, that stepsister doesn't want to be seen with her. She makes her walk to and from school if she's even a second too late. I want you to pick her up tomorrow morning as her friend. It's not weird if you do that, right?" I left the unspoken words hanging. I would be glad to do it, but as her teacher, people were bound to notice, and we didn't want that. I knew I'd told Britt several times that I didn't care about the job, but I did want to keep it if that was possible. I preferred being able to see her in school and keep an eye on her there. Not just Fort seemed interested in her. Nearly all the supernatural students at the school paid extra attention to her. I wasn't very strongly telepathic, not like Sarah, but I had still picked up quite a lot of thoughts that I didn't want to hear. The boys at school, mostly the wolves, had no clue how close they'd come each day to me ripping their throats out. Everyone knew that I did not share. But as long as Britt wasn't marked as mine, they didn't know I had claimed her. I sighed. Maybe I should let the entire supernatural community know. Calling a meeting might not be a bad idea. No, I don't think that would help Alex, and of course I'll drive her to school from now on. Now that Dennis isn't doing it anymore, that's a great idea. Sarah was reading my mind, of course. Why? A meeting to tell everyone she's mine would at least keep the kids at school in check. Fort was bothering her again in the hallway today. Which reminds me, I need to call Thomas and tell him he's gone soft. He promised me this would stop. Dennis shivered, obviously not used to the easy way I talked about the supernatural community. I was, if not their leader, I let the elders run the town, definitely able to demand pretty much everything I wanted. Thomas is out of town on business. Alexander, that's probably why Ford is running wild like that. He thinks he can get away with things when the alpha's not around. Bloody Kid is bullying a lot of the young witches as well. He calls us inferior. At the last words, Dennis spat angrily and then buried himself in the plate of mac and cheese, embarrassed by his outburst. I see, so he hasn't been punished yet. I nodded. That made sense. although it pissed me off that Thomas had refrained from telling me he was away when I was on the phone with him. I can tell Britt is nearly ready to accept you, Alex. She said yes when you asked her on a date, didn't she? That's why you should wait with a meeting. She's smart and sensitive. She would notice if half the student body started treating her differently all of a sudden. Besides, I think she'd appreciate it if you introduced her properly instead of going behind her back. She's stubborn. You know, she'd be pissed if you did that. Sarah shared some of her insights, and I couldn't disagree. Britt was stubborn, all right. It's what had kept her upright these past 3 years since she started living with her dad. It's why she was still alive and kicking even though she had to care for her little brother and love him like a mother and father. I really wished I could just take the both of them away from that house. They could live here without a problem. Enough space and money. No lack of people to love the both of them either. With a smirk towards Sarah, I thought, Sarah would just love to have a little brother to look after. Showing me she'd heard the thought, Sarah started to smile. It might not be a bad idea to look into the legal aspect of that, Alex, so that when the time is right, we can pluck them both away. I doubt she'll move in if she can't take her brother with her. Dennis groaned. You know how confusing it is to hear only one half of a conversation? I'm no mind reader like you, miss. But you're right. Brittany would never leave that house without Andy. We talked a while longer, planning what to do with Fort and with Brittany and Andy. We needed a plan. After a while, Sarah started on the topic of the date and started planning that, leaving me with little input and nothing to do. When at long last we all got up to go to bed, it was nearly midnight. There was just one question remaining. Dennis, when are you moving in completely? Or are you moving out, Sarah? Would not be so bad if she moved out. Meant I wouldn't have to hear them have sex. Sarah, having heard the thought, laughed, but Dennis replied, Eh? You are okay with me moving in? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? If your grandmother is okay with it, then so am I. His grandmother was the crone of the village. It sounded disrespectful to me to call a pleasant old lady crone, but for witches, that was a title of honor. It meant she was the leader. My grandmother is very happy for me. She can't wait to meet you, Sarah, Dennis said, turning himself towards Sarah to explain what his grandmother had said and done. I left them and wished Bob good night as I passed him watching TV. It appeared to be some kind of show about vampires. He found those greatly amusing. They were so unrealistic that it was funny. When I crashed in bed, I touched my mind gently to Britt. She was sleeping already. Her dreams were restless, though, filled with worries about her baby brother and, surprisingly, about me abandoning her. I filled her mind with comforting thoughts about how I loved her and would always protect her. It wasn't hard to paint a picture in her dreams where both she and Andy lived in my house with Bob, Sarah, Dennis, and me. She accepted the image as her own. It was close to what she wanted herself. After that, I turned around and fell asleep myself, hoping that tomorrow would bring me another step closer to winning her heart. Heya, I'm back from Norway and ready to continue this story. Happy New Year, everyone. Vote and comment, please. I would really like some feedback. Tuesday seemed uneventful compared to Monday, right until the very end, but I liked it that way. Sarah picked me up and drove me to school in the morning, much to Jennifer's chagrin, but she couldn't say anything about it. During third period, I smiled at Alexander the moment I saw him, and as he passed out sheets with information, he brushed my hand. It took the edge of the burning need to go to him and kiss him senseless to hell with the fact that everyone could see us. Jennifer was extremely forward in her way of flirting this class, tugging her shirt lower and her skirt up to reveal more leg. I wondered if guys really thought that was attractive. To me, it just seemed cheap. It was amusing to watch, though, even if it was a little disgusting occasionally. But I knew Alexander wasn't interested in her at all. After all, it was me he'd asked out on a date. I did not get a detention that day, and I was almost sad about it. It meant I wouldn't be spending another hour with Alexander, and that he wouldn't be the one to take me home. On the other hand, Sarah invited herself over, so today would still be fun. I was the last to leave when the final bell rang, being extremely slow about packing my bag so it wouldn't seem suspicious to the other students. When I was finally done, I looked up to see that Alexander was standing right in front of the door. He cast me one look, questioningly, with one of those eyebrows raised. I slowly made my way over to him, and feeling brave, I reached past him and pulled the door shut. He was chuckling, and I felt my face heating up, but at least he took my bag from me, dropping it to the floor with a heavy thud. Then, without saying a word, he pulled me into his arms, tucking my head under his chin. I shivered, again experiencing that sensation of an elastic band that had been under constant strain finally relaxing. Melting into him, I wrapped my arms around him tightly, ignoring the dirty thoughts that came unbidden. He was running gentle fingers up and down my back in patterns, his breath flitting down my heated cheeks to tickle the sensitive skin just underneath my ears. I wondered what it would feel like if he kissed me there. A groan escaped his lips and he muttered, "You're going to be the death of me, gramo croye." I felt more than heard the sensual promise in his voice as he pressed me up against the door. I heard the key turn as he locked it, my heart thudding loudly in my chest and my skin on fire, all of it seeming to run in a direct line to the center of my body. One of his hands was on my hip, the lower half of his body pressing into me. The other hand slid up my arm, across the soft skin of my throat, and then pulled my chin up so he could look me in the eye. His normally stormy eyes were so dark they were nearly black, the air around us practically shimmering with the repressed sexual tension. He leaned forward, resting his forehead against mine. He was breathing fast, and I realized that I was too. My own hands were splayed out across his chest, only barely keeping my breast from touching the hard planes of muscle. I sighed, my breath flitting across his lips, and that's exactly when I felt something snap inside of me. I wanted him more than anything, and I just knew it was right. The rules were wrong. They couldn't keep us apart. It didn't matter. The connection between us was so clear that I could almost hear his thoughts. He was practically screaming in his mind, "Mine! She's mine. I love her. Kiss her. Kiss me, Britt." The sentences all short and jumbled as if the circuits inside were overheated, and he wasn't thinking rational anymore. I didn't care because I felt the same. I closed the distance between our lips. Electrics sparked and fire burned. I felt like floating as his lips molded against mine. He moaned as I reached a hand up to tug on his hair, pulling him closer if that was even possible. I felt a very strong sense of satisfaction at being the one that had made him moan. Good. It was an amazing sound. It made things tighten low in my body. He was running one hand through my hair, the other one slid down to cut my bottom, lifting me effortlessly off the floor. I wrapped my legs around his waist, letting out my own moan at the feel of him hard and hot against me. I realized my fingers were trying to undo the buttons on his shirt, and that's when I stopped. Wow. I was trying to undress Alexander. I was trying to undress my teacher. His lips came away from mine, but he didn't seem to notice I wasn't kissing him back anymore. He attached his mouth to my throat, and as if he'd heard my earlier thought, kissed right to that sensitive spot just below my ear. Another moan escaped my throat, and my back arched as a hot wave of pleasure washed over me. Our lower regions connecting, creating a short moment of friction, it brought on another moan that I just couldn't hold in. I felt heat rush to my cheeks, suddenly feeling embarrassed, and that did stop him. He didn't let go, didn't even alter his position in the least. One warm hand possessive on my butt. The evidence of his obvious arousal pressed against the V between my legs, his forehead resting against mine. We were both panting. "Agramo croe." No, don't be embarrassed. His voice was husky, filled with lust that was nowhere near satisfied, but his eyes had turned to a lighter shade again. He pressed himself closer, and that caused another wave of pleasure to shoot through my body. He was rubbing against me in such a way. I knew he'd seen it on my face because he did it a second time, and then smirked in male satisfaction at the moan rolling off my lips. "I very much love that sound," he whispered hotly, pressing against me again just to hear me moan. Alexander, his name, fell from my lips, and I was shocked to hear how unsteady my own voice sounded. I sounded like sex, I thought, and that made me blush again. "I love it when you say my name like that," Alexander said, again that male satisfaction filling his voice. He ran one hand up my side and then pulled away, allowing me to drop my unsteady legs to the floor. "Sarah is waiting," he said with a roll of his eyes. Reaching behind me, he unlocked the door, freeing me to go home and leave him. I was still leaning against the door, not trusting myself to stand up fully after that onslaught on my senses. I was still reeling from his hot kiss, and there was something hot pooled low in my body that craved release. I knew what kind, and I shivered. Dirty thoughts after a very dirty moment. Just looking at Alexander, I could still see how aroused he was, but he seemed collected as he stepped away from me to lean against his desk. Bloody man? I was going to be the death of him? How about the other way around? He was smirking, as if he'd heard that, and I surprised myself by half growling. No reading my mind. Amusement sparkled in his eyes and he nodded. Fine, I won't do it again, a grand choix. But only if I get to kiss you like this more often? Deal? Was he mocking me now? Yet I nodded. Deal. It felt like I'd just done something irreversible. There was no going back now. I had officially broken the rules now by making out with my teacher. I felt relieved somehow. Britt, you should go now. Sarah is waiting, and she's starting to get impatient, Alexander said. His voice was still husky, but it contained much of his amusement too. I frowned. How do you know? I can read minds, remember? He said, chuckling, as if he'd said something very funny. Are you making fun of me now? I couldn't keep a little of the hurt out of my voice. How could he? After we just kissed. It was more than that, way more, but I couldn't quite make myself think about it. He smiled. Of course not a grand croix. I would never make fun of you. It was a joke. I felt a soft touch on my mind, a caress. It was filled with warmth and love and acceptance. I just couldn't feel upset anymore. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Alexander, I offered as I picked up my bag from the floor where he dropped it. Just before I opened the door and left, I felt his body heat right behind me, a soft touch of his fingertips underneath my chin. He tilted my head up to meet his eyes. Take care, Brittany. He brushed his lips against mine softly, barely touching, and then he stepped back again. As I walked through the empty hallways, my hand strayed to my lips. They felt hot and a little bruised. It felt absolutely delicious. Sarah was indeed fidgeting impatiently as she stood, leaned against her own shiny silver car. Finally, you took your own sweet time saying goodbye, but she sounded more amused now, then angry at having to wait. I blushed at her and hurried to get into the car, hoping she wouldn't notice. So, Sarah chirped, are you two an item now? I stared at my friend for a moment, then hurried to look at the window as we peeled away from the parking lot. I could just see Alexander leaving the building and walking to his own car. He was smiling and waved once in my direction. Well, are you? Sarah insisted when I didn't reply. I don't know. We just kissed, I told her, blushing furiously. I hid my face by looking out the window intently, even though I could no longer see Alexander. I find that hard to believe. You have a hickey on your neck, Brittany. That doesn't happen if you just kiss. She was shaking with repressed laughter for some reason. Mortified, I clasped my hand over the spot below my ear. That bastard. Why did he do that? How was I supposed to hide that from Jennifer and Stephanie? He very much wants to make you his. My brother is very possessive when it comes to girlfriends, Sarah said as if reading my mind. Although it was probably clearly written on my face. Girlfriend? I asked. Or more like sweet. Was I his girlfriend now? Yeah, he doesn't date much, you know. But when he does, he really cares about you, honey, Sarah explained. And don't worry, I can cover up that mark. No problem, no one at your home will notice. She winked at me. God, that girl really could read minds or something, just like her brother. At least of the three of them, Bob seemed somewhat normal. Sarah snorted inelegantly but said nothing. When we arrived at my house, she pulled out a bag of makeup from under the driver's seat. Adeptly, she dusted something on my neck with cool, certain fingers. She clicked a few times with her tongue, but pretty soon she said, "All done, no one will notice." At least I didn't have to wonder about why he seemed so bloody satisfied. He marked me for the whole world to see. At least it would fade in a few days. I just have to wear a high collar tomorrow. Oh, before we forget, I got your overnight bag with you. The one you forgot on Saturday? Sarah tugged it out from behind her seat and deposited it in my lap. Great, my keys were in there. I thanked her as I led her to the front door. As I ushered her inside the big house, I drew in a relieved breath when I noticed that again, neither Stephanie or Jennifer were there. Come on, let me introduce you to Andy. The day seemed to fly by, and surprisingly, Andy seemed not the least bit shy around Sarah. Of course, I understood that a little. Sarah had that way of making you feel comfortable. She always seemed to know exactly what to say to ease your mind. I kept thinking about Alexander. It was impossible not to, really. The memory of his hands on my skin, or his lips. Every time I thought about that, I would start tingling, and I couldn't refrain from reaching up to touch that hickey. It really was a good thing Sarah knew how to cover it up. If Stephanie or Jennifer found out, they'd probably give me hell about it. I was just a little pissed at Alexander for doing that. I didn't mind the mark. In fact, I found it rather exciting that he'd wanted to mark me his apparently. But did he have to do it in such a visible spot? I could already hear him argue that it wasn't a proper mark if nobody could see it. After all, it was meant to show the world I was taken. Was I really taken, though? Was I his girlfriend now? We hadn't even gone out on a proper date. All this marking me. His stuff was rather weird anyway. We were supposed to keep this secret. He would lose his job if the school knew we were dating. Sarah did a good job cheering Andy up even more. She invited him over to her house to come play with the video games Bob had. She assured us both that Bob would love to show them to him. I wasn't too sure about that, but hey, it was her neck, not mine. Of course it meant Andy wanted to go over to the Clitton house first thing tomorrow, which wasn't possible. But Sarah promised him he was welcome anytime. She was even going to make a room for him so he could sleep over if he wanted. I thought that was a little too much, but Sarah cast me a look that said, "Don't disagree with me. I'm saying this for a reason." I was dying to ask her what the hell she thought she was doing, but didn't get the chance till after dinner. Stephanie was surprisingly nice to Sarah. Jennifer wasn't there though. She was out on another date. It was nearly 10 p.m., and at long last, we'd managed to get Andy to go to sleep. He was so hyper about making a friend, even though she was 10 years older, that he didn't want to go to sleep until she'd left. He refused, even though we'd read him 2 bedtime stories together, so at long last, I offered to sing him a lullaby. He wanted Sarah to do that, but she'd laughed, saying, "Sorry, kid, I can't sing for the life of me. But I'm sure Brittany is really good. Let's both lie down and listen, Kay?" And then Sarah had gracefully lain down beside my baby brother and pretended to fall asleep. Satisfied, Andy had then curled up into my side, demanding I sing that lullaby. I didn't know that many, and I had to think deep and hard. Surprisingly, the song I sang for him was the same one Alexander had sang for me. I didn't know I remembered it that well, but as I started humming the melody, the words found their way to my lips, and soon I was singing. I knew that Sarah had twitched in surprise and then stared at me with open mouth, but I'd chosen to ignore it. Andy was out like a light in 1 minute flat. That had to be a record. Back in my own room, I beat Sarah to it by springing my own question on her, before she could ask me about the lullaby. I knew it was a familiar song to her after all. Alexander said their mother sung that for them when they were little. Why the hell would you tell him you're making a room for him? I seriously doubt Stephanie or my dad will let him sleep over. It'll just disappoint him. Sarah sighed and plopped down on my bed, looking around my room curiously and noting that despite the fact that I had unpacked everything, the room still looked bare. I told him that because I want him to get used to the idea that there's another house out there for him to call home. "He's always welcome, and so are you," she said at long last. I stared at her for a moment. "I really appreciate that, miss, but," she interrupted me, "I know you want to get away from here, Brittany. We just need to figure out how you can take Andy with you when you leave. There has to be a way to convince a judge that you should be his legal guardian, not that shitty stepmom or your dad who's never around." "Sarah?" I said, feeling moved. "Are you saying that if we find a way—" I couldn't utter the words, my throat closing up. Did she really just say that me and Hay were welcome to live with them? At the Clitton house? I talked about it with Alexander Brittany. It was sort of his idea, actually. The house is big enough, even with Dennis moving in, and you'd hardly cost a thing anyway. It's just the legal aspect. He's looking into it with Dennis as we speak, probably. Suddenly, I was bawling my eyes out, glad that Sarah didn't hesitate to pull me into a tight embrace. "That's so nice of you. All of you," I hiccuped through my tears. Sarah was patting my back as I cried. "It's what best friends and lovers are for Hun," she said. Alexander wanted me and Hay both to live at his house? I couldn't believe it. These people, even though I'd known them for such a short while, had already succeeded in making me feel so much less alone. They'd make me feel welcome and loved, and they didn't hesitate to include Andy into all of this. After a while, I pulled back and still sniffling, I smiled at Sarah. Now, what was this about Dennis moving in? I had never seen Sarah blush before, but she came damn close to it now. She looked away from me and hid her face behind a curtain of hair. "Seriously, miss, I know he's cute. And all but first time you saw him, you went and stuck your tongue down his throat." "Shut up!" "It wasn't like that," my friend exclaimed, and then she giggled. "He's just so... God, I'm just so in love, Britt. The moment I laid eyes on him, I just knew. He's the one, and the best part is, he knew it too." I smiled and hugged her again. Before I'd met Alexander, I wouldn't have believed in love at first sight. But now, a knock on the door and then Stephanie's voice. "Sarah dear, shouldn't you be on your way home? Your parents must be expecting you by now." Sarah cast me a look, then yelled back sweetly, "Oh heavens, I didn't know it was this late already." "Thank you for the reminder, Mrs. Washer." She stood up gracefully from the bed and gave me another hug. "I'll see you tomorrow at school. Don't forget to pack another overnight bag, just in case, and your fancy clothes so I can help you prepare for the date." I promised I wouldn't forget. She was almost out the door when she spun around. "Where did you learn that lullaby?" Her expression was confused. I shrugged. "Alexander sung it to me a few times. I guess I picked it up from him. Didn't realize I knew all the words until I sang it tonight." Sarah nodded. "You're lucky. He never sings for me, not even when I have nightmares." I winked. "You have Dennis to do that now." "Night, Brittany." With that, she was out the door, dancing down the stairs, light as a feather as always. I prepared my bag and then got ready for bed. Before I turned off the light, I grabbed my phone. I had several new messages. 3 from Dennis, telling me to tell Sarah to get home because he missed her. I hadn't expected the guy to be so clingy. 1 was from Alexander, and my heart literally skipped a beat when I read it. "You can sing me to sleep tomorrow if you'd like. You are always welcome at my home, both of you. And don't cover up the hickey, agramokoi." How had he known I'd been singing a lullaby? Had Sarah told him already? But as I checked the time on the text messages, I saw that he'd send it just a few minutes after Andy had fallen asleep. It was eerie. Damn man really seemed to be able to read minds, even over such a distance. Of course that was ridiculous. Still, I didn't reply to his message, but furiously thought, "You're going to pay for that hickey, Mr. Clitton." Oh, and the deal is off. If he really could read minds, and he had been, then he'd know. I was sure he knew. I had a feeling he was laughing so hard right now that he'd fallen right out of his bed. I could only too vividly imagine Bob barging into his room to check if everything was all right. That image only a little distorted by the strange banging and moaning sound I heard in the background. I shivered and dispelled the image. I was really going insane. But just like last night, right before I drifted off to sleep, thinking pleasant thoughts of Alexander and me together, I felt that touch on my mind, soft and gentle as always. A caress that eased any last worries and pulled me into sleep, guiding me into pleasant dreams. Wednesday morning, it was Dennis and Sarah together who picked me up. Jennifer saw and she scowled, but she said nothing. As I dropped my overnight bag on the back seat beside me, Dennis winked at me through the mirror. "I thought I'd drive, so I can take that bag straight home." "How are you, Brittany?" "I'm all right, Dennis. You?" He smirked, and then cast a look at Sarah, who was fiddling with her makeup bag. "I've never been so happy in my life. I never thought it would happen to me, but..." He shrugged his shoulders. "I'm glad it did." When we arrived at school, Sarah turned around in her seat. "Come on, I'll work my magic on that hickey again. That way you don't have to wear that shirt. Must be really hot." I nodded in relief, but just as I was about to pull down the collar of the turtleneck shirt I was wearing, Jennifer sauntered into sight. She was fast approaching the car. What was she up to? Sarah saw my look and nodded. "I'll do it during lunch in the bathroom." "Come on, Brittany." Then the girl climbed out of the car after kissing Dennis. Jennifer watched us walk into school, a curious look on her face that told me she wasn't going to let this be. Obviously, she thought I was up to something and she was determined to find out what, and if she couldn't find out, she'd just make sure I was in so much trouble I couldn't do it anyway. During first period, Mr. Cooks, our grizzled teacher, kept casting me curious looks. It was almost as if he could see the hickey on my neck straight through the fabric of my shirt. Already I felt extremely warm and uncomfortable. Sarah cast me a mischievous look when she said goodbye to me in the hall, but no nasty surprises awaited me during second period. Bob didn't talk much as was usual, but he cast me a warm look. Jennifer, on the other hand, stirred her minions up into a frenzy, so that they all started taunting me with the too warm shirt. It was annoying, more than anything, but still, I was rather frustrated by the end of the period. I stalked all the way to third, where I planned on giving Alexander a piece of my mind. Of course, when I got there, I realized I couldn't very well do that with the entire classroom present. I sat down in the back next to Sarah, glowering at him and glaring every time he turned to smirk at me. The exchange didn't go unnoticed to the rest of the class, especially not to Jennifer. It wasn't fair that for a stereotyped slutty blonde bitch she was pretty smart. Alexander didn't come near me at all, and despite my anger I noted that the physical tension was building again. Wow, unfair. I wanted to be furious with him for forcing me to wear the stupid turtleneck. Yet most of the time, all I could think about was kissing him like yesterday, feeling his body pressed against mine. When class was over, Sarah helped me out by asking me some questions about the homework and insisted on discussing a project she had for art with me. By the time she was done talking, the entire classroom had emptied. Only Jennifer stood in right in front of Alexander, pressing herself up against him. It was hilarious to see how he was backing away, till he hit the chalkboard, his eyes frantically trying to meet mine, begging me to get my creepy stepsister away from him. Jennifer knew she wasn't having the desired effect on him yet. She kept cooing at him, making flirty comments. For some reason, Alexander was scrunching up his nose, as if he smelled something he didn't like. I smirked at Sarah, who nodded, and we both made our way over to them. Alexander cast me a relieved look, obviously thinking I was going to free him from Jennifer. Instead, I met Jennifer's eyes and smiled at her. "Good day. Bye, Mr. Clitton." Then I waltzed out the door with a laughing Sarah hot on my heels. Alexander's mortified look was something I wouldn't forget ever. As we reached the cafeteria, Sarah wondered, "You're not scared he's going to fall for your stepsister's charm after all?" I plopped down ungracefully in a chair next to Bob and shook my head, still laughing. "No way. Did you see his face?" I resolved into a fit of giggles that was amplified by Bob looking at me curiously. Sarah nodded with a smile. "Just checking. I know Alex would never fall for a girl like your sis anyway. He deserved to be left in her clutches after what he did yesterday." Revenge was very sweet. Although my skin did feel unnaturally tight, I felt tired and a little drained. I was guessing it had something to do with not getting my dose of Alexander. Oh well, it was worth it to see him look so horrified when we left him with Jennifer. I finished my lunch in 10 minutes and was just about to get up with Sarah to go to the bathroom to finally fix that hickey. But a shadow fell over the table from behind me, and without looking, I knew it was Alexander. "What do you want?" I asked without looking up. My skin was tingling with all the tension again, and I had to fight down the urge to jump up and smother him in kisses. "I want you in my classroom right now." He growled the words. Oh, he was really pissed off, wasn't he? I shrugged, still not looking up. "For what reason, Mr. Clitton? Did I do something wrong?" I smirked in Sarah's direction, enjoying myself just a little too much. "Do you want detention again today, Brittany?" Alexander said, not growling now, but still sounding very pissed off. "Fine, I'm coming," I told him, at long last looking behind me to meet his eyes. Only then did I realize that his white dress shirt was soaked, showing off his muscular chest as it clung to his skin tightly. How the hell did that happen? Then I narrowed my eyes at the group of girls to our right that was openly ogling him as if he was eye candy. I got up out of my seat and followed Alexander hurriedly as he stalked out of the cafeteria. He obviously wasn't in the mood to wait for me. He took me through the empty hallways to his English classroom. I wondered how many classes he taught biology. He held open the door for me so I could enter first, and then he slammed it shut behind him, locking the door with an ominous click. I swallowed, but I wasn't worried he'd hurt me. I knew he'd never intentionally do that. Of course, Alexander looked a vision with his white shirt wet, the top few buttons undone. Some of his dark hair had gotten wet too, and it clung to his forehead. My eyes just had to follow the drop of water that ran down his face across his throat to disappear into the V of his shirt down his chest. Alexander's stormy gray eyes were nearly black again as he frowned at my face. "Why didn't you help me? She damn near tried to rape me, Britt. I had to throw water on her to get her away from me." He stalked over to me and I backed up into his desk, my skin shivering and my hands itching to follow the path of that single drop of water across his skin. The fierce, commanding presence, the glare, it made me aware of how masculine he was. He was used to getting his way, to being obeyed. His every move proved that. He trapped me between him and the desk, one hand on either side of me, but he didn't touch me. I smiled at him. "You deserved it, Alexander." I met his angry eyes with my own without hesitation, showing him that for all his bluster, he didn't intimidate me. "Deserved it?" He growled. I laughed, feeling confident and happy at having managed to upset him as much as he had me. "Yes, I yanked the collar of my shirt sideways to show him the hickey. Because of you, I have to wear this stupid, way too warm shirt. With my other hand, I poked his chest, ignoring the sparks that ignited at the touch. His black eyes followed the curve of my neck to rest on the red mark on my skin there, and then he grinned. That male satisfaction appearing on his face again. I told you not to cover it up. Gramo Troy? He didn't look all that angry anymore though. He didn't even look remorseful. I remembered how he'd somehow known about the lullaby last night. With that eerily accurate text message, angry, I poked him in the chest again. I have to cover it up, you jerk. My stepmother and sister would kill me if they saw it. Oh, and remember, the deal is off. He quirked an eyebrow at me, amused now for some reason. So you said a run. I did not read your mind though. I growled and ignored the absurdity of the whole situation. Then how the hell did you know to text me about the lullaby? Mind reading was impossible. Instead of replying, Alexander leaned into me, his breath filtering across my lips. I think we're even. You have a hickey. I've got a wet shirt and we'll have a whole classroom of drooling girls here in a short while. That thought made a hot spark of jealousy stab through me. I did not want all those teenage girls staring at his chest. I did not read your mind a gra McCoy, he whispered, and I think you're really sexy when you're mad. After that, he pressed his lips to mine, kissing me fiercely and possessively. I moaned as my body responded, burning warmth spreading through me and pooling low in my body. I automatically spread my legs so he could step in between them. He lifted me effortlessly off the floor and set me down on the edge of his desk. He didn't stop at that, pushing me down further so I was on my back, his body hovering above mine. I was wrapping my legs around his hips, moaning at the contact of his erection as I pulled him closer to me. He broke the kiss to groan, his nearly black eyes roaming down my body as he skimmed a hand across the curve of my breasts. I arched my back as the touch rubbed against my nipple, the skin suddenly painfully tight there. Then he pulled aside the collar of my shirt, tracing his tongue over the hickey. It's not a real mark, Agra Macroy, he whispered hotly. A real mark wouldn't fade away, but this will do for now. My thoughts were too incoherent to understand what he was saying. My body was on such a high that it felt like I could burst at any moment. Those hands of his rubbing my breasts and his lower body straining against mine through the fabric of our clothes. Suddenly, he pulled away, and I whined at the loss of body contact. It made him chuckle as I glared at him from under drooping eyelashes. It wasn't fair that he had such a strong effect on me. It seemed one touch would send me down an endless spiral downwards where all I could do was crave for more. As I sat up and pulled my shirt straight, he smirked at me with satisfaction. You are mine, Brittany. I shivered at the stark possessiveness in his voice, but despite the urge to tell him he didn't own me, a big part of me felt strongly appreciative of the power reflected in him. He was so very male and dominant and powerful. When I felt I had fixed myself enough to look presentable, I stood up. My legs were still wobbly, but I ignored that and closed the distance between us again. I kept my eyes firmly on his face and willed myself to look stern. I told you the deal was off, Alexander. I glared at him. So you did a gramo crowy, but I did not break it. He was deadly serious as he replied, his eyes on my lips as I spoke. You're not allowed to just kiss me like that anymore. Then I spun around and stalked towards the door, planning to leave and not think about him for the rest of the day until I had to see him again at our date. Alexander had something else in mind though, because he stopped me at the door, an amused smile on his lips. All right, I will ask your permission to kiss you first next time. Now, before you leave, let me fix your hair. Ask my permission to kiss? God, he was impossible. I shivered as he ran gentle fingers through my auburn curls, straightening my hair carefully so that no one could tell I'd just been heavily making out with him. There, I will see you tonight. A gramo koi. Don't let Sarah bully you into wearing something uncomfortable. I heard a click as he unlocked the door and felt him brush his lips softly against my temple. He stepped away from me, running his hands through his own hair and then started rebuttoning his shirt. Shocked, I realized I had been responsible for undoing it. Go, Brit. You don't want to be late for your next class, he said, amused at my stare. I nodded. See you later, Alexander. Then I walked out the door into the luckily still empty hall. As the door fell shut behind me, I felt a soft touch on my mind, and then the image of Alexander and I on his desk, both of us naked as he drove my body to pleasure. That was not my thought. Asshole was seriously messing with my mind. I could hear Alexander laughing through the door. And damn it. Now Sarah still hadn't covered up the hickey, so I had to walk around in that way to hot turtleneck even longer. I had only just enough time to pick up my books and bag, and then I had to go back to class. Sarah was by my side though, with another knowing smile, although she was occasionally distracted by texting Dennis. Thanks to Alexander, I spent the rest of the day thinking of him and what we were going to do on our date. I was nervous about that now. What was he going to expect of me? Did he want sex? It certainly seemed that way, and despite our serious kissing, I wasn't sure I was ready for that so soon. "Hey, baby," a low voice suddenly said, right next to me. Shocked, I stepped back, away from Fort. Why did I keep walking into him? He was so bloody sneaky. "Leave me alone, Fort. I'm not in the mood for your crap," I snapped at him. Sidestepping so I could walk around him, I continued on my way with Sarah still by my side. She was shooting him angry glares, but Fort didn't seem impressed by that. "Not in the mood? That sounds promising," the guy said with a smirk. He grabbed my wrist and spun me around. Fort let her go. Sarah yelled angrily while I stared up at his face, imagining a dark wolf prowling behind those eyes of his. "Oh, shut up, freak. You and your witchy boyfriend don't scare me." Fort snapped at Sarah, pushing her away from us roughly. Sarah was slammed sideways into a row of lockers with a loud bang. Surely the teachers had heard that and would come running now. But as I looked around, all I saw was students gathering around to watch. Not a single adult around. Fort turned his attention back on me. "I know you want to be with me, baby. There's no need to play hard to get. I find it a rather tiring game." He hadn't let go of my wrist and pulled me into him so hard that I stumbled. "You wouldn't talk this way if your dad was in town, Fort. He's going to punish you when he's back. My brother has already spoken to him," Sarah said, her voice controlled. It reminded me of Alexander when he was really mad. Fort laughed loudly, throwing his head back as if he found it really funny. There were several other guys in the crowd around us that laughed along. It was rather creepy. "Sarah dear, my father is ancient history. I'm in control now." At those words, he wrapped an arm tightly around my waist. I could feel the hard planes of his body, and to my disgust, his arousal as well. I tried elbowing him hard since I wasn't in the position to knee him in the crotch, but it hurt me more than him. Damn, he was hard. Suddenly, Sarah was by my side, yanking the collar of my turtleneck down to reveal the hickey for everyone to see. "She's taken Fort. You know my brother Alexander. If he finds out you touched her, he'll kill you," Sarah hissed. It was hard to understand what she was saying, and I only understood because she was right next to my ear. Still, Fort quickly let go of me and then stepped back, his eyes tight and filled with hatred. In the crowd, those same guys that had laughed now all wore frowns, as if they too had heard what Sarah had said. No one else seemed to notice, though. They were all busy speculating about who had given me the hickey. A lot of them actually thought it had been Sarah. One voice stood out, though. "I knew it. I knew you were hiding something." Jennifer. Of course she had to see this. "Come, Brittany, let's go." A soft tug on my hand was enough to get my feet moving. I followed Sarah through the halls to our next class. At the back of the crowd, I spotted Mr. Cooks, our grizzled math teacher. Why didn't he step in if he'd been here all along? "I'm sorry, Sarah, but with Thomas still away, my hands are bound," the fearsome-looking man said to my friend. Sarah just nodded as if she understood his reasons. That left me more questions than answers. Clearly, Fort had some sort of control over the teachers, or maybe just Mr. Cooks. Control that usually lay with Fort's father. But since he was gone at the moment it had passed on to him, I couldn't think of anything that would make sense though, nor the fact that those guys in the crowd had definitely heard what Sarah had said even though she'd been so quiet that I had trouble hearing it and I had been right next to her. Did they all have super hearing? Sarah didn't want to explain anything when I asked though, and I couldn't very well ask her what was on my mind anyway during class. So soon enough, last period rolled around and I happily hurried to the biology classroom. Maybe I could pry some answers from Alexander after class was done. When I got to the class, however, Alexander wasn't there. Instead, Mr. Clitton stood there. Where did Alexander go? Was he sick? Confused, I sat down in the back, as usual, all by myself. "I'm replacing Mr. Clitton for today class because he had to take his younger brother Bob Clitton to the hospital," Mr. Clayton explained briefly. After that, he cut right to the chase and started explaining things about the subject we were working on in his boring, monotone voice. Oh, I hoped Bob was all right. It must have been an emergency or something. Class went agonizingly slow without Alexander, and it was that way for everyone. I constantly heard people sigh, and no one seemed to be looking at the chalkboard. Instead, we were all sort of doodling or staring out the window. I was the first out the door when the final bell rang. That was a first for everyone there, obviously, and I heard them whisper amongst each other as I left them behind. Sarah said to meet her outside at the car. Dennis would be waiting for us. He was, leaned against the hood of the car, playing with his phone. As I reached him, he opened his arms for a hug, and I gladly complied. There you all go, Chapter 10. It takes a while because I have to edit things. The next chapters are all written already, but I'm really unhappy with some of the background details in it, so I'm redoing that. Please vote and comment. It definitely helps to motivate me to write faster and update faster. Rough day, Brittany? He asked with a smile. I nodded. Yeah, run in with Fort. He called you a witch and then tossed Sarah into a row of lockers. Dennis froze and stared at me. He called me a witch? I shrugged. Yeah, I don't see why though. You look nothing like a witch. He laughed. Thanks. Is Sarah okay? But just at that moment she appeared, bouncing up to us and jumping in his arms to smother him with kisses. Yeah, she's fine, I told him, although I doubted he was listening. Instead, I got in the car. I had just spotted Jennifer and Fort coming out of the school. Fort wasn't looking at us, but Jennifer was, and she had that evil look on her face that told me trouble was going to find me soon. Are you sure, Sarah? I asked hesitantly as I stared at my reflection in the mirror. I was wearing a skin-tight dark red dress. It was the color of blood. The dress wrapped around my torso elegantly and accentuated my breasts with a narrow split down the front to reveal the inner slopes. The dress left my back bare but flared out around the hips. If I twirled around the skirt, it would form a perfect circle around me. It reached till just past my knees with layers to show darker red and black underneath. Of course, Sarah had also managed to get me into heels. I couldn't help it. They were just so pretty that I had to try them on. Once on, Sarah hadn't let me take them off again. They were red too, darker than the dress, and ribbons tied them to my feet that wrapped around my legs in elegant crosses all the way to my knees. They were so dainty and small that they made my already small feet look tiny. Alexander said to wear something comfortable. I told my friend for the umpteenth time, but I knew she wouldn't listen. To be honest, I thought I looked pretty in the mirror, and the heels and dress might not have been all that comfortable. At least, they made me feel really sexy and feminine. I liked how the low but very narrow plunging neckline accentuated my mother's angel wing necklace too. Sarah sat me down on a chair and started on my hair and makeup, twirling strands into curls and pinning them on my head in a fancy pattern. It looked really pretty and made me think of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. You look stunning already. Brittany and I'm not even done yet, exclaimed Sarah as I expressed my doubts again. I was really nervous about tonight. Would Alexander like the dress? Or would he think I was too young after all? She did my makeup very lightly, just some eyeliner and eyeshadow to accentuate the color of my eyes. She said I didn't need anything else, and when I asked her about the hickey, she'd laughed. Honey, you'll be with Alexander. He'll want to be able to see it. No need to hide it now. There, you're all done. Let's see if the boys downstairs approve. She made me wait in her bedroom while she called Dennis and Bob to come upstairs. Bob was fine. Apparently the hospital thing had been an excuse, so he and Alexander could leave school earlier. Why they had to leave early, Bob wouldn't explain. When Dennis came in, he whistled loudly. You clean up real nice, Brittany. Nice work, baby. Then he just totally turned around to hug Sarah and kiss her. Bob shook his head at the antics and then smiled at me. He's right though, you look amazing. Alexander is going to have a hard time keeping himself from eating you alive. I stared at Bob and felt just a tiny bit scared by that comment. Who complimented someone by saying they might get eaten alive? That's just plain weird. Go on downstairs then, Brittany. Alexander is waiting at the bottom. I looked at the three people in the room and then breathed in deeply. All right, time to face Alexander. As I slowly descended the grand flight of stairs, I felt a bit like I was in a movie. Alexander was waiting for me at the bottom, and he wore a handsomely tailored suit, black with a dark red tie. I had the feeling that was Sarah's doing. He looked breathtaking, and his stormy gray eyes stared up at me, filled with unadulterated desire. that send hot shivers down my spine, and I nearly stumbled on the last step, his arms catching me before I could fall. He smirked at me. Falling for me already, Britt? Blushing. I shook my head. I'm just not used to heels. I told you to wear something comfortable. Agra mo kroi? His voice was suave as he slid an arm around my waist and started guiding me out of the house. My heels clicked on the marble floor and then on the cobblestones outside. You know what Sarah is like? I bet she bullied you into wearing that tie so that we would match, I told Alexander with a smile. We'd reached his car and like a gentleman, he opened the door for me before running to the other side and getting in himself. Oh yes, she did. She knows red is one of my favorite colors. You look very edible in red, he said when he got inside and started the engine. Seems like Bob's comment wasn't that weird after all. If Alexander thought I looked edible, you have Indian blood in you, haven't you? He asked me suddenly. I nodded, surprised that he had noticed. Yes, my mother is Cherokee. I thought you just had a nice tan from the summer, Alexander explained, with a look at the narrow neckline and the cleavage showing. But that's not a tan. It's your natural skin color, blushing. I nodded. It was the one thing Jennifer had never called ugly. I had the distinct feeling, in fact, that she'd always been jealous of my skin. Where are we going, Alexander? I asked him, scanning our surroundings. Not that I recognized where we were going. After all, I still didn't know the town all that well. We just turned into a small road, out of town and into the forest that lay around it. It's a surprise. Agra mo croix, he said with a smirk that told me he was really enjoying this. His accent had gone back to sounding Irish, and I felt happy about that. It was a sign he felt comfortable around me, wasn't it? After a few more minutes, the road had wound. It's way up, and then lights came into sight. Alexander helped me get out of the car and lead me down a small path to the opening of a small meadow. The meadow was covered with lanterns hanging from every branch, lighting up the place like a fairy tale. In the middle lay a large plaid, spread out and weighted down on the corners so the wind, however slight, couldn't take hold of it. Just beyond the blanket was a small spring with crystal clear water. It was very shallow, and candles had been placed around it on every flat rock visible. There were floating candles in the water too. I could only stare and wonder, had he really gone through all the trouble of making the meadow look like this? Do you like it, Guramoshwai? Alexander whispered in my ear. It's so beautiful, I told him softly, my voice catching in my throat. I almost wanted to cry because I felt so special. A soft push in my back made me realize he wanted me to go to the blanket and sit down. I blushed and walked over to it, happy to sink down on the softness and hide my legs underneath the wide skirt of the dress. It was colder outside than I expected. Alexander had been carrying a large picnic basket with him, and I felt silly for not having noticed it before. He sat down beside me and started unpacking it, revealing plates and glasses and a bottle of sparkling champagne. Then he took out steaming warm pastries and other delicious-smelling food. He smiled at my wide eyes as he piled food on a single plate. Who knew Danis was so good at cooking? Then he handed me the plate and stretched his legs out behind me, so that part of my side was leaning against them. It felt nice and warm, and immediately I didn't feel cold anymore. As I took a bite of the food, I couldn't help but sigh at the explosion of taste on my tongue. This was absolutely divine. I took a small bit between my fingers and reached over to him. You have to try this. It's heavenly. His eyes followed my hand, and then he obediently leaned forward to allow me to put the food in his mouth. I shivered as his lips brushed my fingers. He chewed slowly and then swallowed. He should go professional with food like that, he murmured. His eyes were still on me as I tried more of the food, watching my expression avidly as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. Aren't you going to eat? I asked after a while, feeling uncomfortable with him watching me eat. He shrugged. I don't eat much agromogroi. Would you like some wine? He started pouring the clear champagne into 2 wine glasses and handed me one without waiting for a reply. Surely you must eat something. Alexander. I frowned at him as I put my plate away and accepted the glass he handed me. Don't worry about me, Britt. I will explain something to you in a short moment. Let me enjoy watching you for just a little longer, Alexander said, his voice soft and amused, a twinkling in his gray eyes as he looked at my face as if trying to memorize every little detail. Blushing. I looked away and took a few sips from the champagne. Why was he looking at me like that? Was he afraid I would disappear? Or run away? His fingertips tilted my chin up so I would meet his eyes. I just want to remember you as you are now. I stared at him and suddenly worried that he was going to be the one to run away. He changed his mind. He didn't want to lose his job after all. I want to remember you as you are before I tell you my secret agramokwae. Secret? Was he going to explain me about the mind-reading thing? I already guessed that much, hadn't I? And I hadn't run away screaming or declared him a lunatic. Since I had finished eating, Alexander repacked all the food items back into the basket and pulled out a plate of strawberries. I had told him those were my favorite fruit. If it was up to me, I'd eat them every day. Dessert? He smiled. But the smile didn't quite reach his eyes this time. He seemed nervous somehow. Was whatever secret he wanted to tell me really that big, that he was afraid to tell me? I popped a strawberry in my mouth and stared at him curiously. You know you can tell me anything, Alexander. I know, Britt, but this is, well, you'll understand once I've told you, I hope. He shifted closer to me and ran his fingers over the hickey on my neck. It wasn't on purpose. A run. I lost control. I shrugged even as I shivered at his touch. I'm not mad about it anymore. For some reason, it scared off Fort. Good, he nodded. Then, hesitating, as if he thought of how to phrase something, he said, Do you really believe I can read your mind? Oh, so it was about the mind reading after all. Either you're really good at reading facial expressions, or you can read minds. Although, I thought about how to explain the text message from the night before. Yes? He prompted. That message you sent me last night? About the lullaby and the hickey and hay and I always being welcome. Why did you send that? How did you know I had just sung that lullaby? That's not even mind reading, that has to be, I don't know, telepathic. Or were you secretly standing outside my bedroom window or something? Alexander nodded. Telepathic is the word I'd use. I was at home. Bob and Dennis can testify to that. But we have this connection, Britt. I don't even mean to listen in, but, well, as with the lullaby, I just heard. I shivered as he confirmed that I wasn't imagining those things, at least. I felt almost relieved about that. Do you have that with a lot of people? I wondered. He shook his head. No, just you, agromokroi. Sarah is the telepathic one, not me. Or at least, I'm not very strongly telepathic. Sarah is telepathic? Oh, no wonder she always looks like she knows everything, I exclaimed. I was a little worried that I wasn't freaking out about this yet, but I supposed it was because I already knew this. Sort of. Alexander, have you? When you read my mind, can you put feelings or thoughts in it too? I asked as I thought about all the times I felt a soft caress on my mind, filling me with warm feelings. I remembered the image of us on the desk too. It made me blush again. Alexander shrugged. Yes, I suppose, but you would recognize them as foreign. I can't make you think something. Relieved, I nodded. So it was you that filled my head with nice things every night before I fell asleep? And countless other moments like that? A smile tugged at his lips as he nodded. Very good. I hadn't realized you had noticed all that. He seemed a little proud of that fact even. I swear though, agramokroy, that I haven't intentionally read your mind again after we made that deal. Anything I picked up since then was because you were sending so strongly. He opened his arms and I gladly crawled into them, rejoicing in his warmth. Sending strongly? Yes. For example, last night you angled a thought directly at me. You're going to pay for that hickey, Mr. Clitton. Oh, and the deal is off. I could hear the smile in his voice as he said it. That was very funny. A run? I fell out of bed laughing. I shivered as he quoted the exact sentence I had thought last night, sending it to him because I felt like he'd spied on me with the lullaby. You really fell out of bed, Alexander? I frowned. I thought I'd imagined that happening. And did Bob barge in to check if you were all right? Alexander chuckled, and that sent a pleasant vibration through my body. Yes, agramokroyi. That is exactly what happened. You planted that image in my head then, because I remember it, I told him. I felt him shake, although I couldn't see his face seated like this. No, Britt. That was all your own doing. I twisted around so I could see his face. Are you saying I'm telepathic too or something? He was frowning and tugged me into his lap. It made my heartbeat race. No, I don't think you are. We are just very connected. Why? Why, what a grormo croy. He focused his stormy gray eyes on mine. Why do you think we're connected? I asked even as my heart screamed at me that it was true. That connection even now told me that Alexander wasn't as nervous as before. My easy acceptance of the whole telepathy thing, it had eased his mind. "Do you believe in love at first sight, Brittany?" he asked instead of answering my question. I breathed in sharply. Was it a coincidence that he echoed Sarah now, or at least my very own thoughts when Sarah told me about her feelings for Dennis? I knew that when she explained her feelings, I had thought that before Alexander, I wouldn't have believed it. I felt my cheeks heating up as I blushed, but I nodded at him. Yes, I believe in it. The muscles in his arms were tense as he wrapped them around me. So do I. I also believe in soulmates. Have you heard of that principle? Twisting further in his lap, I made sure I was facing him by wrapping my arms around his neck, my fingers automatically entangling in his silky hair. I have heard of it. For a moment, Alexander closed his beautiful eyes, breathing in deeply as if he enjoyed the feel of my hands in his hair. My heart was beating wildly in my chest now, nervous about what he was going to say next. "Brittany," he trailed off. And for the first time ever, I realized that he was unsure of himself, as if he was afraid that his next words would scare me off. "You think we are soulmates?" I asked him, wanting desperately to ease his mind. I couldn't stand to see him unsure. It wasn't right. He gasped at my bold words, his eyes flying open to meet mine. Yes, I believe that. Smiling at him, I leaned in and softly brushed my lips across his in a feather-light kiss. So do I, because the word soulmate rang like a chime in my mind. I could only too well remember what it had felt like when I first laid eyes on him. Love at first sight definitely fit that description, but it was more, much more than that. Because I felt whole around him, complete, and despite our differences, I also felt safe and accepted, and he always made me feel at ease. So at ease, that I found myself telling him things I usually didn't share. The need to share with him was very strong too, and the need to actually be with him even stronger. That elastic band feeling, it felt like being away from him literally put a strain on my body, and it was so hard to be around him when I couldn't actually touch him. Not to mention that mental connection we obviously shared. Alexander kissed me again, fiercer than my kiss had been, but gentle nonetheless. It wasn't like any of the kisses we'd shared before, except maybe the first one. You believe me? You don't think I'm a creep? A freak? He asked a little breathlessly, pushing me down on my back on the blanket, hovering over me, leaning his weight on his arms on either side of me. Alexander, of course not. I wouldn't think you're a creep. I feel the same. I pulled his face down to mine for another kiss. Good, he said as we came up for air, because I love you and I'm not letting you go. His arrogance restored now, obviously. Despite the fact that I knew what the whole soulmate principle implied, I still shivered in delight at hearing him say that he loved me. It made me glow on the inside, and wishing to share that feeling with him, I reached out, not with my body but with my mind. "I love you too, Alexander," he moaned. "So maybe you are telepathic, Croy. You're too good at it already." I felt him touch my mind with his, and he reflected what he felt back, just like I had done. The fierce drive to protect me was shocking, and made my heart swell, followed by so much tenderness and love. He was glowing too from the inside out. Desire had flared up in him now, and he attached his lips to mine again, kissing me so passio-Alexly that my toes curled in my shoes. He held himself in check though this time, his gray eyes boring into mine as we parted for air. His hands still on either side of me, holding on to the blanket we were lying on. "Britt," he started, but feeling confident, I shushed him. "Alexander, will you tell me what a Croy means now?" "What?" I asked him. He frowned at my interruption, but then said, "Agramokwa means my heart's beloved." "I call you that because it is what you are," I smiled. "That is really sweet." The thought that he'd basically been saying he loved me all this time was really amazing. Blushing, I kissed him again. "Do I need to have an endearment to call you all the time too?" He chuckled. "No, I rather like it when you call me Alexander. No one these days uses my full name anymore." I pushed him over so he was on his back and straddled him. I had only been able to push him over because he had allowed me to. I knew that if he wanted to remain on top, he'd have no problem staying there. He raised a single eyebrow and looked up at me with an amused expression on his face, although I could feel that the action had aroused him. I was sitting right on top of the evidence. My skirt flared out around my hips so that it draped over his chest and down his legs. Was there something else you wanted to tell me? I asked him, remembering how I had interrupted him and that we had sort of gotten sidetracked on the whole soulmate thing. It wasn't what he originally wanted to tell me. He stared at me for a moment, his hands coming up to grab my hips, one of them sliding further upwards across my bare back before pulling me down, so that I was lying on his chest and he could wrap his arms around me, my head tucked into the crook of his neck. I think you've had enough information to process for one night, don't you? I heard rustling and then a second blanket was pulled over the both of us, protecting me from the cold of the night. There's more? I asked him, my lips moving against the skin of his throat as I spoke. I couldn't help but smile in satisfaction at the goosebumps that appeared. Yes, I'm afraid there is, but it can wait, he said honestly, and I liked how his chest moved underneath me as he spoke. Can you at least explain to me why you claim you don't need to eat? I was starting to feel really sleepy now, but I didn't want to fall asleep just yet. It was quiet for a while, and then he said softly, I don't claim I don't need to eat. I just require a different kind of sustenance. Oh, like what? I asked curiously, moving my arms to slip them into his jacket. He was so nice and warm. I thought he wasn't going to reply because he was quiet for a long time. I even thought for a short moment that he'd fallen asleep, but as I gently touched my mind to his, I could feel he was still awake. It was so easy now to reach out with my mind and touch him. Almost second nature. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, lifting me a little in the air and slowly lowering me as he exhaled and his chest expanded. Blood? It's blood I need, he said then, his voice so soft and husky that I barely heard him. My mind already so foggy with sleep that I thought I misunderstood. Blood? Like a vampire? I asked him even though the question sounded silly in my head. My soft whisper made it sound absolutely serious. Alexander didn't laugh as I said it though. I had expected him to do that, but he didn't. He didn't say anything at all. Instead, he let me drift off to sleep. Just before I was gone, I heard him whisper, Yes, Brittany, exactly like a vampire. I woke up feeling rather hazy and warm. There was a scent in my nostrils that I wished I could wake up to every morning. It smelled like Alexander. Stretching. I turned around and curled up again, quickly drifting off for another hour or so, until at last the room had gotten too light for my senses to ignore it. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I noticed was that the bed was empty. I was alone. The second thing I noticed was that I was most definitely in Alexander's room, and I was wearing a shirt of his instead of PJs. The shirt was large enough to be a dress or nightgown though. My eyes searched for a clock and finally landed on the analog, old-fashioned alarm on his nightstand. It read 10 a.m. Fuck. I sat up straight and scrambled out of bed. I was missing school. Shit. Why didn't he wake me up? Where was he anyway? Don't tell me he went to school and left me here. Searching around the room, I couldn't find my own clothes anywhere, so I slipped on the way to a large pair of sweats that were his. They had been folded over a chair in the corner. I was about to open the door to search for my clothes or overnight bag when the memories of last night crashed into me. There was a lot of white noise as my mind scrambled around all the impossible things it wanted to forget. Soulmates. The words tumbled off my lips and I had to sit down again on the edge of the bed. Alexander believed we were soulmates, and I told him I believed so too. I realized I still believed that. I was already missing him terribly. Then there was this whole thing about telepathy, and a connection that Alexander and I apparently shared that allowed us to touch each other's minds and share thoughts. I wouldn't have believed that if I didn't remember clearly doing that and experiencing that myself these past few days. Just to prove it was true, I focused my thoughts on Alexander and called out in my head, Alexander? Are you at school? Why didn't you wake me? I didn't feel or hear anything, and I was almost starting to think it hadn't worked and I was making a fool of myself. But then I felt it, a soft caress across my mind and Alexander's voice sounding amused. I tried a grand mot croyé. You were sleeping very deeply. Enjoy your day off. I called you in sick. Danis is around the house somewhere if you want company. I had the vague sense of a classroom I was looking out over, and then that image was gone. Okay, that was pretty cool. I hadn't imagined that. If only he could have told me where my bag with clothes was. I was just about to leave the room again to find either my clothes or Danis when I remembered the last words he'd said to me before I'd fallen asleep. Yes, Brittany, exactly like a vampire. With my hand on the doorknob, I stared at the dark wood. Had that been my sleep supplying those words? Or had Alexander really told me last night that he was, in fact, a vampire? I angled the thought at him immediately, and the answer was instant. His sending no more than a single word. Yes. On wobbly legs, I turned back around and crawled into his bed. Maybe I should just go back to sleep. It seemed my mind wasn't functioning properly after all. When I woke up for the third time that day, it was because my stomach was growling angrily. The scent of fresh apple pie and cinnamon hung in the air, and without thinking, I scrambled out the door and down the stairs. Following my nose, I ended up in the kitchen where indeed Dennis was cooking up all kinds of delicious things. His back was turned to me, but he started piling food on a plate for me even before I'd said hello. "There you go, Sleeping Beauty," he said as he handed me the food. "So, how are you feeling?" I dug in while I thought about that. I wanted to go as XC. I wanted to go as possible so that I could check on Britt. I was worried because she had taken the whole "I'm a vampire" thing rather well. She felt so serene and calm that it seemed almost unnatural. The last time I told someone what I was, well, that person hadn't taken it so stoically, and I couldn't believe that Britt showed so little emotion over the whole thing. She must be in some sort of shock, and I wanted to be there to make sure she was all right when the truth sank in. Although, the mental link, she'd picked that up so fast. She'd even managed to contact me twice already today, and once 2 nights ago. During third period, I constantly looked at the empty seat she usually sat in. Sarah was sitting in her usual seat next to it with the biggest grin ever on her face. She was completely hyper over the fact that Britt now knew what we were, although I'd only said I was a vampire. Jennifer sat in the front as was usual, and instead of her constant flirting, she stared at me with this intense, focused look. It gave me the chills. That look told me she was trying very hard to figure something out. Something about me. Before I'd met Britt, I would have gotten Bob and Sarah and moved to a new location to prevent people from finding out what we were. Now, I wasn't worried about Jennifer figuring out what I was, but what I was to Britt and she to me. No matter how often Britt assured me that she got along all right with Jennifer and that she didn't need help, I knew Jennifer was out to get her, out to get my mate, and I couldn't let that happen. When class finished, I found myself alone with Jennifer. "Hello, Mr. Clitton," she said, her normally sultry voice gone to make place for an all-business one. "Hello, Jennifer," I replied, fixing a stern look on my features. "Is there something you wanted to ask? Anything you didn't get during class?" It was hard to sound polite since my voice wanted very badly to snarl, and the monster within me wanted to smack the girl silly for having hurt my mate. She smiled, and suddenly the air around us filled with that pheromone scent that came from her more siren qualities. That had to have been a deliberate act. I was suddenly doubting my assertion that she knew nothing of that heritage. "I want to make you a deal, Mr. Clitton, or can I call you Alexander as well?" she said. The sound of my name coming from her lips was wrong, especially after I'd told Britt last night how she was the only one who called me that nowadays. "It's Mr. Clitton, Jennifer. I might be young for a teacher, but that doesn't mean you get to call me by my first name." My tone was barely civilized now. She smirked then, and I wondered if that was because of the outright lie I'd just spoken. After all, I was easily 10 times older as the oldest teacher on staff here. "Suit yourself. I know you allow Brittany to call you that, though. Not in public." The words left my throat before I could stop myself, and after I'd said them, I knew there was no backing down. She's exceptionally bright. The assignments she turns in are college level. I've been helping her getting a possible scholarship and giving her extra work that is more challenging. Now, if you'd show the same potential, I might consider doing the same for you, but it seems your talents lay elsewhere. Now, if you'd excuse me." Jennifer folded her arms underneath her chest, pressing her ample bosom up so she nearly popped out of her top. "No, you're not excused, Mr. Clitton." She said the name mockingly. Clearly, she didn't buy my story. I raised an eyebrow at her and upped my own mental abilities. Putting as much power as I dared with a human into the command, I said, "Leave, Jennifer. Don't bother me again." Her spine stiffened and her feet were already moving in the direction of the door, but to her credit, she was fighting the command. She didn't think I was very threatening. She thought she was the predator and I was the prey, not the other way around. It gave her the strength she needed to fight it. That plus her own slight resistance to it. I turned on my glare and opened my mouth slightly. letting her see a hint of fang. "You do not want to piss me off, Jennifer. It would not be pleasant for you. I, however, might very much enjoy snapping your neck." She stopped fighting and was nearly out the door before she managed to say with a very strained voice, "I guess that means no deal. Too bad for you, Brittany isn't going to like what will happen." The little wench was out the door before I could stop her, and as I sped after her, I saw she had a whole crowd of groupies waiting for her outside. My throat dry and thirst flaring, I watched her sashay away. I could tell she was scared of me now, but not scared enough to keep her hands off Britt. I had to fight down the urge to contact Britt and tell her and Dennis to get her stuff from home so she could permanently move into my house. Knowing Brittany, she wouldn't take that very well. She'd never leave her brother behind. I understood that. I'd never leave Sarah or Bob if I didn't know they were safe. "Sarah, keep an eye on Jennifer. She's up to something." I send the thought to my sister, but it wasn't half as easy as sending thoughts to Britt was, even though I've been doing this for centuries. I vented my anger by setting fire to a stack of papers I was going to throw out. It wasn't very satisfying, but the power inside me rolled when I tapped into it. It felt good, like stretching your muscles after sitting still for a long time. When at long last, the last students had left and I had no more classes to teach, I all but ran to my car. It felt agonizingly slow to move that way. I wished it was dark already and I could run home instead of drive. It would be nice to move at vampiric speed and stretch my body. Sarah and Bob were both waiting and they got in without a word, sensing my need for speed. Although Sarah seemed to be in just as much of a hurry as I was, she kept saying how much she had to tell Britt now that she knew. Every time I tried to tell her I hadn't told Britt about her being a vampire too, she'd shush me and launch into another topic. Finally, I gave up. I'm sure Britt had figured it out herself, or else probably Dennis had told her by now. When we reached the house, I could feel Britt's emotions much clearer, and I knew she was in the kitchen talking to Dennis and tasting food. She was completely relaxed and anxious for me to get home. I drew in a relieved breath and followed Sarah inside at a more reasonable pace. "Brittany?" Sarah chirped happily as she bounded into the kitchen and enveloped my mate into a nearly bone-crushing hug. "I'm so glad you know now. I have so much to tell you." The words rushed out of Sarah's mouth at surprising speed, and I wondered if Britt even got half of it. Sarah's enthusiasm made me realize how badly she'd missed a female friend these past centuries. It was obvious now, and I felt sorry that I had not noticed it. If I'd known, I would have chosen locations to live at with more vampires. Despite my distaste for most of the female vampires, I did not appreciate the fact that women always seemed to go after the strongest, most powerful, and commanding men. Sarah was still spewing words at Britt, telling her about how lonely she'd been without someone to share things with, and that she hated lying. Brittany was staring with open-mouthed surprise at my sister, and when Sarah noticed, she abruptly shut up. Britt looked at me for a moment and then turned to Sarah. "You're a vampire too?" Yes, you only told her about yourself, didn't you?" Sarah turned to me to glare, and I smiled as I crossed my arms in front of my chest and leaned against the door jamb. "I've been trying to tell you that the entire ride home, dare fear Oj," I told her with a smirk. Behind Sarah, Britt giggled at my sister's expression, and I opened my arms, signaling that I wanted a hug. My heart literally jumped when she didn't hesitate in hurrying over. Tension I hadn't known was there drained away as soon as I wrapped my arms around her small frame, her delicious scent wrapping itself around my head. Much better. I sent her the thought and sighed when I felt the same emotions reflected inside her. She'd missed me and she really didn't care about what I was. "I have so many questions," Britt said, and she shyly looked up at me and then at Sarah. "Bob's a vampire too, then right? Are you even really siblings?" Sarah giggled, her good humor restored as she nodded. "Yeah, he is, and yeah, we are. Let's sit down in the living. I made cake to celebrate," proposed Dennis as he picked up a very pretty-looking cake and raised it to show us. "Celebrate what?" I wondered. "The billiards of visities at their Spigness in Nady Fried, which we have in Taystab, which we Nady Daptures into the supernatural community," said Sarah. She'd obviously read his mind, and Dennis beamed at her as she danced over to him, grabbed his hand, and led him out into the living. I thought it was really sweet that Dennis wanted to welcome me with cake, but it seemed a bit like a waste if he and I would be the only ones to eat it. Alexander unwrapped his arms from around me and tugged me with him into the living. There, he gracefully sat down on one of the couches. Bob was already seated in one of the big chairs, and Dennis and Sarah sat snuggled on the love seat. 2 plates set with cake. I took one and then sat down next to Alexander. He didn't hesitate to wrap his arm around my shoulders and pulled me sideways into him. His breath filtering across the back of my neck, it made goosebumps rise on my arms. To hide my blush, I took a bite of the cake and then nearly moaned at the taste explosion in my mouth. Seriously, Dennis should be chef in his own restaurant or something. It was just that good. Alexander chuckled. She likes it, Dennis. Maybe I should offer you a job. I think Bellavane could use another cook. Dennis laughed. Cool. Now, what questions did you have, Gromacroy? Alexander asked as I put the empty plate on the salon table. He surprised me by pulling my legs across his lap and wrapping his arms around me so tightly that I was practically sitting in it. I missed you, Britt, and in a little while you have to go home, he offered as an explanation, the thought gentle and filled with a sense of longing that I couldn't entirely place. Was it because he'd missed me and longed for me then, or did he long for something even now? I sorted my mind so I could ask the questions that had been ghosting through my head all day. Talking with Dennis hadn't helped. He'd raised more questions than answered. I understood he really was a witch now, and that his grandmother was apparently called the Crone, which meant she was the oldest and leader of the witches in this community. But about vampires? He hadn't known all that much, and he certainly hadn't been willing to discuss them. He said I should ask Alexander every time I asked something mostly. Okay. Do you really drink blood, and how often do you have to? I asked. I was a little worried about that. It wouldn't do if my boyfriend was a murderer, although I didn't think they had to kill when they took blood. We really drink blood. Britt, it depends on the vampire how often they need to feed and how well they are able to control themselves, Alexander said with a gentle smile. I go about 2 to 3 weeks in between feeds, said Sarah. But I knew a vamp once who fed only once every 6 months. He was really old though. How often do you feed? I asked Alexander. 2 weeks, but lately a little more often again. By the way, Bob, that was good advice. It does make things more bearable. Made what more bearable? Bob nodded and then spoke. For the first time ever since I met him with full articulation. I knew it would, Alex. Before you ask, Brittany, I feed once a week, often even twice. For me, it is much harder to control my fangs when I'm not full. As he said it, I realized I could see his fangs. As he moved his lips, I would catch glimpses of the elongated teeth. They come out whenever I'm around humans, Bob said, flashing me a rather wry smile. I understood why he never talked much now, and why if he did, he always mumbled. It was to hide his fangs. Okay, how about daylight? None of you seem affected, so that's a myth? And garlic and steaks and crosses? They all laughed, including Dennis. None of that works. Depending on the age of a vampire, steaks work sometimes through the heart or the head. For me, they'd have to remove my brain to actually kill me. For all of us here, I think, Alexander explained. Oh, why the brain and not the heart? That was completely new. I hadn't heard of that before. If you take out my heart, or at least stake it, it would regenerate eventually. It's only a muscle, and we don't actually need it to pump blood through our system. Our brain. It still seats the center of control. Remove that completely and it wouldn't regenerate and thus kill us, Alexander said as he ran his hands over my back, tracing patterns. But a young vampire would die if you staked his heart? I wondered. Yeah, the longer we live, the more our very cells become infused with the immortality. The rate at which this goes is different for everyone, so the older you are, the more physical trauma you can regenerate from. A few decades isn't enough to keep you alive if you fall from the 20th floor or something, or get run over by a truck. A few centuries probably is. Oh, and how do you become a vampire? Do you really exchange blood or something? That would be interesting to know, because maybe one day I'd have to become one. I couldn't keep growing older each day and eventually die while Alexander lived on forever young. You actually do, yes. But it's taxing on the maker, so it doesn't happen very often. It's very dangerous for the maker to make more than one person into a vampire in a short period of time. We don't know why exactly, because the blood exchanged isn't enough to even drain you a little. Sarah was the one to tell me this, and for some reason, she looked at Bob as she did. Okay, so vampires don't lightly make that decision? How come you 3 were all turned then? I asked. It seems strange that 3 siblings would all be made. Or did they all have different makers? I was turned first, said Bob. And then I turned Sarah and Alexander myself. I gasped at this new information. Was that why Bob had more trouble with control? Because he'd turned two people? Alexander nodded, following my train of thought. We think that has to do with it, yes. It is possible he gave so much of his strength and power to us when he turned us, that it left him none for himself. Powers? I had to ask about that later. We lived in a small village in Ireland, a place that no longer exists. Bob was 18 when he ran away from home. Alexander started. Sarah clapped her hands. Yes, Alex, tell her the whole story. I love it when you tell stories. Alexander nodded and cast Bob a searching look, as if to ask if that was okay. Because it was obvious this was largely Bob's story. I didn't see Bob nod, but something was communicated between the two males. We come from a large family, such as almost all families were during that time. Our mother bore 13 children, of which 4 died before their 10th birthday. Sarah was the youngest and Bob nearly the oldest, 1 sister and brother born before him, both already married and living in their own houses. A beautiful woman had appeared in town. She was what many women called a temptress. Succubus, a woman that would lure innocent men and eat them. They weren't completely wrong. The woman was a vampire, but although she ate them, she didn't kill her victims. Deidre, her name was Deidre. It means tears, Bob said. Emotion reflected in his voice that I couldn't quite place. It was clear this woman had meant a lot to him, though. Alexander nodded, and as he continued, his voice sounded more Irish with every word he spoke. Bob was drawn to Deidre, and one day he declared to our parents that he wished to marry her. Father refused and said she was evil, wrong. Bob ran away, and we didn't see him again for 10 years. Wow. Bob was seriously a lot older than Alexander. I was 15 when he disappeared and 25 when I saw him again. That was the night he turned me. The entire village had been struck by disease, and after that, famine. The disease killed many people during the first wave, among them a lot of our siblings and father. Alexander hesitated a short moment then before saying, I was married and had my own house, next to the smithy where I'd been apprenticed for a very long time before taking over. The smith had no sons left alive. The second wave of disease killed both my children, one of them barely more, then an infant. It drove my wife mad with grief, and she killed herself while I was out to visit Sarah, my only sibling left alive in town. I felt shocked. Alexander had been married and had 2 children, and he'd lost it all to a stupid disease? A disease that nearly killed his entire family? I was weak and sick from hunger. Everyone was like that, but some were sicker than others. I wasn't so sick that I would have died, but Sarah was. The very day my wife died would have been the last for her too if Bob hadn't showed up. I was mad at him at first, but mostly I was shocked. He hadn't aged a single day since last I'd seen him. Bob looked grief-stricken as he told me he'd only just heard the news about all the deaths in town. He said he'd come as fast as possible. Then he offered us the miracle cure for Sarah, the thing that had kept him young. There? Alexander stopped and looked at Bob again. Alexander didn't trust me. He couldn't believe I had something to offer that would save Sarah. I looked like a vagabond and couldn't blame him. My clothes torn and dirty, blood caked on the sleeves and around the neckline of my shirt. He wanted me to cure him first, so that he knew it worked. I told him it would kill him, but that he'd wake up again all better. I was desperate, though. I needed him to agree and let me save Sarah. I couldn't allow my entire family to die. So I attacked him and nearly drained him before he could say any more, then fed him my blood. While Alexander was out and undergoing the change, I did the same to Sarah. I knew she didn't have much time left. Not enough to wait for Alexander to gain consciousness again. The second time was much harder, and it left me so weak that, for a while, I thought I would be the one to die. Alexander picked up the story again. When I woke up, my senses were much better, and I was filled with a thirst I couldn't understand. I found a pale and unconscious Bob on the floor next to Sarah, but Sarah looked so much better than before. The vampirism had already healed the sores, and she no longer looked emaciated, and she looked beautiful again. Like I remembered her, she was pale though, and she felt cold. For a moment I thought she was dead because she wasn't breathing, but then she opened her eyes. Sarah interrupted. We don't have to breath, just like we don't have a heartbeat. But we go through the motion of breathing so not to scare you humans. Alexander nodded. After that, Bob explained what we were, and ever since we've been roaming around in the world. Living in places for a few years at a time, and returning to some places we like every other generation. We were all quiet for a moment while I absorbed all this information. Then suddenly Dennis said, "I'm glad you saved her, Bob. Thank you." Only then did I realize that this was new for him too, and that he'd been just as enraptured as I had been. Alexander shifted his legs and then tightened his arms around me. "It is time for you to go home. A grand mot croyé. I will drive you." I groaned before I could stop myself. I didn't want to go home at all, although for Andy's sake, I knew I would anyway. It would just be very hard to be without Alexander yet again. It felt like I'd barely been with him all day. Maybe it's better if I drive? "Can't take the risk of Jennifer seeing you, Alex," Sarah said, and I knew she was right, and so did Alexander, but we both groaned and shook our head at the same time. A little uncomfortable, I sat in the passenger seat of Sarah's car. She'd allowed Alexander 5 minutes in private to say goodbye to me. The whole argument would have been funny if not for the fact that I was on the losing side. After all, Sarah was 7 years Alexander's junior, and she totally strong-armed him to do as she said. Of course it didn't help that Alexander knew she was right, and wasn't really putting up that much of a fight. He'd taken me aside, straight into his office, and attacked my lips as soon as the door closed. That was the reason I was uncomfortable now. Sarah was wearing that knowing smile on her face, and it was very unsettling. We were nearly there when she said suddenly, "I know this is private for a lot of people, but we're friends, right?" Confused, I nodded. "Of course we are. How does your mark look?" I stared at her. "Mark? Did she mean the hickey?" "Yeah, your soulmate mark," Sarah clarified. I was still staring, but I really didn't know what she was talking about. I knew Alexander had said something once about how the hickey wasn't a real mark, because that should be permanent. But I was pretty sure I didn't have anything like that. "He hasn't marked you yet?" Sarah's eyebrows climbed up in surprise, and then she was suddenly pulling her shirt up to show her left hip. Just above the line of her pants there was a marking. It looked silvery lined with black, with elegant lines and dots. They shaped a heart encircled with pretty swirls and music notes entwined. It seemed almost alive and flowed with her skin. The colors like nothing ink could do. "This is mine." Not all marks actually have a heart. They are unique for each couple and reflect a little of their personalities. That's why a lot of couples hide them. They are afraid to reveal things about themselves to others. Alexander was going to give me a mark like that? How would he do it? I scrunched up my face as I tried to imagine it. Would it involve him biting me? No, Dennis didn't have fangs, and he'd marked Sarah, so that couldn't be it. Sarah smiled. "The heart reflects how passio Alex we both are. The swirls indicate sense and steam. They're for Dennis's talents as a cook, amongst other things, while the music notes are for me." "It's very beautiful, miss. It seems a little weird that just the females get the mark. It's like marking territory or something. That seemed a little off to me. I didn't want to go around with this big sign saying I was Alexander's while nobody could tell he was mine." Sarah laughed. "You get to mark him too, Brittany. Dennis has the same mark as I do, but his is right over his heart. You should start thinking about where you want yours and where you'd want to mark Alexander. It's important you get that mark soon. Werewolves can smell you're marked. They'll leave you alone after that. It's very sacred in their culture. In every culture, really. Least in the vampire culture, though." "Werewolves? Of course there would also be werewolves out there. Silly not to expect that." "Yeah, Fort's one actually, and so is Mr. Cook's. Fort is going to be the next alpha in town when his father dies. Nobody likes him though." I shivered as I processed that information and remembered my dream about Fort changing into a wolf. I told Sarah about it and she smiled. "You seem really sensitive to all kinds of supernatural stuff. Like the mind reading too. Alex told me how good you are at talking to him mentally already. Seems like you picked up on what he was unconsciously." We'd reached the big house, and I hesitated in getting out. "How do you make that mark?" A knowing look appeared on Sarah's face again, and then she smirked. "You'll know, Brittany. Don't worry about it." As I marched up the steps to the house and pulled out my keys, I felt Alexander touch my mind gently. "Be stronger, gra mokroi. You know how to reach me if you need anything." I waved as Sarah drove away, and then stepped into the house, only just in time remembering that I was supposedly sick, slumping my shoulders and fake coughing once I shuffled up the stairs to my room without saying hello to anyone. There, I hurriedly changed into PJs and crawled in bed with a book. If my stepmother would come looking for me, I looked credible enough now, and I knew that Hay would find me in my room if he wanted me. Soon, there was a knock on my door, and then Stephanie burst in. "Where have you been all day?" I pretended to be drowsy as I looked at her and then said softly, "In bed mostly. I called in sick at school, caught a bug." The woman frowned at me suspiciously, but then her expression cleared. "You weren't here though. I had the nanny check your room when Jennifer called that you were not at school. Explain that? And if you're sick, then you won't mind if I check your temperature?" I shrugged and explained that as I'd been sleeping over at Sarah, she'd let me sleep because I was sick, and she had just driven me home a short while ago. I'd spend the day in bed in her guest room, not here. When my stepmother went to get the thermometer, I hurriedly went to the bathroom and stuck a washcloth under the hot water tap, running it so hot that it steamed. I took that with me and hid it in my lap under the duvet. I knew Stephanie would be easily distracted, so I could pop the thermometer in the hot washcloth, tweaking the temperature just a little. I was lucky because her phone rang, and I managed to get the thermometer to the point where it looked like I had just a tiny bit of a fever. I held it up to her while she was still talking on the phone, and as she read the number, she nodded, obviously looking a little defeated. When she hung up, she told me, "Fine, you're sick. That means you're not going to school tomorrow either." The woman watched in satisfaction as my face fell. No Alexander tomorrow. The evil woman had known I didn't want that. She sashayed out of my room saying, "I'll make sure the maids keep an eye on you. If you need anything, you can ask them. Oh, and I want your phone. You're not talking to your friends till you're better." As the door closed behind her, I tossed the washcloth out and angrily clenched my fists. They just always knew how to get to me. Alexander touched my mind. "You all right, Agromo Croy? Are you in trouble?" With the thought came a sense of warmth and love. I went to shake my head and then realized he couldn't see that and angled a thought towards him instead. "No, I'm not." I managed to convince her I really was sick. Correction, I'm sick. But now she won't let me go to school tomorrow. And she took my phone. I knew he could feel how upset I was about that fact. It meant I wouldn't be seeing him until Friday. "I can always sneak in through your bedroom window." The thought held a dark, sensual promise that made my skin feel a little too tight. He seemed to know I wouldn't take him up on that offer and send another thought. "We can talk like this, gramo kroi. It is effortless now. We don't need phones. I can sense you are still full of questions. Ask away." I shivered but was glad to oblige. "When you feed, how does that work? Do you go to a bar and pick up a person and just bite them?" I sensed amusement as he took a moment to formulate a reply. "I don't like going to bars. The taste of blood infused with alcohol. I don't like it. But yes, we do just walk up to our victim and bite them. Every vamp does it differently. Some use hypnotism, others just wipe the memory away. Others pretend it to be a love bite. Whatever works." "And how do you do it?" I wondered if he could use hypnotism. That would be a little scary. I'd never know when he would do it to me. "I make them sleep, Britt," he said. "Sarah? She can compel them with her mind. Like I said, she is strongly telepathic. Bob, he makes them feel like they're seriously hungover the next day." I took a moment to take in that information. Hungover? Making people sleep. That was pretty awesome. That reminded me that I wanted to ask him about the powers. "You mentioned powers. What was that about? What kind of powers?" It was quiet for a while again, but I could sense that he was thinking of how to reply. It was true. This link between our minds. It was so easy to hear him even though he was a 10-minute drive away from me. As vampires age, they gain power. It works much the same as the immortality fusing with our cells, except that there is a blueprint in our bodies. One can only gain as much power and talents as one already had the blueprint for. Some vampires will always remain weak. Others gain strength and power rapidly. He was quiet again. I could tell that he was lying on his back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, but not really seeing it. "What powers do you have?" I asked when the silence stretched. Amusement came back to me. "Many a gramo kroi. You'll find out over time," I groaned. "That's not fair, Alexander. You said I could ask you anything." "I said you could ask me anything. I never said I would answer them all." But even as he said those words, he continued with, "At least you know I can put people to sleep. I also can light things on fire with a thought or a touch. Our talents are closely entwined with our personalities." I smiled. "So that's how you lit all those candles last night?" "Very good, a gramo kroi." "Alexander," Sarah told me about the marks. "Will you explain?" Silence. Then I could vaguely sense anger flare inside him, but it wasn't very clear. almost as if he was keeping me out. "She wasn't supposed to tell you that," came his thought at last. Suddenly I felt mad about that. And why not? I have a right to know. Or were you just going to mark me without my consent? I didn't know exactly where that came from. Alexander had been nothing but gentle and all. Though he seemed to have a penchant for secrets, he'd told me what he was on our very first date. Alexander's reply sounded controlled and a little cold, but the words softened me. "It was my right to tell you, Brittany. I wanted to give you time to get adjusted to what I am first. The mark is irreversible. I will not do that to you until you are absolutely sure." I instantly felt guilty about the harsh words I'd spoken to him. He'd only been looking out for me. It was obvious that it hurt him to think that I might not want him. He was good at hiding what he felt. I almost hadn't noticed through that thick layer of control. "I'm sorry, Alexander," sending him the strong feeling of belonging and love and wholeness I felt around him. I hoped it was enough to ensure him that I did not want to be without him. A giggle suddenly escaped my lips as I realized how far our relationship had suddenly progressed. We'd only had one date yet. This whole soulmate concept, we both knew we'd never love another. Never. Alexander sensed what I felt, and suddenly his amusement seeped through. His worries obviously eased. "You are so human. Before I could reply to that, Andy burst into my room. His face flushed, his bronze curls messy, and several colorful stains on his white shirt. It seemed he'd been allowed to paint today. "Brittany Lee, you're home," he squealed as he jumped up on my bed and dove into my arms. I laughed as I hugged my little brother. "Hey, giant, had fun today?" Then I sent Alexander. "I'm sorry, I need to spend some time with Hay. Let's finish this later." Andy went to close the door as he told about painting at school and the teacher getting mad at him because he'd made a mess. He looked a little too proud about that, so I knew he'd done it on purpose. Alexander touched my mind gently. "If it's okay with you, I'd like to watch for a moment. I've not had the chance yet to meet Andy." I nodded and then said back, "All right, how does that work?" "Just relax and open your mind. It's fine like this." A warm spot in my mind, and I knew he could see what I saw and hear what I heard. The rest of the evening I spent talking with Hay while Alexander listened in, although I knew that at some point he'd picked up a book to read. I read Andy's stories, and then we made up our own stories together. The next day was spent in a similar fashion, although during the day I was rather bored and lonely. Alexander had classes to teach and couldn't talk, and I didn't know how to reach Sarah or even if I would be able to. Andy was at school himself, but he was home at 2 again and stormed up to my room. I think the nanny was very relieved that I didn't mind spending time with him. She seemed hard-pressed to put up with all his antics. Alexander sent me a warm thought when he finished school, filled with longing that I felt reflected in myself. Already my body seemed on edge, strained like butter stretched too thin over toast. Andy seemed oblivious to the tension. Alexander shut me out just after 7 p.m. One final thought telling me not to worry and that he was going over to the next town to feed. I was sure he told me this deliberately to test if I was okay with it. He didn't want to strain me and scare me away, but he also wanted to show me clearly what he was, so I had the chance to decide whether or not I could live with that. He didn't realize that I had long since made that decision. Nothing he did or said could change my mind about it. Although I knew we didn't really have a choice either, I was sure the strain on my body would kill me if I couldn't be with him. I knew it was the same for him. Just before I fell asleep that night, my head filled with that lullaby. Alexander's voice softly singing it to me and guiding me into the warm embrace of sleep. The next morning, I was up and dressed, ready for school way before Jennifer was done. As she entered the kitchen and saw me, she quirked an eyebrow in question. It wasn't hard to pick up on the fact that I wanted very badly to go to school. Before she could get her own breakfast, she disappeared up the stairs again. I heard her call her mother. My heart sunk. She was going to get her mom to make me stay home again. I couldn't face another day alone, so I scrambled for the door, slinging my backpack over my shoulder. It was still early. If I hurried, I could walk and still be in time. Today was Friday, and I had the feeling that if I didn't see Alexander today, I wouldn't be able to all weekend. I had heard my stepmother say that father was coming home again today, and I knew he hadn't forgotten that I was grounded, even though I felt like he had no right to do that anymore. Since I was 18, according to him, it was his house, so his rules. I was halfway out the drive when Stephanie's scream froze me in my tracks. "Get back here, Brittany." You are not going to school when you might still be sick. To the neighbors, that might have made her sound like a concerned mother, but to me, it sounded like the wicked witch of the West. This had nothing to do with my health and everything with their plot against me seeing my friends and Alexander. Somehow, Jennifer had guessed about my feelings for him and possibly his feelings for me too. I turned slowly, cast Stephanie one look and told her, "I want to go. You can't stop me. I have a right to go to school." Then I turned and kept walking, only to stumble into something solid and warm. I went sprawling to the pavement, my bag tearing open and scattering my books across the curb. I yelped as the palms of my hands burned when I caught myself with them, tiny pebbles embedding themselves in the fragile skin and blood already welling where skin had been torn off. "Brittany Baker, didn't I tell you to obey your mother?" A stern voice thundered. My eyes found the shining black leather shoes, the immaculate suit in unrelieved black, the wide shoulders and the golden-rimmed glasses balanced on a firm, hooked nose. Blue eyes glaring at me with such cold anger that I wondered why my blood wasn't freezing over. "Father," I said breathlessly, "I just want to go to school. I already missed 2 days because I was sick. I don't want to miss anymore." I didn't care that I sounded like a bookworm, or a nerd, as Jennifer would call it. He frowned and cast a look at Stephanie, who stood on the steps at the front door. She wore a green silk robe embroidered in flowers and birds, the fabric ending just above her knees, the robe falling open to reveal her ample cleavage. The woman was pouting at him, and his expression firmed as he turned back to look at me. "Get inside, Brittany, now." Anger rolled off him like a heavy fog, and I scrambled to my feet, gathering my books and my torn back in a rush. A savage kick to my side sent me sprawling across the pavement again. Dazed, I lay there for a moment, trying to figure out what had happened as pain blossomed across my side. My father had kicked me. I blinked as tears jumped to my eyes, and then there was a touch on my mind. "Britt, you're hurt, hang on. I'm coming for you." Alexander's presence in my head gave me strength. "No," I snapped at him. "I can handle this myself." I did not want him here, not where Jennifer and Stephanie could see him, not where he could get hurt, and not where he could see my sorry excuse of a father. I knew Alexander wouldn't be able to control himself. I felt him accept what I'd said, and then he sent back, "You will call me if it gets out of hand." The thought was nearly a snarl, and I could vividly see him clutching the steering wheel as he drove to school, his face twisted in anger. I had to hold back the thought that things had already gotten out offhand and struggled to my feet, clutching my bag to me as I stared at the man that somehow had the right to call himself my father. Alexander didn't withdraw his presence from my mind, leaving just the tiniest trace so that I knew he was there for me, so that I could draw strength from him. "Get inside the house, Brittany." My father snarled at me, but I knew he didn't sound as threatening as Alexander did when he wanted to. Still, my heart beat in my chest and fear and anger combined, and I didn't fight it as, with a sense of defeat, I walked back into the house. At 5:30, Stephanie and Jennifer came to my bedroom door. I had been locked in pretty much all day. I didn't mind that except for the crawling tension on my skin. Alexander had reached for me a few times more, always asking me if I wanted him to come and get me. I knew he could feel the throbbing in my side where a large bruise was spreading, vividly purple and blue. Stephanie was smiling with fake warmness as she sat down on the bed beside me. "Feeling better, honey?" Suspiciously, I eyed what Jennifer was holding, red cloth and a pair of heels. The girl herself wore a tiny black number with slits on either side till high up her thighs. It revealed the long length of her legs. "I felt fine this morning. I wanted to go to school," I told my stepmother with a glower in her direction. My palms. I rubbed gently over the rough fabric of my jeans. The damage to it hadn't been too bad, only the top layer of skin missing where I'd hit the pavement. "You had a fever," Stephanie said, and she reached her hand out to touch my forehead. "But it's gone now." Her voice was still sickly sweet, but there was a hard edge to her eyes. "My fever was gone yesterday. I was perfectly fine this morning," I said as I stood up and out of reach. "Don't take that tone with me, young lady," Stephanie said, standing up herself and narrowing her eyes at me. Her sugary manners gone, she snapped a hand out, and Jennifer quickly placed the red cloth in it. "Put this on and those heels and get your hair and makeup done. We're all dining with clients of your father. Don't even think about misbehaving. If this deal falls through, your father will have your head." The red cloth was pressed into my hands roughly, and Jennifer tossed the heels down at my feet. The both of them spun on their own heels and stalked out the door with swaying hips. It was near identical, except that Jennifer wore a black dress, while Stephanie's was a more stylish blue. I hated to admit it, but they both dressed to kill. Their style a little too revealing for my taste, but they never looked tacky or cheap, simply deadly beautiful. With a shock, I realized that the pang in my chest was jealousy. Stupid. They were horrible people. I had no reason to be jealous. 20 minutes later, I found myself showered and dressed in a bright red dress, sporadically decorated with sparkling sequins. While it still showed off my figure and brought out the red in my hair, it was screaming and nothing like the sophisticated dark red dress I'd worn on my date with Alexander. Jennifer had stalked back into my room and was running a brush through my hair with harsh strokes. It felt like she wanted to yank all the hairs right off my scalp. It was hard trusting her with the makeup, but I forced myself to relax and let her do it. Struggling would probably only result in pain, and the whole ordeal would last much longer too. Besides, Jennifer knew what she was doing, and I didn't think she'd make me look bad. If that was what she wanted, I wouldn't be wearing this red dress, but something pink and frilly. But if they wanted me to look good, that couldn't mean much good either. Who was this client we were meeting tonight? A client that my father obviously wanted to impress very much. 6:30. I found myself following my so-called family into a fancy-looking restaurant. Andy wasn't present. Luckily, he'd been allowed to stay home with the nanny. That both worried me and made me feel relieved. Whatever it was they had in store for me tonight, they obviously thought Andy didn't need to see it. Inside the restaurant, a waiter brought us to a private dining room and took our coats from us. Shortly after we'd all taken seats, my father's client arrived with his family. The man was in his late 30s and so was his wife. The man wore a dark suit that looked expensive and had dark blonde hair, combed back neatly to reveal an austere-looking face. His wife was thin and tall, with flawless milky white skin and flowing black hair. She looked a little like I'd imagined Snow White to look, albeit a darker, more dangerous version. She wore a skin-following silver-gray dress that reached the floor and pooled around her ankles like quicksilver. As she walked, she seemed to almost glide. They were followed in by a young man, at the most 20 years old. He had the same dark blonde hair as his father, but the flawless pale skin of his mother. Dark, intelligent eyes looked around from above a straight nose and a cruelly smiling mouth. As my father introduced us, the boy didn't hide the fact that he was raking his eyes over both Jennifer and I with obvious interest. The man, I was told, was Carl Miller and his wife Amanda Miller. The boy was called Luke, and he held my hand longer than necessary. To my horror, my father had arranged the table seatings in such a way that he was right in between Jennifer and I. Jennifer didn't seem to mind the attention he gave her, because despite that he gave me cold chills with his creepy stare. He was still handsome. But I did not appreciate the hand creeping up my skirt every other minute during dinner. I kept slapping him away and once stomped on his toes really hard. It didn't seem to bother him as he smirked at me. Creep seemed to like it even. I understood now why they dressed me up. I served as a distraction along with Jennifer to keep the son busy. If I pissed off this Luke, I was sure the deal would be off too. On top of that, Alexander had been keeping tabs on me, checking in mentally every 30 minutes or so to make sure I was still okay. It seemed like he didn't believe I would call for him when I needed help. Of course, his definition of when I needed said help was different from mine. Had he known Luke kept creeping his hand up my skirt, he'd have been here within 10 minutes to teach him a lesson I was sure I wouldn't want to see. I had to find a way to keep my emotions in check very quickly, or he'd know what was going on the next time he'd touch my mind with his. This mental connection thing was something I was certainly getting the hang of, but for now, it was still mostly a one-way street. I could talk to him if he was within my reach, but I didn't know if I reached him until he replied, and I could only sense what he was feeling when he allowed me to. I envisioned a wall made of iron around my mind, putting all my emotions behind it so they were hidden. Just in time too, because I had just finished the wall and slapped away Luke's hand again when I felt him reach out to me. How are things? It was clear that he was extremely worried and fed up with not being allowed to come and get me. He wanted very badly to be able to touch me in a very earthly fashion, instead of with his mind. It's fine, we're having dinner with a client of my father. I told you not to worry, I miss you, but I'll see you soon, okay? Now leave me alone, I need to concentrate. Silence met my thought. and although I didn't actually feel any of his emotions, I could guess that I had offended him. He didn't like it that I was shutting him out in the least. "I love you, Alexander," I said, hoping that would make him feel better. I tried imbuing the thought with as much love as possible without opening a gaping hole in my iron wall. I slapped away Luke's hand again and shot him a glare, which he received with an arrogant smirk on his face. He kept staring at me for a minute or so, and I pretended not to notice. As I ate, I couldn't wait for this to be over. Yet this was only the first course, and I knew several more would follow. "I love you too, agramo kwa, more than anything. Be careful." Alexander's thought was a gentle caress that gave me shivers and made my heart clench. There was no trace of offense, just the sincerity of his words that had me near staggering. Luke's eyes snapped to mine as if he knew something had happened, and a little flustered about his piercing gaze. I stood up quickly. "Excuse me," I said as I hurried out of the room towards the bathroom. I could feel all eyes on me as I left. A look over my shoulder told me my father was glaring. He seemed to think I was being very impolite. Jennifer and Stephanie and even Mrs. Miller looked at me with speculative looks. But more unsettling was Luke. I could not name what was reflected in his eyes, but there seemed to be a challenge hidden in there. I took my time in the bathroom. Maybe they'd serve the next course by the time I got out. I hoped this dinner wouldn't last till deep in the night, because I wasn't sure how long I could keep with politely pushing Luke's hand away. I pretended to touch up on my makeup, but knew I couldn't stay away for more. Then 5 minutes, my father would definitely be mad at me if I did. As I stepped out into the corridor, I realized with a shiver that it was empty except for Luke. Bloody hell. Why did he have to follow me? "Hello, Brittany." His voice was low and suave, and as he sauntered over to me, his movements possessed an even glide that looked nearly fluid. "Ooh, arrogant." "Luke," I said as I inclined my head just the slightest bit in acknowledgement. My skin was prickling, telling me to get the fuck away from here. Danger. He radiated danger as if he was a predator. I sidestepped him and started back towards the dining room, but a hand on my arm stopped me, his fingers warm. "Not so fast, dear," the boy said. His voice had an edge to it that I hadn't noticed before. "I don't like games, got it? So stop playing hard to get. You don't want to make me angry. My father is very powerful." I shivered, but I forced out a laugh. "Your father doesn't scare me, Luke." Which was true. It was my own father that scared me, very much. I was terrified of what he could do to Andy. "You should be," he said as he trapped me between himself and a wall. His eyes were cold as he glared at me. It was obvious he wasn't used to this reaction at all. I pushed at his chest, having déjà vus with Fort in a similar position. "Let me go, they're waiting for us." "They can wait," he replied darkly. I could pinpoint the exact moment his mood changed. His dark eyes lightened but got more intense, the pupil widening. The moment that happened, he pressed his body hard against mine, one hand sliding into my hair to grip it tightly. He yanked my head sideways and attached his lips to the sensitive skin of my neck. "Just a taste, a little taste," he murmured, teeth grazing over the skin, pointy teeth. Oh my God, he was a vampire. "I have a mate, Luke, a very powerful mate, and he'll be seriously pissed off if you bite me," I said, trying to sound brave. Something I most definitely didn't feel right now. It was only because I'd locked my knees that they didn't shake. His body tensed and he moved his face so he could look me in the eye, his nostrils flaring as if he was trying to smell something. "Liar," he hissed after a short moment, his fangs showing, which confirmed that he was a vampire indeed. "You're not marked." I felt my stomach plummet and found myself wishing that I at least had the hickey to show him, but that had faded and was nearly gone. Not visible enough. "You noticed before, I talked telepathically with him," I said, hoping he would believe me and not mistake it for a bluff. "One thought is all it takes to call him. He can be here in 5 minutes flat." I let the knowledge that this was the truth bleed onto my face. My eyes narrowed and absolutely serious. He didn't need to know that it was still terrifying to be alone with him for 5 minutes. There was a lot he could still do. Apparently he wasn't as smart as he appeared because he narrowed his eyes and said, "You are lying. Besides, your mates is no match for my father." I forced myself to laugh again, even though I had no clue whether or not Alexander would be a match for his father. "You hide behind your father, too scared to fight yourself?" My tone of voice sarcastic, but I knew he could hear my heart beating wildly in my chest. His hand in my hair yanked my head back harshly, his eyes spitting fire. "I don't need to fight. Your sissy boy will take one look at my dad and run away with his tail between his legs." Without waiting any further, he buried his face in my neck, his fangs grazing the skin while his free hand roughly pressed my lower half against him, my spine arching painfully. "The next course is served. Are you coming?" At that exact moment, I could honestly say that I loved Jennifer very much. Her timing couldn't have been better. I shoved against Luke's chest hard and was shocked when he actually let go and stumbled back a little. I brought up my hand and slapped him hard across the face, on his cheek, a blazing hand mark flaring to life, while the rest of the skin around it looked pale. "Don't ever do that without permission again. I'm very sure you'll run out of willing partners shortly." Then I stiffened my spine and strode past Jennifer, who stared at me with open-mouthed surprise. My hand was tingling from the impact to his face, but I felt very satisfied as I sat down in my chair at the table. I plastered a very polite smile to my face and greeted the Millers, nodding at my dad and then smiling at Stephanie. My father looked pleased for some reason. A minute or three later, Luke strode into the room, wiping the back of his hand across his mouth as if he'd just eaten. I felt nauseous as I thought about that. Was Jennifer all right? His cheek was markless again, and I wasn't surprised. Surely vampires had fast healing powers. Just then, the girl strode into the room herself, smiling wickedly. My eyes scanned her throat and neck, and I drew in a relieved breath when I noted that she was unmarked. No matter how much I hated her, I didn't wish for her to be food for a vampire. As we all sat down and continued eating, I noted how all the Millers ate little, yet their plates appeared just as empty as that of my family. Every plate, however, had deep edges and artful double layers. I guess they served to hide the food. "So, your son seems to have taken a liking towards my daughter," I heard my father suddenly say. I could tell he nodded in my direction, and suddenly, Mr. Miller was looking at me intently, sizing me up in a way that I was sure didn't bode well for me. Just at that moment, Luke decided to stretch his arm and drape it across the back of my chair. I wanted to shrug it off, but a look at my father's face made me decide to grin and bear. I did, however, stomp on his foot again, with the heel of my shoe. He didn't even wince. Mr. Miller nodded slowly. "So it seems, perhaps we can talk business now." A calculating smile on the man's face told me he knew I knew what he was, and that he knew the liking was not mutual. 2 more courses followed and then dessert, but I had lost all my appetite. I couldn't do anything about Luke's arm around my shoulders, and it felt disgusting to have him play with my hair and stroke the skin of my neck or throat. His other hand was also still occasionally trying to make its way up and under my skirt, but at least I could keep slapping that one away. At one point, he pinched my leg hard and painfully, as if to show me he did not appreciate the slaps. The hungry look in his eyes, combined with a knowing smirk, was seriously pissing me off, and I was half tempted to call for Alexander. But I was afraid that Luke's father really was very strong. I had no way to tell. I didn't want Alexander to get hurt. During dessert, Luke completely ignored Jennifer, and the fact that she really didn't seem to mind that was unsettling. Very unsettling. So when at last the deal was apparently made and we were all done eating, my father asked for the check and then paid. I was hurriedly getting into my coat so that I could hide from Luke's hungry stare. It felt good to hide all the exposed skin. Knowing my dad would scold me if I didn't say goodbye politely, I turned to shake Mrs. Miller her hand. "It was nice meeting you, Mrs. Miller. Good night." She looked utterly startled when I did that, and then my father's hand closed over my shoulder. "Brittany, weren't you listening?" His voice sounded more exasperated than anything, but he also seemed happy, gleefully so. I have no head for business, father. My apologies." I had to wrench the words from my mouth and fight down the bile that rose along with my pride. I had to behave now, or I would never be allowed to go over to the Clitton house tomorrow. "The Millers have offered to take you and Brittany. You are going home with them," my father said, and I immediately understood why he was so happy. He'd finally found a way to get rid of me. Luke's hand fell on my other shoulder, smiling at me to reveal all his teeth, all of them straight and white. The fangs hidden from sight. Shock coursed through me. My dad had just used me as a bargaining chip. I'd pretty much been sold to these complete strangers. And they were vampires too. Agramokroe. Something happened. Alexander's voice in my mind had never been so welcome as it was now, I think. "You need to come and get me," I thought as I swallowed convulsively and looked at my father's face in astonishment. I couldn't believe this was happening. My father was an asshole and he might have kicked me this morning, but he wouldn't sell his own daughter like this. "I'm already on my way. A run, hang on. Tell me what's going on." I could hear that he was angry. I didn't care. So was I. There's 3 vampires. My dad doesn't know they are though, and he wants me to go with them. I knew I had to warn him about that. He needed to take back up with him. "You can't send me with them," I said at last. Everyone had been staring at me as if they expected me to explode and throw a tantrum. I wasn't sure if I would or not. I didn't think it would help. But I needed time. Time for Alexander to get here. Who? The single thought was sharp and piercing, barely contained rage. "Yes, we can. They will give you a nice room, and you can pick up your stuff tomorrow. Mr. Miller even has a job for you for the weekends. It will pay for the rent." My father explained it to me patiently in the way you would talk to a child. Miller. The family. Miller. I shrugged out of Luke's grip and turned to face my father. "I'm 18. You can't do this to me. It's not legal." I glared at Luke openly. "Brittany, you are going," my father thundered. "I'm your father and you'll do as I say. This is what is best." Something snapped inside me and I found myself yelling, "No, you are not my father. A father wouldn't do this to his daughter." My fist clenched, and at the same time that the angry tears started pouring from my eyes, I felt the anger spark hotly inside me. My clenched fist flew up and I hit my father square on his jaw. My hand hurt, but it was satisfying to see the split in his lip and the blood dripping down. Oh fuck, blood. The moment I realized that, Luke's arms clamped around me, one hand twisting my head sideways brutally. Both the Millers in front of me snapped their jaws shut and moved to grab my father, who looked around him utterly bewildered. The only ones who didn't seem surprised were Stephanie and Jennifer. I could feel Luke's fangs on my skin, and he murmured, "I'll get to taste you after all, honey. I'm going to enjoy this very much. We're going to take good care of you at home." I had just a moment to see Mrs. Miller licking up the blood from my father's lip while Mr. Miller held him in a death grip. Stephanie behind them smiled, as if she loved the fact that the whole situation had escalated. Jennifer surprisingly looked a little worried, but one look at her mother and her expression started mirroring hers. Then pain shot through me. Hot, searing pain. It all started in my neck at 2 small burning points, and I heard a horrible sucking sound that echoed in my ears. My body trashed on its own accord, my legs kicking and my arms flailing against Luke's restraining arm. I was screaming too, and my vision seemed to narrow as black creeped in from the edges. A blur burst into the room and I heard a snap, as if someone had snapped their fingers. It had a curious effect. Jennifer and Stephanie both fell to the floor like rag dolls, and when the Millers jumped back, my father followed the same fate. Luke stiffened behind me, and then the searing pain faded as he stopped his feeding. His body jerked as if he was hit by something, but I couldn't see what. And then I was collapsing to my knees, my ears ringing as an unseen force pressed against me, battering my senses. My legs were shaking anyway, so I didn't mind, but I struggled to remain conscious. I felt very faint, and I knew that was the loss of blood. Searching, I found what I was looking for. Alexander striding into the room, his eyes ablaze in anger. An aura of light around him as if he was lit up from within. I knew without a doubt that it was a physical manifestation of the power he held. Power so vast that it pressed on me, pushing me down now that he wasn't containing it. Beside me, Luke and the Millers were equally floored, the woman face down on the carpet while Luke struggled to stay on all 4. Only Mr. Miller seemed able to withstand it somewhat. Alexander stepped over my father's body without glancing at it and plucked Luke off the floor as if he weighted absolutely nothing, raising a hand as if he meant to punch him. "Alexander!" My voice sounded shaky as I called for his attention. His eyes snapped to me, and then he tossed Luke with a bare flick of his wrist. The vampire slammed into a wall and crumpled to the floor. The next instant, the pressure of power was gone, and he stopped glowing like he was lit from within. He knelt in front of me and picked me up, pressing me into his chest tightly. "Agromokrowi?" The words might be sweet, but his voice shook with rage barely controlled. He pressed my head to the side, much like Luke had done, but he was gentle about it. Then, without warning, he pressed his own mouth to my neck. I was still bleeding there, although I hadn't noticed, but it didn't hurt when he touched his mouth to the small puncture wounds. Shocked, I realized he'd just licked over the spot, but immediately the last remnants of burning and pain disappeared. That done, he pulled away to hold me at arm's length, his eyes skimming over me to check for other injuries. Over his shoulder, I could see Mr. Miller get to his feet and pull out something from under his shirt. A gun. Alexander! I tried to warn him, instantly linking my mind with his and shoving the image I'd just seen at him. I don't know who you are, boy, but you made a mistake, Mr. Miller said with a cold voice, his fangs peeking out when he talked. Alexander met my eyes, and I was shocked to see a cold smirk on his features. Then he turned around, one arm still holding me and keeping me behind him so I was not in line of the gun. I think you are the one making a mistake here, Mr. Miller. His voice was cold too. Get out before I empty this gun on you. This is a vampire-owned restaurant. No one will call the cops, and no one will hear. Mr. Miller shook as he spoke, but his eyes narrowed and the pupils did something freaky, widening and then narrowing in an even pattern. Alexander barked a laugh. That does not work on me, Mr. Miller. You are a fool for trying. Then he stepped closer to the older man, although come to think of it, I wasn't so sure who was the oldest of the two of them. Alexander stepped so close that the barrel of the gun was pressed right against his chest. I will shoot, the vampire warned, and when Alexander just threw back his head and laughed, as if he really found that highly amusing, the man actually did pull the trigger. I knew I screamed, loudly, but Alexander's body didn't even shake at the impact. 6 bangs resounded, and then it was quiet except for Alexander, who was still laughing. Peeking from under his arm, I saw that Mr. Miller was staring from Alexander to the gun as if he couldn't comprehend what had happened. I saw 6 bullets lying on the floor, each flattened as if they'd hit a very hard surface at a high velocity. Bullets don't hurt me, Mr. Miller. Now, you have offended me greatly. You were hurting my mate and your son just fed off her without permission. You know the penalty for that. In the silence that followed, Mr. Miller dropped to his knees and started pleading incoherently. His wife a few feet away did the same, interspersed with keening wails. It wasn't hard to guess. Alexander was telling them that Luke had to die. Punish me for feeding from me when I hadn't permitted him to. Because I was Alexander's. You can't decide that. Luke struggled to his feet from a pile of broken chairs and glared at Alexander. My father is a very high-ranking vampire and you are nothing. You can't tell anyone how to punish me. I did nothing wrong. I flinched when Alexander whipped around to face the boy, power pulsating underneath my hands where I was holding the back of his shirt. If I hadn't been holding him, the sheer power would have forced me to my knees, much like it did with the other vampires. I'm pretty sure, boy, Alexander said coldly, that I outrank your father. Since you are about to die, I will tell you who I am, since you seem to be too stupid to realize it yourself. My name is Alexander Clitton. Luke's mouth worked soundlessly, and then he sagged down completely, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. Alexander turned to face his parents again. You have till tomorrow. After that, I never want to see either of you again. Brittany, let's go. He pulled me with him towards the door, his strides large and fast, so I had to run to keep up. Alexander? My family? I asked softly just before we walked out. He turned his stormy gray eyes on me and blinked. They don't deserve your concern, agramokroi, he said, but he snapped his fingers anyway. One look behind me told me both Jennifer and Stephanie were waking up again. Even my father was stirring. Come, Alexander said, and he picked me up in his arms. To my surprise, there was a car outside waiting for us, and he carefully sat me down in the passenger seat. He smoothed his hands gently over my hair, and then leaned his forehead against mine. Next time, Brittany, next time you call me the moment you realize they are vampires, it was not a question, but a demand. I felt too faint to protest though, so I nodded. Can we leave now? I really want to shower and curl up in bed. I want to forget. My voice sounded tiny as I spoke, and it was very hard to hide the hurt inside. My father had just tried to sell me to a bunch of crazy vampires, all for some lousy deal which I was sure was off now. No matter that the man had been a stranger to me even though I'd lived with him for 3 years. I was still his flesh and blood, and it hurt that he would do that. Because he was my father and I wanted him to love me. Alexander was right though. They didn't deserve it. Not one bit. Not my concern and not my love. and not my attention. They certainly didn't deserve to have Andy. What would happen to my little brother now that I'd left? There was no way my father was going to allow me back in the house, and I was pretty sure I didn't want that either. To be under the same roof with people that had betrayed me, Alexander climbed into the driver's seat and started driving, his eyes more on me than on the road. But I wasn't scared we would crash. Not him. What I'd seen tonight, the sheer power, that presence, I didn't know what he was anymore, but I was sure he wasn't just an ordinary vampire. No way in hell was that possible. His name alone had struck so much fear inside Luke that he'd passed out. I was pretty sure that vampires didn't just pass out. Not easily, at least. We were almost home when I realized Luke was going to be executed. By who or what I didn't know, but there was no doubt in my mind that it was going to happen if I didn't put a stop to it. I didn't want to be responsible for someone's death. Alexander? I asked, and I hated how I sounded so weak. It wasn't going to help Luke's fate if I was. Alexander wouldn't believe me if I tried to convince him it wasn't as bad as it looked, and he didn't deserve to die if I sounded like that. Agramokroe, he asked softly, but there was still the sense of a steel blade covered with silk. He was very angry, not at me, but at the Miller family and my father. Is Luke really going to die? It was quiet a moment, and then his features softened. I forget, Britt. You are human and very innocent. Yes, he is going to die. It is our law, and if we do not uphold it, vampires all over the territory will see it as a weakness and run rampant, indulging themselves in their sickest desires. He broke the law, a sacred law. For that, he dies. I swallowed. I don't want him to die. He's just a kid. It scared me a little how utterly ruthless Alexander sounded. It didn't seem to bother him in the least that a living being, or well, undead being, was going to be sniffed out. Destroyed. Yes, he is a kid, but he is also 120 years old, a gramokroi. He had a longer life than most will ever have, and still he learned no respect. Do not pity a creature like him. He was weak. The gravel crunched as we stopped in the drive in front of the house. Alexander was out off the car and at my door in the blink of an eye, opening it and picking me up gently to carry me inside. I protested, I can walk. I no longer feel faint, which was true, although I felt battered and dirty. My voice had gained in strength too. Humor me, agramodshoi. He no longer seemed angry, but he was still intent, and his bones were sharply defined against the flawless skin on his face. Those stormy gray eyes dark, but even though I knew that indicated either hunger, anger, or lust, all of which would trigger the fangs, I saw no glimpse of them as he talked. I wondered at the control that meant he had. None of the Millers had been able to stop themselves when blood had been spilled. The house was dark when we entered, and I guessed everyone else was out. Alexander strode up the stairs and straight to his own room at the end without pause. Despite what had happened tonight, that still gave me a nervous shiver. The way he just assumed I'd be sleeping in his room with him. He sat me down on the edge of the bed and then stood back, folding his arms across his chest. He was looking down at me with this stern look on his face that told me he wasn't pleased at all. At his look, I took off my coat, and at his gasp, I frowned and looked down at myself. No! The dress was still whole and only the bruise on my thigh showed, nothing to warrant a gasp. You went out dressed like that? Alexander said, and he sounded seriously pissed off again, his stormy eyes sparkling dangerously. I met his stare, obviously. You can't decide what I wear, so stop that. I stood up and kicked off the heels, then made my way over to his closet, deciding that I might as well take some of his clothes to wear to bed after I showered. Brittany? His voice was still tight and controlled, but he stepped up behind me as I rummaged through his clothes, trying to find something suitable to wear to bed. He reached over me and pulled a pair of boxers and a shirt from a shelf and handed them to me. His chest pressed against my back. It made my breath hitch in my throat as I felt how warm he was. Solid and powerful. Thanks, I said, and tried to slip past him to go to the ensuite bathroom. His arms held me in place. Brittany, we weren't done talking. I glared at him. Alexander? But then I caught the look on his face, anger, concern, and from his eyes reflected this bone-wrenching need to ensure that I was safe. If you must know, Stephanie and Jennifer picked out the dress. I would never, by choice, wear something like this. I relented, reaching out to press the palm of my hand against his cheek, my thumb rubbing over the sharp line of his jaw. I could see his shoulders visibly relax, and then he shook his head. So you let your stepsister and mother dress you, but not me? That's different. Different. How agramo quai? He asked. But I was relieved to note that he wasn't angry any longer. His head tilted a little to the side in amusement and curiosity. Well, for one, if I hadn't put it on, they'd have gotten my dad to punish me, or they might have done something to Andy. Just like that, the moment was shattered. My shoulders slumped as I remembered how I'd left my little brother behind, right in the hands of the people I hated most, with a father that didn't love him and didn't care for him. Alexander pulled me into his arms to hold me close. Shh, it's okay, Britt. Don't worry, we'll go get him tomorrow. He sounded fierce. The words not just a promise to ease my mind, but a thing he was certain off. How? My dad is his legal guardian. I can't just take him away. They could charge me of kidnapping or something. I knew only too well that my father wouldn't let Andy go with me without a fight. He might tell us all the time how we should be grateful he'd taken us in, but he still wouldn't let us go until he'd made sure he'd gained something from it. I had a lawyer look into it. Gramokoye, Alexander sounded certain. All we need is for your father to sign the adoption papers. I felt warm inside that he'd taken the trouble to do that even though he'd never met Andy. Still, I shook my head. My father will never sign those papers. Alexander, not unless he'll profit from it. I was picked right off the floor and carried towards the bathroom, a smirk on his lips now. You underestimate me a run. Now shower, unless you want me to bite you too. With his words, I realized that my shoulder was stained red where blood had dripped from the puncture wounds. Part of the dress stained a much darker red. Thank you, I said, hurrying inside and closing the door behind me. I could hear him laugh as I locked the door. Obviously, he thought it funny that I was rushing now. Did he think I was afraid he'd just bite me? He'd already told me he didn't feel the desire to drink my blood, that he found it repulsing to desecrate me in such a way. As I stood under the hot water, it first ran red and then a rust brown before becoming clear again. I hadn't realized how much blood I lost, but as I felt at my neck, I could find no puncture wounds whatsoever. A check in the mirror not much later told me there was nothing to see either, but my side was mottled purple and blue. I counted myself very lucky to have escaped today with so little injuries. The shirt Alexander had given me was a long-sleeved button-up one, immaculately white. The fabric incredibly soft against my skin as I shrugged into it. The thread count surely in the millions. The ends dangled down to mid-thigh, pretty much hiding the dark boxers. I stepped out of the bathroom slowly, a little unsure about revealing the length of my legs. Although of course that dress hadn't done much to cover them either. Alexander was sprawled on the bed, his body covered from the waist down by the duvet. His chest and face thrown in stark contrast by the lamp on the bedside table. It painted his flawless skin golden even though it was normally more pale. His eyes shone in the light, reflecting it and throwing it back into the room. A smirk on his lips as he watched me approach the bed slowly. He didn't hide how he followed the neckline of the shirt to glance at the little cleavage showing. I had left the top few buttons undone. He lifted his hand and beckoned me to come closer, his other one picking up the book from his lap he'd been reading and depositing it beside the bed. He didn't say a word, but the darkening of his eyes said enough. Shivers shot down my spine as anticipation uncurled in my stomach, heat spreading through my body under his gaze. When I reached the bed, he lifted the duvet and tugged me under it and straight into his arms. His arms then curling protectively around me as if he planned to shield me from the entire world. We both breathed in and out deeply once, and then I heard him say in amusement, "Yes, we missed each other." He fisted one hand in my hair at the nape of my neck, while his other arm pulled me into his lap, shifting my leg so I was straddling him. That hand on the nape of my neck felt possessive and powerful, and I knew that before he'd been holding back, afraid to show me all of himself. But tonight, I'd seen the powerful side of him, a leader, although that word was much too tame and incomplete. My skin sizzled where it touched his, and I stared up into the stormy gray of his eyes. They now held a tenderness that made my heart clench, that reached to the very core of me to show me how much he truly cared. He ran a single finger across the bare skin of my abdomen, tracing a line of fire that shot sensations right down to the center of my body. My breathing hitched in my throat, but I narrowed my eyes. It was unfair that he could affect me such. "We're not done talking yet," I said, but my voice sounded husky, desire lacing through it and lessening my glare. He smiled, just the barest tug of his lips curving upward, but amusement reflected in those stormy pools. Then Taka Kuramochua. Why was that vampire so scared of you that he passed out when he heard your name? Who are you really? The question burned in my mind. I could imagine only a few reasons why Luke had been so terrified. Alexander had to be really powerful and probably very important. But I'd never hear him mention any other vampires, and he seemed to avoid them as much as possible. Alexander nodded slowly at my question as if he had expected it, and then he started to glow, power pulsing underneath his skin, lighting him up from within, his face turning ascetic, the bones tight underneath the faintly golden yet pale skin. Still, he was hauntingly beautiful and masculine in an otherworldly form. Unlike in the restaurant, the power this time didn't bring me to my knees from the sheer intensity. I was of course already seated, straddling his long legs, but it had my skin sizzling and my hair flying backwards in an unseen wind. My heartbeat thumping erratically against my rib cage. More than that, the power seemed to flow right out of his hands through my body, a sensual caress. The arousal coursing through me shocked me, but I couldn't hold back the moan that fell from my lips as that power caressed me in the most intimate of ways. As I explained to you before, the power a vampire holds grows over time if the blueprint is there. Age does not automatically mean power, but heritage can. His voice was still the same as I was used to, but more serious, and there was an echo, a resonance of that power that lit him up like a bonfire. I wanted to speak, ask him another question, but although the power seemed to be receding again, sucked into his skin till the eerie light had all but disappeared. A last tendril of that power stroked across my body, making my nipples tight with need. He wasn't playing fair. My mother, she was Kaleech. Witch. It was a strictly matriarchal society at the time, still is. But when we were born, one did not teach men about witchcraft. We might know of its existence, but never could we participate. Having recovered from the blast of his sensual caress, I narrowed my eyes at him to tell him I did not like the way he'd teased me. His stormy eyes had lost their solemn look as he talked, clearly enjoying the effect of his power on me. Your witch blood has proven to have given you the blueprint for this power. The light? Hola, I asked him. Instead of replying, he gripped my hip with one hand and shifted me, moving my body closer so that our chests pressed together. His other hand let go off my hair to stretch out across the headboard of the bed he was leaning against. I do not scare you? Confused, I shook my head. Why would you? I know you'd never harm me, Alexander. He smiled, a slow, lazy smile this time, but I could see the happiness dancing in his eyes. A touch on my mind to show me he was pleased with my answer. Yes, the witch blood gave Sarah her great telepathic abilities and would probably have augmented Bob as well had he not been weakened when he created us. Me? I've been strong from the very first day of my creation, physically stronger than most newborn vampires. Mental shields in place that granted me immunity to many of the older vampires' abilities. It's why from the very first day of my existence as a vampire, I had to fight to survive. Jealousy and fear of what I'd become as I grew older sparked a mad hunt to end my unnatural life before it could even start properly. He fell quiet, and I saw his eyes turn inward as he remembered those very first days of his existence. It seemed some of his mental shields were down, or maybe I was just more sensitive to him, but I could feel the fear and the pain, the confusion he'd felt when he had to fight so hard for his survival and that of his siblings. The memories were none pleasant, all dark shadows. A sudden smirk appeared on his face as he said, "Now no one but the strongest would dare lay a finger against me or mine. And you, Brittany, you are mine." I shivered at those words, feeling both a little angry that he would claim such complete possession over me and a hot feminine appreciation for that power. So very masculine and strong. And as I thought about it, I realized I could lay claim on him too. If I am yours, then you are mine, I told him, glad that, although I sounded husky, my voice did not quiver, and the words rang clear. Alexander's eyes met mine in a piercing stare, but he nodded, his voice low and rough as he said, "Acknowledged a gror mo croy." Before I could say or ask anything else, he pressed his lips against mine. Nothing gentle or soft about his touch now, just pure, unadulterated lust. I let him kiss me with slow toe-curling preciseness. Let his hands caress my hair back from my face, and run across my back all the way down to the bottom of the shirt. I even let him run his hands back up the skin of my back, inside the shirt, my mind slowly turning to mush as pleasure from every touch made my body sing, a humming in my veins that could only lead to more pleasure. It was exactly what I needed to forget all about the pain and rejection I felt over the way my father had tried to sell me. I felt a release of tension as well, and I knew it had everything to do with the fact that we'd been apart for such a long time, against our will. My own hands found their way into his lush, silky hair, running my fingers through the strands. His mouth left mine to follow the curve of my jaw to the sensitive spot below my ear. There he bit down softly, without fangs. Kissing over the sensual hurt, he whispered, "I would mark you here a gramo kroi, where everyone can see. Always." A blush rose on my cheeks, and I pushed against his shoulders to create a little distance, my breath coming in gasps. "And where would you want me to mark you?" I understood why he wanted the mark to be visible. It served as protection against every other supernatural creature out there. "You can mark me anywhere, Britt." A dark, sensual promise held within those words, as if he dared me to explore his body before I decided. Feeling shy under his gaze, I ran my fingers across his chest, feeling the taut muscle. He caught my mouth in another hot kiss, teeth grazing over my lips begging entrance. When I refused, they turned more demanding, and suddenly I was on my back, Alexander hovering over me. A moan escaped my lips as his lower half collided with mine, the act very deliberate. His arousal so obvious. At the moan, he never hesitated to take the opportunity to possess my mouth. His kiss, one of a man who knew the effect he had, taking full advantage. My legs wrapped around him to pull him even closer. The friction against my center caused my spine to arch, pressing my breasts up against his bare chest. My fingers were digging into the sleek muscle of his shoulders as he held himself above me without effort. I wanted more. I wanted to feel all of him against me and fall right off the edge that I seemed balanced on. Skillful fingers teased across my skin, and the shirt fell open at the front, revealing my bare chest to his hungry eyes. He broke away from kissing me and openly looked down at me. Then slowly, leisurely, he lifted one large, heavy hand to rub a circle around a nipple. He took his time, trailing his lips down across the newly exposed skin. Wet, open-mouthed kisses. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt when he touched the bruised skin of my side. I felt only pleasure. I wanted to blush and tell him how I'd never done this before, that he was the first to ever touch me in such a way, but the words passed my lips as a moan, husky and unrecognizable. "Again?" demanded Alexander as the sound died, and he licked across skin so sensitive that it had me arching off the bed, screaming as I came undone. My vision swam and my breath came in short gasps, my fingers scratching across the skin of his back as I scrambled to hold on. Alexander stilled his movements entirely to stare intently at my face, a soft smile on his sensual lips. His eyes filled with male pride and something tender and filled with love and acceptance. Then he rolled off me, taking my body with him to press me in the crook underneath his arm, my face against his neck. The loss of warmth and friction against the V between my legs made me shiver, but I felt boneless and suddenly very drowsy. One large hand pulled my leg up to entwine with his, and then the duvet slipped over us to shut out the cold of the night. "Sleep agohamo kwai," he whispered softly, caressing my cheek as he turned off the light, plunging us into darkness. His chest was hot against the bare skin of my breasts, but despite the incredibly pleasant sensation, I felt my mind drifting off. "Alexander, what about you?" My voice hushed with sleep. A fight to keep my drooping lids open. A dark laugh that shook his body. "We have eternity, Brittany. Do not worry. Eternity with this man, Alexander Clitton." That didn't sound too bad. My barefooted footsteps echoed on the tiled floor in the hall, careless about all the white sand I was tracking in. The house always echoed if Mom wasn't there. It was her presence that filled this place and made it home. I tossed my bag to the floor, knowing Mom would probably scold me for that later, but not caring about it. With her easy smile and always laughing eyes, I knew she could never be mad at me for long. Faith in that knowledge only a 9-year-old could possess. Thinking Mom wasn't home yet because of the echo, I ran into the kitchen. If I was lucky, the cookie jar would be on the lower shelf and I'd be able to reach it if I climbed on the counter. I skidded to a halt just inside the kitchen and stared at the scene before me. My 9-year-old mind couldn't quite understand what it was seeing. Clown, seated at the kitchen table, as always, dressed in a flowery summer dress that made her look like a fairy stepped right out of a fairy tale. So graceful and elegant, movements lithe and sure, like those of a dancer. I loved watching my mom move, loved it even more when she danced. My mom would smile then, and it made her look so beautiful. My mom was light, and she shone like no other adult ever did, because my mom had stories. So many stories. But today there was no easy smile, no laughter in her vibrant brown eyes that looked so much like mine. Her light had dulled, and her face was pale and drawn. "Mom?" I asked hesitantly, my voice trembling as fear curled in my tiny stomach. Had someone hurt her? The fierce need to protect my flighty mother with her delicate features shook my small body. She hadn't noticed me yet, but at the hesitant call, her head whipped in my direction, panic and fear pulsating in the air. "No, Brittany, run. Not my daughter, please." Sheer terror reflected in my mom's melodic voice, a voice made to sing. Confused, I turned around. I wasn't going to leave my mom alone. If she was scared, I needed to help her. A hand closed around my throat, tight and constricting, and above that red eyes gleamed in a face made of shadows. "Hello, little angel." I woke screaming and drenched in cold sweat, my mind filled with swirling darkness and painful memories. My heartbeat pounding in my ears, a wild beating against my ribcage. I was shaking, and hot tears were streaming down my face, tears I hardly even noticed. My mind still locked in the harsh grip of my memories. Memories that I'd buried so deep that I didn't even know I had them. As my breathing slowed down and my rapid pulse calmed, I became aware of the strong arms wrapped around me, the muscled chest pressed against my back, and the silky fingers running through my hair. A distinctly male voice whispering in a language I couldn't understand, but they were gentle, soft words meant to calm. Alexander, my soulmate, held me as if he'd take on the world to keep me safe. He held me with such gentleness and love that it nearly broke me after the harsh reality of my memories. Gramo Croy. Shh, it's all right. You are safe." And his voice reflected his concern. But even though he didn't know the reason for my distress, he didn't ask. Anger coiled beneath the surface at the thought that something had hurt me, and he couldn't do anything about it. When my tears subsided, I slowly uncurled from his tight grasp so I could face him, but I didn't let go. I needed the physical reassurance. I needed to know that he was here to anchor me to this place. I remembered Alexander, a sob I tried to suppress. I remembered things I shouldn't. They should have stayed buried, because I had remembered the glorious days when my mother had been happy, when we had been happy together, just the two off us. But most of all, I'd remembered the day things had changed, the day the darkness had come, a day I had wanted to stay forgotten. My mom had broken that day, and I had been so young and helpless. I had not understood what was going on. Why? I understood now that the darkness had come, and that 9 months later, my baby brother had been born. Exactly 9 months later, I burst into tears all over again. That was knowledge I wanted so badly to forget, because I didn't want to see Andy as the child born from darkness, and light because my mom had been light. But mostly darkness. Alexander said nothing. He simply held me close as he stroked my skin, my scalp in soothing patterns. He didn't ask what it was that I wanted to forget, and for that I was grateful. Light filtered into the room by the time I felt calm enough to fall back asleep, and still he held me. As I drifted off, I heard him sing the by now familiar lullaby in his native tongue, his voice husky and very male, but still beautiful. I awoke from a pleasant, dreamless sleep a few hours later to find myself alone in the big bed. A dress clearly belonging to Sarah was draped over a chair nearby, meant for me to wear today. Because all my things were at the empty house, where Andy still was. My heart kicked uncomfortably against my ribs at the thought of my little brother. Guilt, because I'd left him alone in the clutches of my father for a night, abandoned him, even though I'd promised not to. But also fear that coated my tongue and made my skin crawl. Fear that the darkness that had killed my mom, created my baby brother, hid inside him, ready to strike out. A nauseating fear was spreading through me, and it wasn't fair. I loved my brother to death. He couldn't be part darkness. Couldn't be. But now that I'd remembered, I wasn't sure if I could see him in the same light, treat him the same way as I had before. I splashed my face with cold water and then got dressed in the clothes Sarah had laid out for me. I was grateful that my friend had thought to do so. I wouldn't have been able to put on the dress from last night again, and I wasn't going to wear something of Alexander's if we were going back to the big house. Downstairs, I found nobody, and that worried me, but someone had laid out food for me in the large, warm kitchen. It was still strange to me that they had such a beautiful kitchen when they didn't have to eat food. After I had eaten the food, I carefully sent a thought towards Alexander. Alexander? Where are you? His reply was immediate and incredibly relieving. In the study, a gramo choa. Moments later, I pushed open the heavy mahogany door and stepped into the study. It was a surprisingly brightly lighted room. Large open windows with French doors lined one wall. They were draped with heavy dark red curtains, but those were opened to the fullest. On one wall, there was a large old-fashioned fireplace with soft and incredibly comfortable-looking leather chairs in front of it. The walls lined with oak bookcases filled with old leather-bound volumes and crisper-looking new books side by side. Some spaces on the shelves devoid of books, but instead holding a beautiful object of art, a precious stone, or some other knick-knack Alexander had collected, a testimony of the memories of a long life. Right in front of the windows, a solid cherry wooden desk stood, stark lines that looked infinitesimally male. On top of it, a high-tech computer and phone and stacks of paper. Alexander was seated behind it, his forehead creased in concentration as he pored over the papers. It took me a moment to realize that he was in fact grading papers for school. Obviously, he had to do that as a teacher. The fact that I didn't see him as a teacher any longer had made me overlook that. A blush rose to my cheek as I remembered what we'd shared last night before, the dreams of memory. When my eyes came back to him, I found him staring at me with a knowing smirk on his face. "Morning, a gramo kroi. You look delectable in that dress," he said. Then he crooked a finger. "Come." I wanted to resist, simply because I didn't want to be commanded like that. I wasn't some silly girl. I was his soulmate and his equal. But the memories still haunted me, and I needed to be close to him, because he could give me solace, the kind I'd hungered for ever since my mother died. So I walked over and around the massive desk to stand beside him, and I didn't protest when he drew me into his lap and held me close in the circle of his arms. Nothing was said as I rested my head on the wide expanse of his muscular chest, breathing in the scent of him and the warmth that would keep me anchored to this world. He played with the pendant on its silver chain around my neck as he continued to work, the movement thoughtless. It was cute how my very old and very powerful mate had fallen for such an uncontrolled motion. At long last, he leaned back in his chair, sliding the last paper on top of a stack. "All done," he sighed as he returned his attention on me, sliding a hand into my hair rub unknown tension away. His other hand still playing with the pendant, my mother's pendant, shaped like an angel's wing, content to just still and let him go through the soothing motions, even though I no longer needed them. Both my hands clasped loosely in his shirt, he hadn't bothered to fully button it, allowing me to see a perfect triangle of his chest. Skin that softly golden color. "What's the story behind the necklace, Britt?" Alexander asked softly. His eyes held curiosity only as he peered at the intricately wrought pendant. The lines so delicate and so perfect that the silver wing looked real, alive. I smiled. This was a happy memory, as I told him. It was my mother's and her mother's before her. She always told me that a man came from the heavens one day, a man of gold. Golden hair and golden skin, as if the sun lived inside him. The pendant was his gift to my grandmother, and he told her to pass it on to her firstborn child. My mom always said that if we were in need of help, we could wish on the pendant and the man from the heavens would come to save us. "An angel," Alexander nodded thoughtfully. "It's funny how you say your mother describes this man as if the sun lived inside of him. That was what I thought when I first laid eyes on you, Brittany." I smiled at the flattery. My mom never saw the man. Grandma met him just before Mom was born, and the sun does not live inside of me. If it did, I wouldn't miss it so badly. I love the sea and the beach and the days filled with sunshine. It's so much colder here. When it's time to move a gramo Troy, we'll move to somewhere warm and sunny. It's a promise," Alexander whispered, pressing his lips softly to my cheek. I could feel a driving need coming from him that said he wanted to do anything and everything to make me happy. His voice turned curious again as he shifted the pendant in his hold, inspecting it intently with his beautiful, stormy gray eyes. It's possible, I suppose. Looks too delicate and real to be human-made. A gasp escaped my lips. You're saying this really could be angel-made? Angels are real? A chuckle as he nodded. Yes, real, but not in the way they're usually thought of. Sometimes they fall in love with a human. It happens. I hit his chest. That's not very funny. If that's true, then I'm part angel. Don't be ridiculous. Jumping out of his lap, I smoothed the dress down. I felt uncomfortable in it. Not used to the off-the-shoulder model that suited Sarah so well. Alexander's looked lost in thought, almost as if he had not heard my last words. Then he shook himself and picked up a folder. These are the adoption papers. Agramoshoi. You can sign them now if you'd like. All we'd need then is your father's signature. You really think this is going to work? I asked hesitantly. I pushed the tendril of fear away into a dark corner in my mind. Getting Andy out of there was more important then. Worrying over the darkness that might have fathered him. Trust me. The words were said with enough conviction that it left no doubt in my mind that he would manage to do this somehow. Of course, I hadn't really factored in all the vampiric powers he had, although putting my dad to sleep wouldn't really help in getting his signature. And he couldn't expose himself as a vampire either. Thinking about it, however, I knew that Jennifer and Stephanie knew about vampires, but I wasn't sure if they'd realized that Alexander was one. Come to think of it, I wasn't sure if Stephanie had even seen Alexander. After all, last night he'd made them sleep before he'd even entered the room. At the door, Alexander handed me his coat, a leather one that smelled distinctly like him. I accepted it because I didn't really want to wear my own coat. It had bloodstains on the collar. He smirked at me when I accepted it without complaint. I like it when you wear my things. Love it when my scent is all over you. With those words, he strode out the door and straight to his flashy red and very fast car. I had to unscramble my mind first before I followed him out. His scent all over me? His tone had implied a lot more than just the scent rubbing off on me from his clothes. The car ride was far too short, and by the time we reached the house, my fists were clenched tightly on my knees, my stomach a cold knot. I hoped no one was home except my father and I could just take my things and Andy's things and leave. I didn't want to face my father either, but we needed his signature to get Hay out of there. Still, I could hope I didn't have to deal with Stephanie and Jennifer on top of it all. Alexander reached over and took my hand tightly in his. This is what we're gonna do. We enter, pack your stuff up, and get it to the car. They can't protest about that. After that, we corner your father and get his signature. Then we pack up Andy's stuff and leave. I assume it won't take long? Sarah said your room was very empty. I breathed in deeply and nodded. I don't want Hay to think I'm going to leave him behind if he sees me take my stuff first. I didn't finish what I was going to say, but Alexander nodded. We'll talk to your father first then, but you're not leaving my side? Got it? I'm not letting you alone in there with anyone but your brother. I don't trust them. His voice took on a sharp edge, and his stormy eyes became dark. So very dark. I touched his face, rubbing my fingers over his jaw. I know, I won't leave your side. You're the badass vamp, they can't hurt me when you're there. You'll protect me? A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Damn right I am. I'll always protect you, Britt. Always. Shortly after that, I found myself unlocking the front door and stepping into the big house. My footsteps echoed, but I couldn't hear Alexander move as he stepped inside, right on my heels. He was like a shadow, so silent. Where is your father, you think? He asked me in a low voice. The Irish accent replaced by the crisp British again, now that someone else might possibly hear us. I nodded down the hall, in his study if he's home. He's always working. Alexander didn't miss the rueful tone in my voice. As he stalked past me, a predator let loose. He ran his knuckles softly across my cheek to reassure me. I followed him down the hall and pointed him to the right door. He stood still for a moment in front of it and then nodded. He's here. He must have caught my father's scent, or maybe even heard his heartbeat behind that door. That was the only way he could have known. Alexander didn't knock as he pushed open the door and strode inside. His movements pure lethal grace. He was a hunter stalking prey. Although I imagined that vampires didn't stalk prey this way usually, going for seduction instead. My father looked up from the dark desk he was sitting behind, a phone pressed to his ear that he dropped in shock at seeing Alexander. Shortly after that, his mask of cool reserve had been restored, and he looked all business. He cast me one look from the corner of his eye as I stepped into the office behind Alexander. "Who are you?" The hostile tone in my father's voice wasn't hard to miss. But Alexander's voice was all cool and collected, cold enough to give even me chills as he said, "Let's talk business, you and I." It was something my father understood as he rose from his leather chair, reaching out a hand across his desk to shake Alexander's. "The name is Henry Tallior, but I think you already knew that." "Alexander Clitton," said my mate, but he ignored my father's hand and leaned his fists on the edge of the desk, leaning in so my father sat back down, a crack appearing in that mask of cool reserve on the man I had to call father for 3 years now. "What business did you wish to discuss?" my father asked. Had it been someone else, he'd have insisted on having at least an appointment scheduled, and there would have been a scolding for barging in like this. Clearly, he found Alexander too intimidating to do so. Alexander pulled the folder with the adoption papers out of his pocket and dropped it on the desk. "I want you to sign this, and I won't take no for an answer." "We'll see about that, boy," my father said coldly. Seemed like he'd found his spine back. I swallowed nervously. I hoped this aggressive way of dealing with my father worked. But Alexander was very rich and owned a dozen different companies, restaurants, and shops, on top of all the real estate he owned. He had to be one hell of a businessman. At the boys my father had used at the end of his sentence, Alexander simply stared at him coldly, waiting for him to open the file and read what it was about. It took only a short moment, and then I had the satisfaction of seeing my father gasp, his eyes widening in shock. "These are adoption papers. You want me to give you my son?" He sounded completely blown away by it. "Not me, Brittany," Alexander said, his words clipped and short. I could feel the cold rage he held within himself. My father had no clue how close Alexander was to snapping his neck. But I did, and I didn't want Alexander to go down that path. I stepped closer to him and softly placed my hand on his back. Just a touch, but I felt the muscles beneath my hand relax just the slightest bit. "Thank you," showing me how grateful he was that I had acted to calm him down. I knew Alexander was furious about how my father treated me and my brother. My father stared down at the papers and then looked up at me and met my eyes. "You want to raise your brother yourself? How are you going to do that? You left home, you have no money. I doubt you're in a position to take care of him." Alexander hissed, and my father's eyes flicked to him for a short moment before he decided to ignore it as impossible. It seemed he remembered nothing of the episode with the Millers last night. "I can give him the love he needs," I said, but I knew that wouldn't convince my father. He didn't know what love was. If he did, he would have stuck around when my mother got pregnant of me. She might not have all those things, but I do, and Brittany is under my care. Alexander pulled my father's eyes away from me with a snap. "So this is where you ran off to last night? You're sleeping with this man and you think that's a safe and steady environment you can expose your brother to?" My father's mouth twisted in an ugly way. Before I could stop Alexander, he grabbed my father by the front of his crisp white shirt and dragged him up from his chair. "Don't you talk to Brittany like that. Now sign those papers. You know as well as I that you'd rather be rid of the boy. This way you never have to worry about them ever again." My father's eyes were so big that they seemed to be about to pop right out of his skull. But to his credit, he swallowed and said, "Do you really think so lowly of me?" Alexander's eyes shifted to me and then he said, "Brittany, why don't you get started on the packing? I'll finish this here. I'm sure Andy would love to hear the good news." My father had not yet caved, but Alexander seemed very confident. It also seemed like he didn't want me to witness what he was going to do next. My spine stiffened, and I was about to protest when he touched my mind with his. "Trust me." It was a repeat of the words he'd said to me earlier, and for once I decided to obey without protest. "Don't lose your soul, Alexander," I warned him as I stepped out of the room and closed the door behind me. Worried but still trusting Alexander to do what was right, I made my way up the stairs to my brother's room. He was probably there with a nanny, worried about why I hadn't returned home last night. I could only imagine what kind of lies Jennifer and Stephanie had made up about my absence. I found him seated on the floor in the middle of the room. His large golden eyes found mine and he stared at me. His lip immediately started to tremble as he fought back tears. Brittany, you came back. I nearly broke down myself at the hopelessness in his voice. All my worries about darkness hiding inside him gone as I strode over and tugged him tightly into my embrace. The nanny behind him on the window seat met my eyes and smiled softly, as if she too was happy to see me. You left, my little brother accused me, and I could only nod. I did, Giant, but I came back for you and I'm taking you with me. It's our time now, I told him. He stiffened in my arms and then pulled back to look into my face. Really? Yes, really, hey. We need to start packing. What toys do you want to take with you? I told him, and I felt my own face pull into a smile. Over my brother's shoulder, I could see the nanny jump up and stride to the closet. She was ripping out a bag so quickly and started stuffing it with clothes that I had to wonder about what she'd seen and heard here. Realization dawned on Hayes' face, and then the biggest smile ever appeared on his face. Without words, he came back to hug me tightly. An hour later, Andy and I looked around at the pile of possessions in the hall by the front door. My baby brother looked utterly satisfied and kept reaching over to hold my hand, a smile on his face as he asked me if it was a dream or not. My heart glowed at the fact that I could assure him it was not a dream. Alexander had come up to my brother's room and helped us pack his things and then mine after a short 15 minutes. Looking out the window had shown me my dad getting into his car and speeding off. After that, no one had come to stop us. Stephanie had appeared, but she'd only looked at us with a quiet and guarded expression. It looked to me as if she'd been checking if the things we packed we only owe you our things and not any of the valuables, as if she thought we'd steal them. She'd been satisfied about that very quickly and had instead turned her attention on Alexander. Of course, he'd draw her attention with his looks. He looked beautiful enough to fit right in among her many conquests. Her attention to him had pissed Alexander off enough that he'd snapped at her and then excused himself to make a few phone calls from his car. He hadn't come back inside the house yet, but I knew he was waiting right outside. I was, however, a little worried if we'd be able to get everything inside the car. I mean, his car was fast and pretty, but it didn't exactly have enough space. Not for all the bags and boxes. A look at the pile told me it wasn't that much, though. I had only 2 bags of clothing and a box filled with books, a small bag filled with some knickknacks and things I'd salvaged from my mother, while Andy had more or less the same amount of bags and boxes. When I opened the door, however, I saw Alexander's car driving away, speeding around the corner. For a moment, I stared at it in shock. Did he just leave me here? Here, let me carry that. Alexander appeared by my side and took the bag and the box I'd been carrying from my arms. He looked at Andy and then winked. You're a strong boy, you don't need any help at all. Waiting for us was Sarah with a bigger and much more practical station wagon. This car could easily hold all 4 of us and our luggage. Hey Brittany, Dennis and I thought this car would come in handy, Sarah greeted me. The car was loaded in no time, and Andy couldn't stop babbling about all kinds of things that he wanted to do and see to Sarah. It was quite obvious that Sarah adored my baby brother as much as I did. As we drove off, I noticed Jennifer standing on the steps at the front door, a look on her face that seemed intrigued, but she waved and sent us a tentative smile when she noticed Andy was waving at her. You know, I feel sorry for her, said Sarah from the back seat. Why? I wondered. Jennifer had never been kind to me, and I had never seen her do anything nice for Andy either. If she hadn't had such a nasty mother, she would have been all right. I can tell. Her mind isn't rotten. Wrong. Not like Stephanie, Sarah explained. I cast a look at Andy, who stared at Sarah with big eyes. You read minds? He asked in open wonder. Smart as he was, he'd already figured out that that's what she'd been talking about. A lie rose to my lips. Andy didn't need to know these things, did he? Yeah, I can read minds. Want to play a game? You think of something and I'll say what it is, Sarah said to the boy before I could open my mouth. A sound of protest died on my lips when Alexander placed his hand on my knee. Don't worry, Ajirmo Choi. Kids are good with things like this. Best tell them young, they're more accepting at that age. Does he need to know? I asked Alexander softly, knowing that he'd hear with his vampiric hearing, but that Andy wouldn't be able to hear a thing. Not that he was paying attention to me. He was frowning in concentration as he thought of things for Sarah to pick from his mind, laughing loudly every time she got it right. We can't go around pretending to eat food every day, Britt. Gives us terrible indigestion. An amused sparkle in his eyes. He's smart. He'd have figured it out by himself in no time. I nodded slowly, but still I was worried that it would scare him. Vampires and witches, they were always the bad guys in stories. Would it give him nightmares to know he was living with both? Joppery. Thank you, hilarity. Whenever companies datey dame, it's in planning house. I dak is an 18 days arcacker. Whenever call is lessing. It was big and the walls were white and so were the curtains. But in the corner stood a big bed shaped like a castle. The bed was at the top and could be reached by a ladder, and underneath it was a room lit up with Christmas lights. Andy had stared at it with open-mouthed wonder and rushed to explore the contraption when Sarah told him that was his bed. After that, the three of us had spent a few hours unpacking the toys and putting away his clothes. Sarah was currently planning with him seated in the middle of the soft sky blue carpet, planning on what to paint on the walls and picking out the color of the curtains. She told me I could go if I wanted, so that I could unpack my own things, which is why I was currently wandering down the hall wondering where my bags and boxes had gone, wondering if I was getting my own room or if Alexander wanted to share his. I knew I didn't really want my own room. I much preferred sleeping in his bed curled up in his arms, even though that made me blush a scarlet red as I remembered how Alexander had touched me last night, my very first orgasm. I didn't want to impose though and decided to search for Alexander when I couldn't find my own things and ask him what he had in mind about the sleeping arrangements. He wasn't in his study or anywhere else downstairs, and I contemplated reaching for him with my mind to ask where he was. I scolded myself. Nothing wrong with a little walking around. This whole telepathy thing was making me lazy. As I passed Andy's new room on my way to Alexander's at the end of the hall, I heard laughter. Sarah was laughing so hard she sounded like she was nearly choking, while Andy was yelling enthusiastically about how he wanted a knight painted on one wall and spaceships on the other. That seemed like a weird mix to me, but if he liked it, I knocked on Alexander's door and was welcomed by a muffled, "Come in, Britt." As I stepped inside, I noticed how his usually tidy room was a complete mess. Clothes of his piled on the bed, and my own bags and boxes on the floor in the middle. That wasn't all. He had books and papers scattered around as if a whirlwind had come through. Currently, all I could see from my soulmate was his very scrumptious behind. He was kneeling on the floor by one of the walls, where the roof came sloping down. A panel had been removed to show storage space, and his entire upper body had disappeared inside. No wonder he'd sounded muffled. The sight of such an old vampire, one who'd glowed from the sheer power contained within, on his knees in the dust doing something very mundane. I couldn't hold back the laugh bubbling up inside me. "What are you doing?" A bang that made me wince. He'd obviously hit his head on something. And then he appeared completely, smoothly flowing to his feet, the image slightly spoiled by the hand rubbing a spot on his head and the cobwebs across his shoulders and hair. Stormy gray eyes met mine with a smile. "What does it look like?" You're making a huge mess," I offered, stepping fully into the room and closing the door behind me. He crooked his finger in the universal come hither motion, and I shrugged and navigated my way through all the obstacles towards him. He met me halfway. "No, I'm cleaning to make space for your things," he said, a bemused look on his handsome face. When we reached each other, his hands immediately settled on my hips and tugged me in closer so he could hug me. "Doesn't look like it, and I don't think so. You're covered in dust," stepping sideways. I avoided his embrace. Even though my heartbeat sped up, he wanted to share his room. I hadn't realized I'd been worried about that so much until my body was flooded with relief and happiness at being so wanted by him. A mischievous look appeared in his stormy gray eyes. "No hug?" When I shook my head, he shifted his stance just the slightest bit. That was all the warning I got. Next thing I knew, I was cradled in his arms and then thrown across a wide shoulder. An arm wrapped around my legs, holding me in place while the other started tickling. Laughing and screaming for mercy, I pounded on his back, knowing I couldn't hurt him even if I tried. It was like hitting a brick wall, but I wasn't going to give up without a fight. He threw me on the bed and straddled me, still tickling me with way too fast fingers. "Changed your mind yet?" he asked, pausing his assault. I shook my head, wiping the tears from my eyes. "No way there's cobwebs in your hair." I tried to look disgusted, but the truth was, even with the silvery threads of spiderweb in his hair, it looked silky soft. My fingers itched to hold and pet and stroke. Alexander started tickling again, and I screamed, "Please, stop." He was laughing wickedly down at me, and when I started pushing him off and hitting his chest, he took my wrists with one hand and pinned them above my head effortlessly. "How about a kiss then?" he asked, leaning forward so his breath filtered across my face. I shivered at his gaze. Gone was the mischief, replaced by desire. He wore a look that told me he'd bring me nothing but pleasure if I agreed. I wanted to protest, out of principle, but I couldn't bring my mouth to talk. "Nothing to lose, a glamokoyi. You're just as dirty as I am now," he said, his voice husky. It made muscles low in my body clench in anticipation, a hot burning pooling low in my abdomen. He made the word dirty sound hot and sexy, dirty in an entirely different way. It had me forgetting all about cobwebs and dust. Arching my back and lifting my head, I managed to brush my lips against his. He responded by melding his lips against mine, letting go off my hand so he could brace himself on one arm. Even now, mindful not to crush me with his weight, his other hand he stroked down my body to claim possession of a breast, a growl coming from his lips. Mine. His touch sent my nerve endings into sizzling overload. My back arching off the bed again, pressing my body further into his arms. I wanted to protest against his possessiveness. I was not an object he could own, but the growl had me moaning instead. I loved this possessive male too much to put up much objections anyway, not when he did wicked things like this to my body. Now that my hands were free, I trailed him down the smooth planes of his chest and then tugged at the hem of his shirt. Off. His stormy gray eyes darkened at the words, and I wondered if he thought I was too forward. His next action took away the doubt. He sat up so that he was straddling me and smoothly took off the shirt, a dangerous smirk on his lips. "Better?" I nodded, biting my lips as I traced his chest with my eyes, loving the well-defined muscles and the soft, pale skin. White, but somehow infused with pink, it made him look touchable and alive instead of cold like a statue. He didn't move back down. Instead, he allowed me to look to my heart's content. An arrogant smirk on his face that told me he knew exactly what a sight he was. His fingers trailing softly across the exposed skin of my stomach, rubbing soft, infuriating circles that send hot spikes of pleasure and anticipation through me every time they reach just a little lower. "Do I get to take off your shirt too?" he wondered, pulling softly on the offending material. I knew I was blushing, but I bit my head and shook my head. What's in it for me? He looked downright devilish as he leaned in, close enough for his lips to brush mine as he spoke. "How about pleasure beyond your wildest imagination?" I had to bite back a moan as his words alone sent my body into overdrive. I felt so hot that I didn't even think twice about yanking my own shirt over my head, especially at the heated gaze he sent me before he trailed his eyes down to my chest, unashamed and totally possessive. "I'm going to bite you right here," he whispered huskily, trailing soft, teasing fingers over the heated skin of my left breast. Then, before I could utter a word, he leaned down and did just that, while his hands moved to stroke the other through my bra. Moaning at the contact I gave into my earlier desire to stroke and pet and touch his hair, and did just that, sliding my fingers into the silky strands of coffee-colored hair, coffee or rich chocolate. "Alexander," I sounded breathy and hoarse. "They might hear us." The thought that my baby brother was just down the hall and might hear me moan was not appealing, and I was very sure I'd be moaning loudly in a short moment if I didn't stop him. A tongue teasingly flicked over my nipple, through the thin material of my bra, and I moaned loudly. "Oh, I'm sure Sarah can hear us," Alexander said, but he didn't sound in the least worried, his stormy eyes glancing up to look at me teasingly for a moment. I went to push at his shoulders, but I couldn't move him an inch. Instead, he rocked his body a little so that the hard push of his arousal hit me at the seam of my legs, rubbing at the screamingly sensitive nerve ends there. "So sensitive, so responsive," he mumbled, sounding very pleased with himself as he repeated the motion, and I let out another breathy moan. "No need to worry a gramo croy. Sarah is the only one who can hear us, and she deserves that after what she made me listen to every night since she met Dennis." Alexander was grinning as he rocked his body again, grazing his lips across mine. I stopped pushing against his chest and instead ran my fingers down the smooth skin, raking my nails across just to get a reaction out of him. A husky growl as his body stiffened and I froze in my movements. "Did I do something wrong?" "Don't stop, Britt. That felt good," he ordered. And then he kissed me, nibbling softly on my bottom lip. trailing kisses across my jaw to that sensitive spot just below my ear, and then grazing his teeth across it before suckling softly. I knew that was going to be a hickey again, feeling delighted that I'd found something he obviously liked. I raked my nails across the skin of his back again, softly because I didn't want to hurt him, and he groaned and shivered. "I'm not made of porcelain, Britt." "Harder? This is vampire skin you're dealing with." He stopped what he was doing and just let me run my hands over the skin of his back, his eyes closing as he enjoyed it. He let me do that for several minutes, but I didn't mind. It felt amazing to touch him. I could do this for hours. He didn't move at all, becoming as still as a statue. Leaned forward as he was, with his weight braced on his arms on either side of my head. All I had to do was breath in deeply and my breasts would brush up against him. Suddenly he sat up and pinned my hands back down above my head. "Enough. You can pet me all you want tonight." Then, without further warning, he slid a hand down my body to boldly cut me between my legs. Shocked at the touch and the electrical currents it sends spiraling through me, I bit my lip. "Alexander?" It was meant to sound stern, but instead came out as another moan. With wicked fingers, he stroked me through my jeans until my eyes rolled back in my head and pleasure exploded inside me. Man was good on his word. He certainly knew how to bring pleasure. He slid off me, his legs over the edge over the bed as he pulled me into his lap to cradle me against him. "I love you, Brittany," he said huskily, his eyes still dark with lust and a spark in their depths. "I love you too," I told him, my voice unsteady because I was still trying to get my heart rate down and my breathing to even out. I was sure my eyes were all glazed over and hazy, sated as I felt. He chuckled warmly, showing me that male satisfaction again. He was very much pleased with the effect he had on me. We sat like that for a while, and then he suddenly put me down on the bed and pulled the edge of a blanket over me. "Rest for a while. You can watch me bring order to this so-called mess. I'm planning to keep you up late tonight." A darkly sensual look cast in my direction that promised me all kinds of wicked things he had in mind. I shivered, my body already responding in anticipation as he brushed his lips across my temple in a gentle kiss. It was nice to watch him work, especially because he hadn't bothered to put his shirt back on. He worked fast, too fast to be human, his hands blurring as he scrolled through stacks of papers. Sometimes it looked like he was even reading, but he moved things so fast that was impossible. Within an hour, he had emptied half his closet, which had mostly been filled with some papers and boxes. Those had all disappeared by now, and most of his clothes had been placed back in the closet and his books back in order. On the bookshelves, there was precisely enough space there now for my own books. He held out his hand when he was satisfied to pull me off the bed, smirking as he noticed how I'd pulled his shirt on instead of my own. "There, now you can unpack." That was done so fast that it was almost sad. It looked like I had almost no clothes at all inside the half-empty closet next to Alexander's clothes. The man didn't even have that many things. I was left with the bag of knickknacks I'd salvaged from my mother's things, but I told Alexander to store that behind the panel in the wall too. I didn't feel up to going through that and giving it places. I only took the large seashell from it, the one that was beautiful red and gold and other colors that reminded me of the sunset. Mom and I had found it on the beach right next to our home, and I knew it would fit right in with the things Alexander had collected in his study. He understood my intent right away when I took it out, and he took my hand as he led me down the stairs. I heard no sounds coming from Andy's new room, but as we descended the stairs, I heard his laughter in the living, along with the sounds of a racing game. "There a gram o'croy," Alexander whispered in my ear as I placed the precious shell on a spot for display on one of the shelves in the study. "Beautiful. Will you tell me the story behind it?" With a smile, I did just that. My nightmares from this morning, all but forgotten. At long last, things were going perfectly. I had a beautiful man that loved me and would always be mine, and my baby brother finally had a home where he'd be loved. In the living, I found Andy playing with Bob and Dennis on the Wii. Kid was laughing so much that his cheeks were red and his eyes wide with mirth. Bob was laughing too. He wasn't even bothering to hide the fangs clearly visible. Shocked, I stared at that, stopping in my tracks. Alexander placed a warm hand on the small of my back and leaned down to my ear. "What's wrong, Britt?" Before I could reply, Andy jumped up and ran over to me, tackling my legs in a tight hug. "I love it here. I love it. I love everyone, Brittany Lee. Is this really gonna be home? Hell yes, this is home giant, I told him as I ruffled his golden hair. I'm glad you approve. You're not sad that it isn't just the two of us? Course I don't mind. Did you see that Bob has fangs? Isn't that cool? He says they're real. My brother bounced up and down in excitement before turning around and running back to the game console. Play? He offered, waving the controller at me. How could I resist? We play for hours and ate pizza, Dennis ordered. Andy said nothing about the fact that Sarah, Bob, and Alexander didn't eat at all. Everyone felt happy and elated. Andy's smile was so very infective. When the doorbell rang, I thought nothing of it and got up to open the door. It was dark out and rain pelted down in hard, unrelenting force. On the doorstep stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Pale skin like the palest rose petals and flaming red hair that clung to her skull wetly in dark curls. She wore dark leather pants that clung to her like a second skin, and a leather corset that looked rebellious and sexy. She had eyes so pale that they were almost liquid silver. They looked at me shocked, as if she didn't expect to see me. Is this the Clitton house? She asked, and her voice sounded sultry. This was a temptress, all right. She knew exactly how to get men to do what she wanted. No doubt about it. I nodded slowly. Yes, who are you? I didn't care that I sounded very rude. I just knew that I didn't like her. Deidre. But it wasn't the woman that answered. It was Bob, and he sounded like he'd just seen a ghost. About 20 minutes later, I found myself seated on the couch in the living, cradling Andy against my side protectively. Alexander had his own arm wrapped tightly around my shoulders, his posture tense as he stared at the red-haired woman as if she was a rattlesnake. Dennis was holding Sarah to him just as tightly, easily picking up on the tense atmosphere. Deirdre had asked for a moment to slip on dry clothes and had appeared downstairs to sit down in the large leather chair. She was now wearing a soft white dress and a towel wrapped around her shoulders to dry her hair. Bob stood across from her, his back turned to everyone as he stared out the window. All I knew was that Deirdre meant tears or sorrowful, and that this was in fact the woman that had made Bob a vampire. The woman he'd fallen in love with so very, very long ago. I didn't know if he'd seen her again after he'd made Alexander and Sarah. I didn't know the manner in which he'd left her to save his siblings, but I knew that it was hurting him a lot to see her again now. Did he still love this woman? I couldn't imagine this incredibly beautiful vampire loving anyone but herself. Even now, dressed so innocently as opposed to that dangerous look before, she looked like a woman very sure of herself, ready to wrap any man around her little finger. Jennifer and Stephanie could learn a lot from this woman. Andy shivered and looked up at me. What is going on? Why is she so sad? He whispered, but I knew everyone, but maybe Dennis could hear with their vampire ears. His eyes were so big and luminous that you could almost drown in them. Sad? I looked back at Deidre, but I couldn't see it. She looked composed and very put together, despite the wet hair and non-existent makeup. There was a soft smile playing on her lips, and her silver eyes looked cold and sharp. Not sad. I shrugged and offered, "Want to go play upstairs, giant?" No. He shook his head in defiance. I want to know why she's so sad. And I want to know why Bobby is sad too. I would have smiled at how Andy called Bob, but Alexander stiffened beside me at the words. When I looked up, I saw Bob look at my baby brother as well, a smoldering look on his face that I couldn't quite place. Sarah seemed very thoughtful, and I think she was talking telepathically to Alexander. The way her forehead had creased just a little bit, I didn't quite know how to respond to Hay because all the vampires in the room would hear what I said anyway. I wasn't sure I wanted that. Then the thought crossed my mind that Alexander thought I might have some talent in the telepathy department. So I gently reached out with my mind towards Andy. It wasn't easy because I didn't know exactly how to. With Alexander, it was all so very instinctive and easy, as if there was a line I could follow. But as I focused on the vibrant energy of my baby brother, I sent the thought, "Hey, I don't know why they are sad, but it's private. We shouldn't intrude. You know how you hate crying in front of other kids? So do they." I hoped he realized that it was me, and that I had in fact reached him. But I had no reason to worry because he suddenly started bouncing in excitement. "You can do that too, Brittany. Can you read my mind? What am I thinking right now?" Just like that, the tension in the room broke. Although Deidre gave me a single piercing look as if she was surprised to find telepathy in a human. Everyone else but Bob was smiling at Andy with soft indulgence. I smiled at Hay and was about to say that I couldn't actually read minds, but was able to send thoughts to him when I realized he was in fact sending one to me. "Can I have cake, please?" Danis made some. "Can I have it?" Shocked, I stared at him and then I smiled. "No, Hay, you're not getting cake. I'm sure Danis will leave some for you for tomorrow. Besides, he makes cake all the time." "Oh, why not? It's chocolate cake." He pouted, but then he got up and seemed to have regained some sense. Read my mind again. "Leah, it's so cool you can read minds and talk to me like this. I don't like it when they're sad. It makes my head heavy. Can I hug them? Will that make it better?" I shook my head. "I suppose you can hug Bob if you want." "What do you mean it makes your head heavy?" It surprised me how easy the telepathic communication between us was already, but I supposed it had to do with our blood relation. Andy didn't reply, however, and slipped out from under my arm to jump to his feet. Instead of going over to Bob for that hug, he turned and ran straight to Deidre. He'd climbed in her lap and slung his short arms around her neck in a death grip before she could even move. Although being a vampire, I suppose she could move real fast. Maybe she was just too shocked to actually move. "Andy," I said. "Bob." The words fell from my lips because I was rather shocked as well, and at that, Bob finally turned to face us. His blue eyes met mine, and I was startled to see that he no longer looked sad, but that a smile was tugging at his lips. It told me he appreciated the sentiment. Deidre was still frozen in Andy's arms, and suddenly, I was worried that she might not be able to restrain herself. Was she struggling to contain her bloodthirst? Does Andy have any more surprises up his sleeve? A gran McCoy. "Oh, don't worry. Deidre won't bite him. She's only lethal to grown men. She loves children." I shot Alexander a grateful look. Happy that he'd guessed at the reason of the sudden tension in my body, I squeezed his hand more firmly than I would have with a human, but as he'd said earlier today, he was a vampire. "So it's only you I have to worry about?" I asked him, surprised to find the sudden playfulness inside me. I was only teasing because for some reason I couldn't explain. I had known the second Deidre walked in that she wasn't all that powerful as a vamp. Stronger then. Bob maybe. But Bob was at the very bottom, so that wasn't a surprise. But even Sarah was stronger compared to this pale but very beautiful woman. She was lethal only because she'd learned the art of seduction to perfection, I guessed. I knew I had nothing to worry about in that department. I might not be anywhere near as beautiful as she was, but Alexander was my soulmate. He would never love another. Never. Andy was still tightly hugging Deidre, and only now, after a few minutes, did I notice a change in her posture. Her body seemed to be relaxing, and then suddenly she'd gone from confident seductress to frail and lost. Then suddenly she started shaking, and then the woman wrapped her arms tightly around Andy. Not tight enough to hurt, but tight, so she pulled him close to her chest. Her head bent, at long last shielding a face devoid of emotion against Andy's tiny shoulder. My breath caught in my throat as I thought for a moment that she'd leaned down to feed, but then I realized she was crying. Utterly heartbroken and so filled with sorrow that her name was a haunting fit. Andy was petting her hair as if he was trying to comfort her, humming a soft melody that I soon recognized as that of the Irish lullaby. I shouldn't be surprised that he'd picked it up after I sang it once. After all, I had two, words and all after hearing it only twice from Alexander. I think everyone was holding their breath and staring at what was happening. Bob was clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as if he itched to go over there and hug the woman. Something held him back, and when I saw his eyes, I knew that it was dark memories. Whatever had happened, they hadn't parted on friendly terms, and he wasn't able to forgive her for it. Not yet, at least. Even though I could clearly see that he loved this woman. Somehow, after all these years, he still loved her. Since they'd almost died of the famine and disease, and Alexander had been an old-fashioned blacksmith, I knew they had to be at least 300 years old. After about 10 minutes, Deidre stopped crying and stopped hugging Andy so tightly. My baby brother let go of her neck at that moment too, and sat back on her lap to look the woman in the eye. He said something, but it was a whisper I couldn't hear. But Bob and Alexander both stiffened, and Sarah suddenly started smiling. Damn them and their vampire ears. I had another shock when Andy got up. Deidre's face wasn't wet from tears. It was blood that had streaked from her eyes and colored her cheeks crimson, staining even her dress and the blue collar of Andy's shirt. Her eyes were portals into her soul. and what I saw told me this woman was broken. So broken inside that she didn't know where her loyalties lay or how she was supposed to feel. But underneath that was a spine of steel because her voice was steady when she spoke. I came to warn you. Thornton is very mad at me, and he wishes to punish me by killing Bob. Thank you for the hospitality. She turned slowly to face Andy, cupping his face with a gentle hand. Thank you, Andy, child of an angel. Those last words had me gasping for air, my mouth dry and my throat suddenly tight. Why had she chosen to call him child of an angel? It was a stark reminder of the memory that had resurfaced last night. A memory that showed me he had been conceived not by an angel, but by a demon. Before I could pursue that train of thought, Deidre rose smoothly to her feet. I will leave now. I only came to warn you. I know Alexander will keep you safe. Seeing him tells me Thornton is no match for him. Then she turned around and walked out the door and straight out of the house. The front door fell shut with a definite bang that even to me sounded ominous. Andy seemed ultra-sensitive to the mood in the room. Everyone seemed to be turned inwards as they remembered things or thought over the strange warning the vampire Deidre had brought us. Okay, I think we all need cake now. The boy had a smug look on his face that told me he knew exactly what he was saying. Sneaky kid. I'll go get it. I shook out of Alexander's grasp to hurry after Hay as he ran to the kitchen with a giggle. Andy, I said no, and only Dennis eats. You're one sneaky boy. I caught him round the middle before he reached the door and picked him up. It's that I love you so much. Andy smiled up at me, and then his eyes shifted to look behind me at the room. As I looked over my shoulder, I saw that everyone was smiling, even Bob, although it looked a little strained. Wow. I realized immediately that it had in fact been Andy's intent all along to lighten the mood. He really was the most amazing little brother ever, and I felt bad that he was the one that was cheering up all the adults now. I shifted him in my hold so that I could balance him on my hip. You know, Hay, you're the most amazing boy ever. Just for that, you can get a piece of cake, okay? You promised to go to bed after that? He nodded happily, and I had no problem passing him on to Dennis as he appeared beside me. I'll have some of that cake too, come Hay? I let the door close on them and returned to the three vampires. How serious is this threat to Bob's life? I asked when I reached them. Their smiles were all gone, and Bob had returned to staring out of the window, his form rigid. It was quiet a moment, and then Alexander said, "It's no threat at all. I can kick Thornton ass any day. It surprises me that he thinks he can threaten Bob. I suppose he's grown arrogant and conceited now that he's held his territory for 100 years without any power struggles. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised at the cold tone of his voice. He sounded and looked every inch the hard, badass vampire that I'd seen, infused with so much power that he'd lit up like a Christmas tree last night. I had no trouble believing him when he said Thornton was no match. Except that when I looked at Sarah, she looked so worried that my stomach plummeted to my toes. You sure, Alexander? I didn't want to doubt him, but I sure as hell didn't want him to get hurt. I'm sure I can beat him, Alexander replied curtly, his eyes intense. He held out one hand in an obvious demand for me to go to him. I wondered if he wanted to hold me for his sake or mine. Deciding to ignore him despite the very needy part of me that yearned to be skin to skin to him at every opportunity. Instead, I skirted around the coffee table, making sure to stay out of his reach, and walked over to Bob. I told Hay to hug you. He wanted to hug you and her, but I guess he thought she needed it more, I said as I wrapped my arms around Bob's waist. Fleetingly, I wondered why both Clittons had to be so bloody tall. Bob was tense for a short moment, but then he softened. Thank you, Brittany, he whispered as he brought up his arms and wrapped them around me. His head came down so his chin rested on top of mine. I heard some sort of growl coming from behind me, and I knew that was Alexander. Then Sarah laughed as she said, "Oh, stop it, Alex. She's your mate, and Bob's your brother. Get over it." I twisted a tiny bit so I could glance back and see what was going on, and it made me smile. Alexander had a very dark expression on his face as he glared at Bob. I couldn't believe he was going all possessive over the fact that I was hugging his brother. I couldn't help myself. I stuck out my tongue at him. His face was priceless. He looked shocked, and then he frowned. "Brittany, remember what I said about petting this afternoon? I take it back." He looked smug, as if he thought that would punish me for teasing him. "Your loss? You're the one that likes it so much," I said with a grin. Bob let go off me. "Go to Alex, you're driving him insane." He smiled softly as he said it, so I let go of him and stepped back. Instead of going to Alexander, I sat down beside Sarah, enjoying the annoyed growl that erupted from his throat just a little too much to resist the temptation of further teasing him. Bob's next words, however, destroyed that playful illusion. Alex, I know you can beat Thornton in a fair fight, but that's the thing. We both know Thornton knows that too, so he's not going to risk a fair fight. He's going to lure you in a trap somehow, stab you in the back. Alexander was looking at me when he replied, his voice firm and unafraid. I know, Bob, but we've been forewarned. When he held out his hand again for me, I stood up and sat down beside him, allowing him to pull me into his lap. I'd figured out that it wasn't for my sake that he wanted to hold me, but his. It scared me to know that, behind the confident facade, he seemed to want the reassurance of holding me. It made me wonder just how bad this Thornton guy was. There's also the possibility that Deidre showing up here was a ploy of his. He might be making a play for your territory, Alex, Bob said with cold, clipped words. It shook me that he could think so badly of this woman he appeared to love. Alexander was even nodding. I considered that, but if so, it was without Deidre's knowledge. Yes, Bob, she is convinced she did the right thing, Sarah said. It was a helpless effort to defend the red-headed woman that I'd so instantly judged as a person I could never like. I was wondering about that now, though. Andy had always been a very good judge of character, much better than I was. He wouldn't hug a woman he didn't like, especially not one he didn't know either. He was always so shy around strangers, although it was mostly kids his age that scared him. Alexander sounded cold again when he said, "You should not defend that woman, Sarah. She might have come here because she didn't want Bob to die, but that doesn't take away the fact that she is the reason Thornton wants Bob dead in the first place." Yes, Bob nodded. She probably pissed him off royally and he's aiming for her weakness. Me. Sarah took on a stubborn look. And have you thought about why you are her weakness, Bob? Because she loves you, even if she doesn't show it. Bob shocked us all by throwing his head back and laugh, a sound devoid of humor, making it mocking. It gave me shivers, and involuntarily I flinched back into Alexander's warm, solid chest. He squeezed his arm around my waist, holding me there. No, Sarah, that woman loves no one but herself. Then Bob turned around and stalked out of the room. I could faintly hear him slam his bedroom door a short moment later. I'll talk to him, Sarah, Alexander offered quietly. It was clear that Sarah looked a little crestfallen and sad. She seemed to be the only one who believed that whatever love there was between Bob and Deidre was salvageable. No, don't bother. I don't even know why I still try, Sarah said, her tone a little acerbic. I had never heard her talk that way before. I don't know either, Sarah. That woman certainly doesn't deserve it, Alexander replied, and I had the feeling all of this was a long, ongoing thing between the three siblings. Probably ever since they'd all become vampires. Sarah pinned Alexander with a solemn look. She might not, Alex, but Bob certainly does. With those words, she stood up and left the room as well. I wanted to turn around so I could see Alexander's expression. But just then, Dennis and Andy appeared. I'm ready for bed, Brittany. I nodded and freed myself from Alexander's grasp. Sarah might need you, Dennis. I think I hurt her feelings. I apologize, Alexander said, meeting the angelic-looking guy with a level stare. Without saying a word, he turned and ran from the room. I'm sorry, hey, come, I'll read you a story. I wasn't sure what I was apologizing to Andy for, but I knew it couldn't be nice for him to be in the middle of all this tension on his first night here. I wanted this to be perfect and happy, but all we got was one afternoon. I had to climb into the castle bed with Hay when I read him the story, and as I left, he said bravely, "You can turn off the light, Brittany. I'm not scared here. I have a castle now." When I turned off the light, he added softly, "Daddy can't hurt me here. He won't find me." I was shocked as I closed the door, numbly reassuring him that I was right down the hall and that I'd come if he called. Had that bastard of a father really hurt Andy at night? Or was he talking about his real father, the demon that I could now clearly remember? "Are you all right, Agramokroe?" Alexander said the moment I stepped into his bedroom. Well, I guess it was our bedroom now. I looked up from my feet to look at the man I was going to share a bed with. The man that I'd fallen in love with the moment I met him, and the man that I had just moved in with even though I'd only known him for a little over 2 weeks. He was sprawled out on the bed, dressed only in a pair of loose sweats that clung low on his hips. In the lighting, his skin looked faintly golden, and he looked downright edible, the way the muscles on his chest were defined. If it weren't for that nearly lethal aura he possessed, he could have stepped right out of a magazine as a male model, but no model could look as dangerous as he could. "Brittany?" he prompted me when I still hadn't answered his question. Not that he minded that much by the smirk on his lips. He liked that I had been staring. Fighting the blush that wanted to color my cheeks red, I nodded. "Yes, I'm okay. It's just that Andy said something." Alexander arched a brow in question as he crooked a finger. "Come here, Britt. Let me get my PJs first," I told him. I took them out of the wardrobe that still looked pitifully empty on my side, and then hurried to the ensuite bathroom. I ignored the faintly amused look on his face. It was clear he thought I should just change into them right there in front of him. In the bathroom, I quickly changed and then brushed my teeth. After a look in the mirror, I decided to give my hair a brush too. I hated how it always got so easily tangled. It wasn't that I had particularly curly hair, but it never stayed in place. Frowning as I thought over the words Andy had last uttered, I walked back into the bedroom a few minutes later. What did he mean with it? I couldn't let it rest. Tomorrow, I'd have to carefully ask Hay what he meant. Somehow, the thought that my father had been visiting him at night was almost as unappealing as the thought that Andy's real birth father had been visiting him. A demon or an abusive man? I nearly screamed when I bumped into something hard, warm, and very solid on my way over to the bed. A pair of arms wrapped around me and a soft chuckle vibrated against me. "You are very lost in thought," Alexander said as he picked me up and carried me the last bit to the bed. There he deposited me on the soft mattress and folded his arms across his chest as he looked down at me. I had to swallow twice before I could clear the sudden tightness in my throat, and I didn't even try to fight my blush this time. Those sweats hung way too low on his hips to be legal, showing me that V-dip that accentuated his hip bones. A soft trail of golden hairs that led down to lower regions. Somehow, I just couldn't tear my eyes away from it. "My eyes are up here, Britt," he said, sounding a little husky and a whole lot amused. At that, I yanked my eyes up to his face, meeting his stormy gray orbs to see that they darkened to near black, something I'd come to recognize as a symbol for very strong emotions. I'd seen them darken in anger, but mostly in lust so far. I hadn't looked up nearly fast enough, already having glimpsed the bulge in his crotch. He seemed completely unashamed about it, though. "You're mean," I told him as I hurriedly crawled underneath the blankets, hoping that it would hide my own embarrassment. I wasn't used to this. How could he be so open and confident about all these things? Then again, he was over 300 years old. He'd had plenty of time to get used. "How so?" he asked as he lifted one of his eyebrows again. He'd thrown himself down on the bed beside me, on top of the blankets, but still close enough for me to feel his body heat. Instead of answering, I asked, "How come you're warm?" He laughed. "Why wouldn't I be a gramokroe?" I frowned as I thought about how to phrase my question. He told me himself he died sometime during the change, so that meant he was some sort of undead, wasn't he? Besides, a lot of vampire myths said they were cold. Luckily, Alexander seemed to have picked up on my trail of thoughts. "We're predators, Britt, but we hunt humans, not animals. Superior strength and speed are not a given for our race. Warmth and charisma are. Tell me, would you trust a cold person? Would you like it, to step into the embrace of someone as cold as a grave?" I shivered at the thought, then shook my head. Of course not. That's why we're warm, to give humans a false sense of safety. Vampires also thrive on sex. It's in our nature. A cold embrace might be overlooked, but no one has sex with a corpse. No one sane, at least. Vampires thrive on sex? Really? I swallowed as my gaze automatically swept down his body, my face heating up as I realized what I was doing. Unbidden thoughts floating into my mind about licking that delicious skin, following that trail of tiny hairs with my fingers. At Alexander's husky chuckle, I managed to snap my thoughts away from that topic and to safer grounds. Shit, had he been reading my mind? Or was I accidentally projecting them? I really had to ask him to work on that. Maybe he had some advice on those shields I'd tried out Friday night. "So, what did Andy say that had you thinking?" Alexander asked curiously. It seemed he'd decided to give me a break. He'd gotten under the duvet. He lifted his arm and tugged me against him. I didn't resist. It felt amazing to curl into his side, my head on his chest and one of my legs entangled with his. It felt so safe with his arm wrapped around me. Of course, tonight had once again shown me that he was one of the most powerful vampires in the region at the moment. Even this Thornton guy wasn't as strong as Alexander, so it was perfectly logical that I felt safe. Breathing out happily, I focused my thoughts on the present and the words Andy had said, repeating them for Alexander. "Are you certain that's what he said?" Alexander asked. At my nod, he cursed, or at least I assumed that's what he did, but I wasn't certain because he'd done so in Gaelic. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have played nice with him this morning. Damn it, Britt. If he's touched Andy. He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat rang clear in the silence. Of course, I hadn't told him about the resurfaced memory, the one that told me we didn't have the same dad. "Oh," I said stupidly, and then I frowned. How could I tell him this? I didn't want him to hate Andy, but he had a demon as a father. How could people not hate him if they knew? "Brittany, you're holding something back. Don't tell me he really has touched Hay. Did you know?" Alexander's voice sounded cold with suppressed fury. His arm around my shoulders crushed me too. His hand clenched tightly in my hair. I shivered and shook my head, touched that he was so furious about something possibly done to my baby brother, but also cold inside at the thought that he wouldn't feel the same anymore if he knew Andy was half demon. I still couldn't quite add the things up in my mind. Andy's laughing face, his golden curls and eyes, the strong empathy he always showed, and the deep-rooted need in him to always make sure everyone was all right. It was nothing like a demon, right? Or was my idea of a demon wrong? Just like my ideas about vampires hadn't been correct, the image of the one demon I'd seen resurfaced, and I shivered. The red eyes and the evil smile, now awake. I could look at the memory with a more rational mind. The demon hadn't been bad-looking. In fact, he looked like a stunningly handsome man. It had been the red eyes, the look in them that had warned me he was evil, told me what he was. "Brittany," Alexander suddenly snapped, pushing me back and rolling on top of me, his weight supported by one hand, while the other clutched my shoulder tightly. Shocked, I blinked at him. "What? What is going on? You're hiding something. I want to help. I need to help, but I can't if you don't tell me what's going on," he said, his voice a half growl, although he appeared to be making the effort to sound somewhat civil. "Don't talk to me that way," I heard myself say. I sounded so defensive, and it wasn't what I wanted, but I couldn't bring myself to say the words. To tell Alexander Hay and I didn't have the same father? Alexander's eyes darkened dangerously, and I felt a humming in the air. A second after that, his skin started to glow as his power rose to the surface. There was no trace of the warm, erotic touch like last time, just pure lethal power. I guess I managed to get him mad. Still, I wasn't afraid. Alexander would never hurt me. That was simply an absolute truth. "Oh, stop that. You're not going to hurt me," I scoffed, pushing at his chest even though my muscles felt like jelly. My heart and mind weren't scared, but the basic survival instinct in me was flooding my system with adrenaline, my heart pounding in my throat. "You are scared," he accused, and instead of toning it down, his power seemed to amplify. His hair ruffled by a breeze. I could neither see or feel. I'm not. But I can't suppress my instincts. "Now stop it. There's no need for this. You just have to accept that some things need time." "I'll tell you when I'm ready," I said, pushing at him again, but he didn't budge. I forced myself to meet his stare without flinching. Somehow I knew that if I backed down now, he'd unintentionally walk all over me again next time we had an argument. I didn't mind. Fighting with Alexander was almost as exhilarating as kissing him was. Suddenly, his power was gone. It snapped into him so quickly that it had my ears ringing. Still angry, he rolled off me with a growl and then, to my utter surprise, folded his arms across his chest to sulk. Yes, sulk. Who knew Alexander Clitton, vampire extraordinaire, sulked? It was so absurd that I resolved into a fit of giggles. "You're cute when you sulk." He looked up and met my eyes again with a frown. "I am not sulking, Brittany. I'm a vampire." As if being a vampire automatically meant you didn't sulk? I laughed. "Then, what do you call this?" He seemed to contemplate about that for a moment before he replied, "I'm thinking." "Right." His face softened as he looked at me. "You're right, Agramokroy. I should respect it if you do not wish to tell me something. Forgive me. Pleased that he'd agreed on that, and incredibly relieved that I did not have to tell him the awful truth about Andy's birth just yet. I scooted closer to him again and pressed my lips softly against his. Forgiven. He tugged my against his side again just like before, and we lay in silence for a while. Only a little tense because I could feel the questions inside of him. He wanted so badly to know what was on my mind so he could help me. I felt bad for hiding the truth from him, especially when he whispered, I only wanted to know why you're worried about Andy. I want to help, he's your brother, and because of that, he's also mine. I protect what's mine, Brittany. You know, Alexander, I'm sorry, and then before I could stop myself, it's just that I remembered something this morning, something I'd forgotten. We don't have the same father. Alexander, Henry Baker is not Andy's real father. I sat up quickly and stared at him. Did you just use your powers to make me say that? Alexander was frowning but slowly shook his head. I'm hurt, Britt. I would never do that to you. I nodded. I guess. I just didn't actually mean to say that. Alexander, you don't seem surprised? He sat up as well and cradled my face in his hands. I'm not a gramokoye. At least I'm not surprised that Henry Baker isn't Andy's father. He looked down as he thought for a moment, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed once. But I don't think you and Andy have different fathers. Your scent, your mental pattern, it's too much alike. I was already shaking my head in denial, pulling back from his hands. No, you're wrong. That can't be true. Why would my father say he is if he isn't related by blood? Why would he take us in? He cares only about status and money. It makes no sense. More so, I didn't want to share the same father with Andy now that I knew it was a demon. That would mean I was half demon too. I didn't want to be something evil. Unless he got paid to do it, Britt, Alexander said, and I couldn't deny that that was a definite possibility. No, it couldn't be true. I wouldn't not believe it. What proof did Alexander have anyway? Just a scent? A mental pattern? I'm sorry, Britt, come, Alexander said, sounding genuinely sorry and a little worried. He tugged me into his embrace tightly, falling back down on the mattress so I was flush on top of him. Much like the way I woke up here the first time. I didn't mean to shock you like that. He hesitated a moment, his hand curling into my hair. I saw something in Mr. Baker's mind when I convinced him to sign the papers. Curious, albeit a little anxious, I shifted my face so I could press it into the crook of his neck, the tip of my nose skimming over his skin. Delighted by the goosebumps that appeared, I said, What did you see? A moment of silence, and then he seemed to get his voice back. Oh, I saw the memory of him talking with your mother. You look so much like her that I just knew that was her. Your mother seemed upset, and she was already very pregnant. She asked him to say the child was his. My fist clenched on his chest. You saw that in his mind? His hand softly started stroking my back, a soothing motion. Yes, that's what I saw. She was holding a very heavy envelope that he took. He didn't look into it, but I know he knew there was something very valuable in it. Oh, I guess it does make sense. I tried to make light of it. I suppose I should be happy I'm not related to that scumbag. Only I kept thinking that the one I really was related to then was much, much worse. Alexander laughed softly. I suppose you could say that. I love you, Britt, no matter what your heritage is. That goes for Andy too now. It was exactly the right thing to say, of course. He set his mind open and flooded mine with warmth and love, showing me how much he meant those very words. Of course, it also made me feel a little drowsy. So, what did do to convince my father? Mr. Baker? I suppose I shouldn't keep lying to myself by calling him father. Alexander stilled, completely underneath me. He wasn't even breathing, although I suppose he didn't really have to breath, being a vampire and all. Then he laughed again. Maybe you'll permit me this one secret? One secret, you say? I smiled. You have more secrets than any person I know. If you hadn't said vampires thrive on sex, I would have said they thrive on secrets. Well, agramokroy. We sort of thrive on both. A subtle movement of his hips underneath me that made me very aware of the position we were in. If it weren't for secrecy, humankind would have hunted and killed us all by now. I suppose, I muttered. Then for some reason I had to ask, You didn't hurt him, did you? I didn't need to hurt him, Brittany, he replied. I could almost hear the word unfortunately, after that sentence. His mind was weak. Most people consumed with greed was his explanation. We were both quiet for a while, and I felt my head getting heavier with sleep. Alexander's even breathing was very comforting and relaxing, especially now that the tension had finally left his body. When I was almost asleep, he softly asked, "Does Andy know who his real father is?" Was he talking about Henry Baker or his birth father when he said, "Daddy can't hurt me here"? I shivered. That was exactly what I'd been worried about as well. "I don't know," I answered truthfully. I had asked myself that question before, but I really didn't know the answer to that. It seemed telepathy ran in the family because Andy had already talked to me that way. Who knows? Maybe he'd picked something up somehow. Combined with his strong empathy, it wasn't unlikely, I suppose. The thought that a demon was the one visiting him at night, how had he been getting into the house? Would moving here keep him from doing it again? Did I have to tell Alexander about it? I suppose I was obligated to tell him it was a demon that might be visiting his house. All right, let's leave worrying for tomorrow. A gramo croy. Sleep, he whispered. I wanted to protest, but he started humming that lullaby softly. It was so enchanting to listen to that I didn't interrupt, and soon I felt myself drifting off. At the last moment, I felt a wave of fear crash over me. It was inevitable with all this talk about memories and heritage that banished nightmare memories would claim me. Tick, tack, tick, 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 tick. Mom? My voice quivered when I spoke. Auburn curls plastered to my scalp, and my white summer dress clung wetly to my tiny 10-year-old body. I had run home straight through the pouring rain because I wanted to make sure Mommy was all right. Mommy hadn't been herself lately, ever since the bad man had visited, the man that made her cry and hurt her. I stepped softly into the white, airy bedroom with the long, beautiful drapes around the bed. Mom said they made her feel like an Arabian princess, like Scheherazade. My toes sunk into the soft white carpet as I padded across the room to the bed. I'd already spotted the dark shape lying partially underneath the duvet, and I knew it was Mom. Her hair normally golden and glowing, now a tangled mess across the pillow. "Mom, are you awake?" Tentatively, I reached out and pulled aside the white gauzy curtain. Just as I reached out to touch my mother, she stirred, muttering in her sleep. A sleep riddled with nightmares by the painful expression on her angelic face. "No, you have to leave," she suddenly screamed. She sat up in bed so fast that our heads nearly collided. "But Mommy," I started confused, but her eyes weren't focused on me, but something in the far distance. "Leave?" I asked, reaching out to touch her shoulder, my hand tiny and pale, trembling because I was cold from the rain, water dripping down from my dress to pool around my ankles on the carpet. Mom's shoulder was cold and wet too, but it was wet from cold sweat. "You have to leave. Brittany is coming home soon. I know you want nothing from her. Come back tonight. Just not my baby, please?" My mom was pleading to someone unseen now. My 10-year-old mind didn't understand. I was already here. What was she talking about? "No." A single anguished scream tore from her chest, and then she was saying in a rush, "I already gave you a child. It's not my fault she doesn't have the gene." At that moment, the fog of confusion lifted from my own mind, and I realized she was reliving the moment in the kitchen. The moment just before I came home and found that demon. The day my mom's light had gone out. Her words didn't make sense though. Had she given the demon a child? Sometimes I really hated being the smartest in class. She was talking about me. She'd given me to the demon, but he didn't want me? "Mom, wake up. You have to wake up. Mommy, please?" I asked, shaking her arm. I had to be strong again for the both of us. I had to make the demons in her dreams leave too. Suddenly, I felt warm inside. So very warm. It was a good kind of warm, and it was building. Getting stronger like a hot and live thing beating inside of me. I didn't understand what it was, but I knew. If I touched Mom now, if I could reach her through the fog of her mind, I could banish them all. All the demons and bad dreams that tormented her. Just a touch, and they would be gone forever. Confident the way only a 10-year-old could be with things like these, I reached out and touched my mother's forehead. She jolted away from the touch, as if burned, so I had to grab her shoulder and climb onto the bed. Trying again, struggling with Mom's agonized form, weak and limp from days spent in bed with too little sustenance. Then my hand was firmly pressed against her forehead and a blinding flash of light erupted from our joined skin. A moment later, I was on the other side of the room, sprawled out on the carpet while my mind scrambled around to try and comprehend what had happened. A voice sounded in the room. "You'll regret this, angel boy. You'll regret this." The last thing I saw was a dark shape looming over my mother's prone form on the bed, dark red eyes shining with an evil glint. My hand automatically reached out, and another flash of blinding light bathed the room pure white. Then everything went black. Brittany? Damn it, wake up," a voice said. "Wake up." I realized it was Alexander as I slowly drifted out of the blackness. It felt like swimming through murky water before I finally managed to lift my eyelashes and open my eyes. When I opened them, I saw it was still somewhat dark in the room. Alexander's face loomed above me and his hands were gently shaking my shoulders. "Britt, come on, snap out of it." My tongue felt like rubber in my mouth when I tried to speak. I had to swallow twice before any sound came out. "Hey," even my voice sounded croaky, as if I hadn't had any water for days. "Finally," he whispered, and then he pulled me up and into his embrace, cradling me tightly against his chest. "I thought you'd never wake up." He sounded so worried, and if I didn't know any better, I would have thought he'd almost panicked when I didn't wake up immediately. It was instinctive now to reach out to him with my mind, sending him soothing emotions. It felt a lot easier to talk to him this way, so I asked mentally, "I'm okay, what's wrong?" "I was only sleeping," Alexander shuddered and then replied, "No, not just sleeping, you were completely quiet, Britt." "I woke because I felt nothing from you. Empty, quiet." He didn't actually think it, but I heard what he meant with it, as if I was dead. He'd been terrified for a moment, not just panicked. I was dreaming. "And then I blacked out in my dream," I said, and my voice sounded very strange in the quiet darkness around us. I lifted my arm and it felt shaky and weak, but I still managed to place my hand with the palm on his cheek. "I'm okay now." I tried to sound confident and email Alex a calm aura. Nothing was wrong. I was only remembering in my dream. After a moment, he lay back down with me, holding me tightly to his chest. "Will you tell me about your dream? What on earth was so powerful that your spirit went into hiding in the furthest quiet recess in your mind?" I had to think back, and for a moment my head swam. The memory of my dream was clear in my head now. The memory that proved I'd known all along, that I too had that demon as a father. Andy and I shared the same heritage. I remembered something else. I saw my mom in bed, she was having a nightmare, and she was talking out loud. It was very confusing at the time. I guess that's why I buried the memory. I was quiet for a moment while I let my words sink in. Those flashes of light I remembered, and the demon screaming, "You'll regret this, angel boy." What did that mean? The light had come from me, but had he been talking to someone else? The angel that fell in love with my grandmother when she was young? Alexander quietly asked. "Did you remember what she was saying? It doesn't sound bad enough to me to cause this. Why did you black out in the memory?" I shrugged. There were some flashes of light when I touched Mom. That's when I blacked out. "Do you really think I have angel blood in me?" "Show?" "Yes. I'm sure a Grandma Koyi, your grandfather, must have been an angel." He chuckled. "They're immortal, you know? Maybe you'll get to meet him one day." "How about demons? Do they exist too?" I asked, hoping he wouldn't catch the lie. Of course, I already knew they existed, but I needed to know how he felt about them. Maybe if I knew that I could gauge his reaction if I told him I was half demon. Of course demons exist too. They're not from hell though, just like angels. They dwell among humans. We only call them that because it fits with the legends humans make about these kind of creatures. There's a lot of different demons though. Some even consider vampires demons. Really? I suppose I could understand that. After all, they did prey on humans to feed from their blood. To humans that must appear to be evil. Yes, he sounded solemn as he said, "Demons are often mean and twisted. They only care for themselves, and they'll try to trick you in any way they can." "Oh, have you ever met a demon?" I ventured to ask. The clock on the nightstand told me it was 7 a.m. I suppose that was a little early to get up on a Sunday, but I felt clammy from my dream, so I pulled back the blanket and sat up. "Where are you going?" Alexander asked instead of answering my question. "Shower?" "I feel like I need one," I said as I stood up. He grabbed my hand and pulled it to his mouth, taking a deep breath as if he was smelling me. "You smell delicious to me, Britt," he said, confirming my suspicion. My cheeks still heated up as I replied, "You're biased. just as I was about to close the bathroom door behind me. Alexander said, "Yes, I've met plenty of demons in my life. You have nothing to fear of them. They amass power the same way as vampires do. I can kick pretty much any demon's ass anytime." Really? He could? Did that mean he could send the demon that was my father away if he really came looking for Andy? I didn't realize how scared of him visiting this house I'd been until I felt the sudden tension fall away from me. Alexander was a very powerful vampire. He could kick anyone's ass anytime. I had no reason to be afraid. "Cocky," I said teasingly. "Leave the door open, a gramochoy," Alexander called after me. "Horvert. I just want to make sure you don't slip into your mind again." That was very unsettling. "I won't peek if you don't want me to." His voice clearly reflected how much he really had been worried, and just because of that, I nodded and left the door unlocked. Of course, his last words left me with the clear impression that he really did want me to invite him along. My damned body was betraying me when it started humming with need at the clear invitation in his eyes that I'd glimpsed just before I closed the door. I was cleared Balling's offices with Con Brown. I was collective up in a big chair in Alexander's study. He lit the big fireplace for me and opened all the curtains and the French doors to let in fresh air and the scent of the flowers blooming in the garden. Dennis had brought me a big plate filled with all kinds of snacks and a steaming cup of hot chocolate with tiny marshmallows floating on top, while Sarah had actually shown up with a book that I absolutely had to read, according to her, which was what I was currently engrossed in. It was a story written by a shapeshifter, apparently, and as such, it contained a lot of information about the supernatural world. It was a romance of some sort, and when Alexander saw it, he looked somewhat amused and said, "If you want to know about that sort of things, you could have just asked me." He had left me alone though, and instead worked at his desk for a few hours and made phone calls in strange languages that I couldn't understand. Or he'd just talk English, but he'd talk in work jargon that I couldn't understand either. A few chapters into the book, my ears were burning and I realized what he'd meant with his words about the book. Although a lot was explained about how shapeshifters, witches, and vampires, amongst other creatures, acted and functioned in the human world, most of this book was filled with sex scenes that made me blush red from head to toe. Why the hell did Sarah tell me to read this? Did she think I needed help in the bedroom department? I was starting to really believe that vampires thrived on sex. Sarah sure as hell seemed to confirm it. Worse was that every time I came across another scene and my face would heat up, Alexander would chuckle. The first time I'd looked up shocked and he'd said, "Heartbeat agroma koi. I can feel your heat." I had almost put the book away until I realized that that was exactly why he'd said it. In fact, it looked like he wanted me to get up and go over to him. So I'd turned my back on him and continued reading. Bad move, because his eyes smoldering into the back of my head was even worse. Just after lunch, which Dennis had brought in, Alexander left because he wanted to spend some time with Andy. I was both happy and relieved, but still vowed to give Sarah a piece of my mind about why she'd given me this book. I was a virgin, and sure I did wonder about some things, but did she really have to give me a book about it? 1. Alexander seemed to know too. How embarrassing. Japanese. There days distains. After an HD% of basically sage and H% of Asians and odd of vase ability. There Sadra of last and texting counts of H%. There Sadra of actually be give up. I wasn't getting anything done to satisfaction, and she blatantly refused to come over and ease my suffering. I really couldn't understand why she was reading that book when she could have asked me about such things. Did Sarah put her up to it, or was she really so uncomfortable to talk to me? At least about such matters? I couldn't deny the fact that she'd definitely been skirting around certain subjects last night. She was hiding something. It hurt to think that she didn't trust me enough to tell. Even this morning, she didn't tell me everything about her dream and then just changed the subject by asking me questions. What could she be hiding? I had reached Andy's room now, so I forcefully stuck all my worries and frustrations about Britt into an iron box in my mind. I'd take the time later to re-examine everything. I wasn't going to go easy on her when she was done reading that book. Taking a deep but very unnecessary breath, I knocked on the door. I could hear the boy playing with toys inside, chattering happily to both Sarah and Dennis. Andy's heartbeat was slower than that of the witch for some reason. It was something I'd noticed before but never paid much attention to. Now it struck me as odd. Usually younger children had faster heartbeats, but Andy's heart sounded like that of a full-grown man who was very passio-Alex about sports. The heart was, after all, a muscle you could train too, and it was common knowledge that people that play sports intensively gained bigger and stronger hearts. Their heartbeat slowing as a result to that. I knew several vampires who liked blood from this type of people above all other types, which reminded me about the silly belief that vampires would prefer one blood type over another. As if something so small would alter the taste of it. Only diets and health change the taste of blood. Come in, Andy yelled excitedly, and I could hear him jump up and down when I opened the door. Hey, I need your help for a moment, kid, I told him, smiling encouragingly at him, but also intentionally showing him my fangs. Okay, he said happily. I wanted to frown suspiciously. He seemed a little too happy right now, almost as if he was trying to convince everyone that he was, while he was hiding his fears and worries. I allowed my own senses, both natural and unnatural, to stretch out fully. It caused Sarah to frown, and even Dennis perked up, but they both quickly excused themselves and left. What do you need help with, Alexander? Andy asked, and he sounded old for his young years. It saddened me. Children should always be allowed to be children for as long as possible. Yet Andy was carrying around a heavy burden, one even Brittany didn't seem to know much about. It was time to change that. Let's sit down, I told the boy as I folded my legs and sat down on the plush blue carpet. Alexander wasn't there during dinner, but we had fun with the five of us anyway. Andy was incredibly happy and a little hyper, and he seemed really peaceful at the same too, as if his mind had been completely set at ease. I guessed that had something to do with what he'd talked about with Alexander. All Andy had wanted to tell me was that Alexander was very nice, and that he was really happy we were living here now. I suppose I had to ask Alexander what he'd told the boy. After dinner, I'd taken Andy to bed and read him story after story, curled up together on that huge castle bed of his. He was asleep around 8 though, and he appeared to be in a deep sleep too, softly snoring. Feeling a little anxious for Alexander to come home, I went back downstairs after that and joined Bob and Dennis in the living. Already I was starting to feel a little tense again, that imaginary rope stretching out between me and Alexander. If I was feeling it then, so was he. Of course, so I really hoped he wouldn't stay away for much longer. Nobody seemed to even know where he'd gone, but I didn't want to sound too clingy or needy by asking. To my great surprise, Bob and Dennis were avidly watching some kind of vampire show on TV. I'd never heard of it, but they were laughing at all the wrong places because it was so far from the truth, something even I could recognize now. I just sat down to watch as well when Sarah popped up behind me and leaned over the back of the couch with a frown on her face. You know, there's one thing I never understood. If humans think we're cold-blooded, then how the hell would a vamp get an erection? She asked. Her head tilted sideways and a frown on her forehead as if she was really wondering about the answer. Dennis looked at his mate with one eyebrow raised. You think about the weirdest things, sweetie? But Bob was frowning as he contemplated the answer. Good question. If they're cold-blooded, maybe they work the same way as other cold-blooded creatures, like reptiles? No way, Bob, I don't see those vamps sitting around in the sun for hours just to warm up, I exclaimed, shaking my head at the absurdity of the conversation. Who talks about fake vampires and the way they get an erection with real vampires? Well, they're nearly indestructible anyway. Nothing is going to stop them, it seems, offered Dennis. But I shook my head as I realized Sarah's dilemma. No, because you need your heart to pump blood into the organ, and without a heartbeat, how's that going to happen? You raise a fair point, my dear. Bob nodded. I know, Sarah said suddenly, looking really smug, as if she'd thought of something great. They must work the same way as sea creatures. And how exactly is that if you're so smart? Dennis asked, frowning a little, as if he was expecting something really silly to come out of her mouth next. Sea creatures get erections from krill and saline water. Fact, those vamps carry around jars of krill and salt water. There was a short silence in the room as we all stared at her, and then Bob burst out in laughter, followed shortly by Sarah and Dennis as well. I was grinning too. Best answer so far? After that enlightening conversation, Dennis excused himself and disappeared to call his grandmother, the crone, and discuss some plans with her on Alex's behalf. Sarah went off to her own room to dance because she felt like it, which left me alone with Bob, who'd now turned off the vampire show he'd been watching and started some game on the Wii. For a long time I watched, simply because it was better than doing nothing up in our room while I waited for Alexander. It was nearly 11 when I couldn't take it anymore and got up to go to bed and wait for him there, so that at least Bob didn't realize how badly Alexander's absence was affecting me, my body feeling heavy and weary. "Don't worry, Brittany, he'll really be back soon. And he's not out there alone," Bob called after me as I started up the stairs. Blushing because he'd seen through me, I called back a thank you and a good night and hurried to the room. There I lay down on the bed and stretched out. It did feel good to do that after having been curled up in a chair or on Andy's bed all day. I'd just given up on trying to read a book and deposit it on the nightstand when I suddenly became aware of a new sensation, a pulling on my body that seemed to get stronger and almost seemed to want me to go through the door and outside, as if something really wanted me to go there. A short moment later, the bedroom door opened, and Alexander stepped into the room and shrugged out off his shirt almost immediately. It was soaked and his hair was dripping water, but I somehow managed to look the other way. Without really saying anything, Alexander sat down on the edge of the bed beside me. His back turned toward me as he took off his shoes and socks. Unable to resist any longer, I ran my fingers over the flawless skin on his back. Marveling at how soft and smooth it felt, stretched over taut muscles, hard as rock, he shivered, and as soon as his shoes dropped to the floor, he turned around and pinned me to the bed. "You've been driving me insane all day, agramo kroi." His eyes were very dark, and his pupils diluted as he stared at my lips hungrily. Still, I could sense a weight on his shoulders, a worry that hadn't been there before. "I have been driving you insane," I said while I pushed against his shoulder as if trying to get him away from me. Even so, I was reveling at his touch, the tension I'd noticed earlier already leaving my body. If only a little. "Oh yes, why the hell were you reading that book anyway?" he said huskily, not moving an inch even though I was pushing as hard as I could. After his question, he attached his lips to his favorite part of my neck and started kissing and nibbling. Suppressing a moan, I said, "Sarah said I had to read it. I had no clue what it was about." My cheeks flamed red again as I remembered the book and certain scenes. There had been plenty of things in it that I'd like to try out, if ever I'd find the guts for it. "Psh, she's always meddling in things that don't need meddling. I'll teach you all you need to know." "Oh, run." His eyes burned so dark, they were nearly black as he gazed up at me. My expression seemed to reassure him, and then suddenly he climbed on top me completely and lifted my top in his hands. "I hope you're not attached to this," he murmured before a tearing sound echoed through the room. My eyes widened in shock as I realized what he'd just done. Cool air whispered across my chest where my shirt lay in ruins. He'd just torn my shirt apart as if it was nothing. Before I could complain about it, he attacked my lips with his in a toe-curling kiss, his tongue sweeping out to touch the seam of my lips, begging entrance. His hands stroking across the skin he'd just exposed, boldly claiming possession of my breasts. Ribbons of pleasure shot through me, and I realized that I very much loved this possessive, dominant side of him. The hot feminine side of me could definitely appreciate the power and aggression. Still, I wasn't going to let him get away with it that easily. This was a two-way relationship, and I sure as hell wasn't going to surrender to him. Pushing him would never work. I'd already tried that anyway, so instead I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him closer. Distracting him by raking my fingernails across his back, I slipped my other hand into his silky hair until I had hold of a good bit of it. Once I had hold of it, I yanked his head back hard, smiling when he moaned in surprise. Taking advantage of the moment, I sat up with him and pushed him over so that I could climb on top of him instead. I wasn't shocked when I straddled his hips to feel his erection pressing against me this time, and instead tightened my hold on his hair, using my free hand to trace the musculature of his chest. It was satisfying to see the goosebumps break out across his skin. I like this side of you, Britt," Alexander said as he raised his hips to press himself against the juncture between my legs, eliciting a moan from me. His big hands tore the rest of my shirt from my body and then easily unclasped my bra. I couldn't believe how much I wanted him and how much I let him do to me and my body. I'd never had a boyfriend before, never even kissed another, unless of course you counted that asshole Fort. Suddenly, I felt unsure again and I let go off his hair, sitting back a little to look at his face. Blushing again as I realized how forward I'd just been. Alexander stared up at me, suddenly looking concerned as he asked, "Everything all right, Aguahumokwa?" He ran his fingers across the skin on my sides, then stroked them upward to cut my breasts again, almost as if he couldn't get enough of touching me. I've never done anything like this before, except with you. I didn't know how to finish that sentence, but Alexander seemed to understand. He sat up and pressed me against his chest tightly, his arms wrapping around my waist now while one hand tangled into my hair. "There's no need to worry. You're amazing. You make my head spin," he murmured in my ears softly. "Would you rather just go to sleep now?" He offered then, even though I could tell that he'd much rather wanted to continue what we'd been doing. After all, apparently I'd been driving him insane all day. Or, I heard myself ask. He chuckled before replying huskily, "Or you let me bring you pleasure," his hand slipping down to tug teasingly on my shorts, implying that he'd like to take them off. I shivered. "I'm not ready for sex, Alexander." He didn't hesitate as he replied, "That wasn't what I was offering Brittany." His breath fell teasingly across my throat as he buried his face in my neck, pressing soft kisses against the skin there. He paused above my pulse, grazing his fangs over the spot gently. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. "Do you want to drink my blood?" Alexander immediately pulled away so he could look at my eyes. "Never, Britt. I'd never do that to you. So, why not?" I wondered. "You're my lover, not my food," he said easily. Then he claimed my lips to signal the end of that discussion. "So, did you decide? Is it going to be sleep or—" I kissed him back fiercely. There is a propelling assistics of Winbos me. I way of arm, my nonus. I wistus propped around me tightly. I was nearly dozing off when I remembered I wanted to ask him something. My body felt so heavy and content that I groaned when I moved so I could look at his face. Alexander chuckled, looking very satisfied with himself. I was completely amazed that he blatantly refused to let me touch him so he could come as well. Even though he'd brought me to orgasm 3 times with just his fingers, I shook my head and tried to get my thoughts out of the gutter. What was it I wanted to ask him again? Oh, right, about why Andy was so peaceful suddenly. "Alexander, what did you talk to Hay about?" I asked softly as I lifted my leg to entwine it with his. His free hand came up to stroke my hair and push the strands that had fallen across my face behind my ear. "Just, men stuff," he said slowly and very purposely vague. "No, I don't know. I'm not a man, remember?" I retorted. Another chuckle shook his chest before he said huskily, "I'm well aware of that, a Grommelcroy." Silence settled over us again and I didn't push my question. It was obvious he didn't want to talk about it. Maybe it was something Andy didn't want to share with me. After a while, Alexander asked, "Britt, you know, don't you?" "Know what?" I asked, my breath hitching in my throat. Was he talking about the demon heritage? Had Andy told him? Was that what they talked about? His hold on me tightened a little, pressing me into him as if he was afraid I'd disappear. "It's why you asked me about demons this morning, isn't it? Because you remembered in your dream?" His voice was quiet, calm, and held no accusation whatsoever, but still my stomach clenched painfully. This is where he's going to reject both me and Hay, because he'd found out we were part demon. I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I remembered this morning. No wonder you shut down like that," Alexander said, sympathy filling his voice now. "I tried to trace him today. That's why I was out in the rain, talking to my sources. But nobody seems to know anything about him." "Trace him? Who? My real birth father? The demon that had raped my mother twice? Oh, I wondered why he even wanted to do that. To check if he was a bad demon? Or was it to find out more information for me? Or was it to make sure that he was able to fight the demon that was our father if necessary? Did Andy tell you?" I asked. Alexander was quiet for a moment before he said, "Andy told me his father visited him every night. He was scared he'd visit again and relieved that it had not happened last night. I asked him why he was scared about that now that he didn't live with the man anymore." He paused to take a deep but unnecessary breath. He said, "No, my real father. Poor kid must have been terrified about sleeping alone. He's a very brave boy." It was quiet again and I nodded slowly, rubbing my cheek against his chest. "I know. He always wanted to sleep in my room. Stephanie didn't always allow it though." Alexander suddenly shifted his arms and pulled me across his chest. "Britt, were you scared to tell me? Did you honestly think I'd reject you if I knew? He gazed at me with his stormy eyes, and the look was so sincere that I felt myself relax. A blush rose to my cheeks as I mumbled, "Maybe a little. I don't know. You can tell me anything. I love you. That's never going to change," he reassured me, rubbing his large hands across my back. "I love you too, Alexander. I guess I was just scared I'd lose you," I admitted. "Let's sleep. Tomorrow we have a long day of school again," Alexander replied, his arms circling around me tightly, pressing me as close to him as possible. His chest vibrating pleasantly as he softly started humming his lullaby. I was nearly asleep when a last question came to my mind. "I still don't understand why Hay isn't scared anymore." "What did you say?" Alexander interrupted his humming to reply, "I guess knowing that he lives with monsters makes him feel safe. Humans can't keep a demon out, but certainly other monsters can." I couldn't argue with that reasoning. It seemed plausible after all. I knew Alexander could keep away a demon. There was no way anyone could be more powerful than him, not after the little I'd seen. Jop says, "I woke with tacting awade, and a tell pine. I was so nervous that I seriously contemplated staying in bed for the day." Alexander was already up and moving about in the darkness of the room. A moment later, I heard him open the door to the bathroom, and shortly after, the sounds of the shower. Alexander wasn't going to let me stay home. I just knew he wasn't. As if he knew how I felt, which wasn't entirely unlikely, he returned to the room. "Your turn to gramo groy. School's not gonna wait for you." I groaned but flipped on the light, searching for a shirt to put on. My breath hitched in my throat at the sight that met my eyes. Alexander apparently hadn't bothered to take clothes with him to the bathroom and stood in front of the closet with just a towel draped around his lean hips. Water dripping from his hair to trail across his skin. At my gasp, he looked over his shoulder to cast me a knowing smirk, one of his perfectly sculptured eyebrows raised. "Something wrong?" I swallowed and shook my head. My hand had finally located a shirt that I hastily pulled over my head. I hadn't bothered to replace the one he'd torn apart last night, but I wasn't about to walk around half naked, not like him. As my head popped through the right hole, I had to gasp again. The insolent man had dropped the bloody towel. I think my face went through a dozen different shades of red before I managed to unscramble my mind enough to get to my feet and rush to the bathroom. He had the nerve to laugh and ask, "Are you sure you're okay, Grumo Krua?" He knew very well what was going on. In the shower, I turned the water to cold, hoping it would take my mind off his naked backside. It didn't help much. When I left the shower, I realized I had nothing to put on except a towel either. But as I opened the door, I saw that I had nothing to worry about. The room was already empty. When I was done dressing and had packed my bag for school, I hurried downstairs as well, pausing in Andy's room to peek inside and see if he was already up or if I needed to help him. The room was empty and his school bag was gone too, so someone had obviously already taken care of him. I found everyone in the kitchen around the large kitchen table, and with everyone, I really did mean everyone. Even Dennis was there, staring moodily at a cup of coffee as if he resented the very idea of getting up. Andy was sitting next to Alexander on a big cushion, so he appeared to be taller than he was, munching away on some kind of multicolored cereal without milk. I frowned at that, but at my look, Andy exclaimed, "Alex said it was okay." I turned to frown at him, but the image of him naked, even though I only saw him from behind, flashed through my head again. He turned his stormy eyes on me with a mischievous twinkle, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. "Why don't you sit down, Gray McCoy?" he offered, pulling out the empty chair on his other side with a wicked grin. Everyone but Andy looked at me with knowing looks. Sarah even gave me a teasing push towards the chair. I can't imagine what you see in him, love. But oh well, by all means. My face must have turned beet red yet again. But since there were no other chairs available, I made my way over to the one Alexander had pulled out for me. As I sat down, I muttered, "Why is everyone sitting at the breakfast table when only 3 of us here eat?" To hide my embarrassment, I quickly buttered to toast and focused on eating, ignoring the laughter that had erupted around the table. Alexander placed a large, warm hand on my back and rubbed infuriating circles with it. "Do you think you're ready to face school?" he asked. His voice was low and serious again, all traces of humor gone, and at his question, everyone quieted down. I nodded. Sure, why wouldn't I be? Of course they all saw through my act. I was still nervous as hell. Alexander's. Eh? Distraction hadn't changed that. We'll take good care of you. Sarah or Bob will always be close by, and I set up surveillance outside to keep an eye out for any of Thornton's minions. Hay will have one of my best bodyguards with him at all times, Alexander explained. I get a bodyguard? Asked Andy. When Alexander nodded, the golden-haired boy nodded enthusiastically. Cool. Like the president? Yeah, like that, my soulmate nodded, rubbing a hand through my little brother's hair. We don't want you to get hurt. You know, oh, are you going to give Deidre a bodyguard too then? At the question, everyone stared at him in shock. It seemed to give him an answer because he frowned. If you're not giving her one, then she can have mine. She's in more danger than I am. Hey, we can't protect her from herself. Besides, we don't know where she is. She left, I told him, reaching over Alexander to grab his hand. You can't save everyone, giant. But they do know where she is. Brittany? He exclaimed angrily. His hand squeezed mine tightly, and I knew he was angry for some reason I couldn't fathom. Was he mad because we all seemed unwilling to protect Deidre? I doubted the risk was that great anyway. Bodyguards seemed a little unnecessary to me. But if it eased Alexander's mind, I would comply, and it did make me feel better to know someone was watching over Hay. As I looked around the table, I could tell by everyone's faces that it was true what Andy had said. They knew exactly where Deidre was, but they didn't want to protect her. Bob's face had hardened in such a way that he appeared to be crushing his teeth. Oh right, you do know, so you're just going to let her die, are you? I frowned at them and then glared at Alexander, whose face had become completely devoid of emotion. A cold look on his face that I didn't care much for. Crossing my arms in front of my chest, I looked at Sarah. Please tell me you disagree with them. That woman needs help whether we like her or not, Hay's right. Sarah nodded. I know, Brittany. I've tried to convince them, but they won't have it. She looked apologetically at Andy. Come on, kid. Let's get your shoes and get ready for school, okay? Your sister will take care of it. Andy nodded and disappeared with her down the hall. Dennis cast us one look, then said, I don't care what you decide. It's none of my business. Alex, I'll go see my grandma now to discuss those plans you made with her. That left me with Bob and Alexander. I stood up slowly, looking each of them in the eye for a moment. Bob actually flinched back when I did, but Alexander didn't appear to be impressed. I know you don't care much for her, Alexander, so I won't bother convincing you with arguments. But you, Bob, you love her. Can you live with yourself if you let her die? It's obvious from last night that they're trying to either kill her or you. I crossed my arms over my chest and focused on him completely, but he just closed his eyes and clenched his mouth shut. His Adam's apple bobbing a few times as he swallowed convulsively, but he still didn't say anything. When the silence stretched, I huffed angrily. Fine, since that doesn't work. I turned to Alexander and fixed him with another glare. Until you change your mind about protecting Deidre, you're not touching me. I'll just bunk with Sarah. Got it? Then I turned and stalked out of the kitchen, ignoring the indignant gasp coming from Alexander as I joined Sarah and my brother in the hall. Sarah was staring me with a very impressed look on her face. Well, if that doesn't work, then I don't know what will. All I was thinking, however, was, why the hell did I insist so much that Deidre had to be protected? Last night, I had taken an instant dislike to her, but now, if Hay thought it was so important, it had to be. One thing was sure though, this entire conflict had taken away all my nerves about going to school today. If I managed Alexander like this, I was sure I could face Jennifer without a problem. In front of the Clitton house, 2 large SUVs were parked. Black with black-tinted windows. They looked like the type of car that would come out of a massive car wreck with little more than a scratch. Demolishing the other cars involved completely. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they were bulletproof too. Next to the first car stood a tall, lithe man. He was dressed in a crisp suit, the collar of his white shirt open to show a triangle of tawny skin. Expensive sunglasses perched on a straight nose gave him that typical agent look. I assumed that was the bodyguard that would accompany Andy. That was until I noticed another man standing next to the second car. Dressed all in black with a skin the color of charcoal, I hadn't even noticed him there until he'd moved. My God, that man blended in well with the shadows. The first one approached us with an arrogant smirk on his face. Morning, Miss Baker. His voice was low and rugged, and his walk gave me the distinct feeling of a cat on the prowl. Pure, lethal power coiled beneath a human exterior. With a large but elegant hand, he took off the sunglasses. I couldn't stop myself from gasping at the sight of his eyes. It brought an even more arrogant look to his face. His eyes were the color of molten gold, with such an intense look in them that I could only compare it to that of a cat focused on its prey. A large cat. That wasn't all. The pupils were so large in the dim morning light that there was more black to his eyes than actual gold. The pupil wasn't even completely round, but slightly oval-shaped. "Jaden," Sarah exclaimed from behind me before she suddenly came careening past. She jumped from the stairs at the door straight at him. He caught her easily and spun her around before gently coming to a stop, a warm smile on his face, which was without a doubt breathtakingly handsome. "Hey Sarah, my love. Long time no see," he said, his voice a rumble. He had yet to let go off her or even put her down. It seemed to be effortless for him to hold her like that, as if she waited nothing at all. Way too long. "Where did Alex send you?" "He wouldn't tell me," Sarah pouted while she stroked a hand through the pure black locks of Jaden's hair, rubbing her fingers behind his ear like you would a cat. I would have called that odd, but even stranger was his reaction. He cocked his head sideways and made a purring sound, low enough that I almost missed it. How much more cat-like could he be? Jaden laughed and put her down, a warm, easy smile on his face that took the edge of that dangerous aura he carried, one that gave me the feeling he was ready to pounce at any moment. "I was just running errands. You know what Alex is like. Serotin is back as well, by the way." The Catman jerked his thumb in the direction of the second car where I knew that black man was standing. Even though I couldn't see him now, Sarah was already rushing over, Jaden completely forgotten. "Miss Baker?" I turned to look at Jaden myself and offered him a tentative smile. I wasn't sure what to make of him. He looked so lethal and so... For some reason, I felt the very strong urge to reach out and pet him. You know, the way you always want to reach out and pet that tiger in the zoo? You know he'd bite your hand off if you tried, but still you have that urge. "If you get into the car, I'm sure Sarah and Bob will join you shortly," he said politely. It didn't suit him. This man was completely untamed and wild, something his suit and sunglasses tried to hide, unsuccessfully. I slowly made my way over to the car and then dared to ask him, "You're the one taking care of surveillance at Westtown High. Does that mean Serotin will be taking care of my little brother?" I stumbled over the unfamiliar name but was relieved to see Jaden nod. "Yes, don't worry, Miss Baker. He'll be in good hands, the best in fact." I wanted to turn and go over to the black man so I could meet him and assure myself that Andy would in fact be going with someone that I'd trust. But just as I moved to do that, Alexander appeared, holding Andy's hand and followed by a very angry-looking Bob. Alexander swung Hay up onto his hip, as if he'd done it a million times before, and then stalked right past me and Jaden. He nodded in the Catman's direction, acknowledging his presence, but that was all. At the second car, he stopped and said, "Serotin." The black man stepped forward out of the dark shadows beside the car, and finally, I was able to see what he looked like. He was tall, almost as tall as Alexander, and that said a lot. His dark skin was so beautiful that I had no words to describe the exact shade of it. His eyes were so dark themselves that they appeared black. The only thing that marred his beauty was a long, jagged scar that ran across the line of his jaw. It looked very cruel and painful, but it was clearly old and faded over time. "My lord," Serotin said, his voice musical and warm, although his posture was tense and withdrawn. I noticed that although Sarah had rushed to meet him, she hadn't actually touched him. "Meet Andy. I entrust you with his safety," was all Alexander said before putting Andy down next to him and reaching into his pocket. From this distance, I couldn't see what he withdrew from it, but whatever it was, he handed it over to the dark man with a nod. It was impossible to read the expression on Serotin's face, but he clenched his fist over his heart and then touched his forehead with his knuckles in a strange kind of salute. "You can rely on me, my lord." Without further ado, he opened the passenger's door to the SUV and gestured for Andy to get into it. I saw a surprised look on my brother's face, which was replaced with determination. He shrugged his shoulders and then reached up to climb into the beast. Alexander stopped him though. Bending down to his level, he whispered something in my little brother's ears. Then a look of concentration appeared on my soulmate's face as he stared deeply into Andy's eyes. The boy nodded and then smiled warmly, patting Alexander on his cheek. After that, Alexander picked him up and set him down in the seat. He strapped him in the seatbelt and then pressed a kiss to the boy's forehead. Take care. You better call me if anything happens." Andy waved at me as the SUV pulled away and drove off, and I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Everyone seemed to think that Seritin was the best man on the job, but he seemed so cold and distant that I couldn't imagine him to be very good with children. Alexander strode back over to me, and I felt my heartbeat speed up at the sight of him. I had thought Jaden's walk predatory and lethal, but it paled in comparison to him. He was all danger and male. His stormy eyes flashed angrily as he met mine, but I couldn't help but find it incredibly sexy the way his chocolate brown hair hung messily across his forehead. His jaw set and a frown in place, he reached me. For a painful minute, we just stared at each other. He was only a foot away from me, but the air between us was ripe with tension. Then he lifted his hand as if he wanted to touch my face, and I narrowed my eyes threateningly. "Have you changed your mind?" I asked him as I stepped back a little. He dropped his hand and made a growling sound, his eyes flashing again, but he turned toward Jaden. "You protect her with your life. Nothing is more important. There's a lot of young wolves at the school that think they can claim her. I trust that will be no problem for you," Alexander said, and he sounded very much like a war general now. Jaden scoffed. "Course not, Alex." As if a bunch of mutts would ever be a problem. He turned his startling golden eyes on me with a speculative look in his eyes. "Although, I can see why they'd think that, since you haven't marked her." The young man shrugged his wide shoulders. "I could give her a mark, you know, a temporary one." The growl that erupted from Alexander's throat was downright scary, and had me shaking in my clothes, but Jaden didn't seem fazed by it. He just shrugged his shoulders again, just saying, "It's a lot safer for her if they think she belongs to someone." "I am not letting you mark her, Jay," he said in such a low, deadly voice that Jaden finally took a step back and nodded. "Suit yourself, man. I really ought to teach you your place." "You're a royal pain in the ass instead of my loyal subject," Alexander said, but he seemed to relax a little. The comment had a repetitive sound to it, as if he said it all the time to the guy. Jaden just threw back his head and laughed. "You love me, Alex. It's why you keep me around. Admit it." Then he winked and turned to me. "Are you finally getting into the car, or do you feel like taunting your poor mate even longer?" I frowned but decided to obey and climbed into the back seat of the car, pointedly ignoring the helping hand Alexander held out for me. Sarah jumped in beside me and stuck her tongue out at the two males. "You're so going to be in pain by the end of the day, Mo dear hair," she said before she slammed the door closed on his face. We could both clearly hear Jaden laugh again while he hit Alexander on the shoulder. Bob joined us in the car without a word, and shortly after that Jaden took place behind the wheel and drove off. He followed Alexander's flashy red car out of the drive, and I breathed out in relief when I realized he was going by himself. I suddenly wasn't sure which one of us was going to be in pain by the end of the day. I was the seventh in the 7th and Bibliocamatian of Christian as we arrived. Alexander got no more than the usual gaggle of girls that asked him questions about class and such, and a boy or two ogling his car. But the SUV was something new, and because the windows were so darkly tinted, nobody could see inside it. Bob and Sarah got out of the as if nothing was wrong and they were used to it, which might not be far from the truth. Just before I got out, Jaden stopped me. "Miss Baker, stay with Sarah or Bob at all times. If you feel threatened at any point, use them."